rock if you could. Let's see all y'all, huh? Saratoga Compton. My young niggas. The tight Burger Pop. Dirty South. Don't get that big man black hole. Each and every Friday night, see? Good to see you, Jack. The RE show, nigga. Yeah. Solar Time Song. Way back. Birthday tonight, baby. Huh? Got everything with you. Looking good, baby. OT. Chica. Yeah. Soda Time Song. Give it a 101. Soda Time Song. Give me some song. Soda Time.
Alrighty. Let's see what's down. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, what's up, everybody? All right, here we go. Andrea, Donnie, Anu Moon. In the English language, you asking what is diaspora? You asking what is diaspora? Oh, okay. Let me see here. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Here. Let me go to the dictionary here and throw that in. Yeah, or you could ask it. There you go. I mean, hey Nigel folks. I understand there's a fringe out there of people that they have a lot of ideas about what different words mean. That somebody came and wrote a comment on the page for the other evening about what the word black means. Hold on 2 seconds. Yeah, sorry about that. Um, and yeah, as a matter of fact, I should start the evening off and let people see what that comment was about. Um, it's a comment about what black is. Oh, someone trying to. It was a Moor trying to. There's a cult called the Moor Science Temple, and they teach a lot of words about, or they profess to that the word black means a lot of things, and that the word NIGR um, means comes from the word negus and all these kind of things. But when I use the word black, I'm using it for reasonable people, people that see the usage, the common usage of the word on earth, not a cult, not a religious group. I'm not speaking religiously about what the word means. Black. I'm not attempting to apply it in a cult like version. I'm just talking about standard language that's understood. You could go to a university anywhere in the world and expect that somebody would use that language. You see what I mean? At least the English understanding. So just to be reasonable so we can have a conversation, I don't want to reteach everybody what a word means. That's not the point of today's uh, stream. You know what I'm saying? If somebody wants to learn about, alternative views by religions and things like that, they feel they're free to do that. Um, you know, and they're absolutely free to do it. But again, that's not the conversation we're having. We're not having a special conversation in terms of like one particular uh, fringe group or anything like that. It's just a common usage so we can have a conversation, right? And the common use is pretty much understood. By the way, if it's not understood pertaining to people that were transported in slave ships to America and other parts of the world, people that are typically called descendants of sub-Saharan Africa, which is also a word people can challenge. I challenge all the time, right? We have some conversations about that. But people that are called Africans. Now, let me pull this up just to keep it simple. And I'm waiting for a few people to come in here so we can have this conversation. If you listen to the last stream, you might have an idea what we're talking about, because this is part 2, right, today. And here's diaspora. Wow, you mean they got it in Wikipedia? There it is. That's the term, we use here. And then you could even take it further and go like this. See, check this out. It's not me making it up. It's actually spoken of. There you go. African diaspora. You see? Boom. There it is. You see? So you could pretty much go to any university and use the term. Diaspora sounds similar to alienating. Not really. Not to me, but and but it has a particular meaning, and there it is for those that want to review it. And also, you could also add to Wiki if you like. If you think there's an error, anytime you think there's an error to Wiki, you can add to it, and that's great. People do that every day of the week. But I don't know how far it would go if you try to apply something that's not generally accepted, right, as a fact. Yeah. So here we go. Now let me see here. Where did we pick off at? I'm gonna throw up a video. Before I throw up that video, I'm going to boom, throw up a couple images. Now see here, we're having a conversation about something here, particular, right? Now, actually, I need to bring this video up here. I need to bring this up and show. What is this called? Cranial. There was a time, right, where people used something that's called cranial science here. Let me see something here. Cranial? No, scientific racism. Right? Here we go. It's another term, scientific racism. Racial biology redirects here, right? Okay. Scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is a pseudoscientific belief that the human species can be subdivided into biological distinct taxa called races. Now, it's pseudo today. Absolutely, it's recognized as pseudo today and should be, right? Should be recognized that way, right? Because science has developed and people understand that this idea called race is not real. There aren't races, but there are, some slight differences that people have from older groups of humanoids mixing, right? But what we're talking about here, more so applied today, would be color, right? Pretty much types of, and but we're all the same, quote unquote, race. At least that's how science sees it today, now that they've gotten to your genomes and things like that. But within this scientific racism, let me see here, Control F, cranial. There were some studies that were done too. Yes. They used to measure your brain, and make kinds of theories. You see, now when is this? 1722, right? You see that time period, This is the point we're getting at. It connects with a history, a time period, right? This time period correlates roughly to the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade. You can go back, but it's in furtherance of this kind of concept. And they use these ideas to justify a lot. See? Here we go. Let's see here. The illustrations from Types of Mankind, 1854, right? Now let's take a little look here. You will see very easily that the language that they're using here, right? Negro, you see that? Negro, right? They have a racial hierarchy here. Greek is on the top. Negro is down there on the bottom, which is closer to chimpanzee, right? They used to teach this stuff. This is what was in the Western world accepted as fact. And people took action. People took action based on this. Now, let me see. Here's another image here. We put this one up earlier, you see? Another one, Negro. There's many of these. Negra, you see? There's many. You see, and if you notice, down here on the bottom will be the ape. And they had theories about this, how Africans or black people were more closely related to apes. That's what was behind that movement. They literally believed a lot of our descendants, our ancestors and things like that, were animals. Yes, animals, not capable of really thinking, and so that was a part of the slave trade. That was a part of the thinking. That was a part of colonizing. This was accepted by a lot of groups of people. And it was used, this theory was used to oppress Africans and African people. If you see that word Negro and you look at the time period related to it, right? 1854, you can see we're pretty much talking about the word black, right? That time period in that region of the world by a particular group of people and how they used the particular terms based on a particular science. You see, not just generalizing and just saying everybody on earth did that. No. Everybody on earth wasn't doing it using this exact same word and didn't have the exact same political movement. This is a specific political movement based on specific ideas, right? You see? Other historical studies proposing a black race, white race, intelligence, brain size difference, including those by Bean in 1906. I mean, that shit was going on. But let me see here. This stuff starts off some time ago, 1740. You see 17. You see this? Look. French naturalist, 1707. German anatomist. You see? You see? Folks could take a listen or take a read on their own. There's a lot of information on this. As a matter of fact, look at this. 1696. You see, this all correlates to the slave trade and to the colonization of Africa by Europeans. You see, it correlates there. Now, I don't want to spend all day on this because folks can research this stuff yourselves. I'm gonna put the link down there. There's also a term you can just look up. Let me see here. That's called scientific racism. Let me go back here just a little bit further. Go back. Here we go. And say scientific racism. Yeah. And so our ancestors were victims of scientific racism, you know. It was thought behind the actions. You see, eugenics and scientific racism. I mean, it had been going on for a long while. And the idea is that Africans, i.e. black people, were more closely related to apes and not higher up like human beings like the European was. And the European was, you know, supposed to be at the top of the chain there. So now we got an idea about the history of the term as it relates to us, practically, politically. You see what I mean? I'm not talking about what somebody believes in their religion or what is accepted in a particular cult here and there. No, I'm just talking about across a wide groups of people, wide groups of thinking. And this thinking spread. You know, it's not exactly just the blonde haired, blue eyed European type that believed this. It had some profound ideas now, profound consequences. Now, hold on. It didn't just catch up these folks either. Didn't just catch them out. Check this out. Cranial. Craniometry. There we go. Craniometry. You see? Let's look this up. And you're going to see other groups of people that's been caught up in this. And they have other groups. They described who's a European, who's not a European, who's more closely related to Negroes, who's not, you know. So it's pretty deep, this study here. So let me see here. Yeah, so here we go. This will give you a little bit closer idea of how people were associated, right? So you don't go out there thinking that everybody was considered exactly the same. No. Some groups were considered to be Caucasian that today may not even realize it, you know? And yeah. Yeah, that's the history of the term. What's up, Angie? So, here we go. Yeah, I mean, they had Native Americans. To be honest with you, there's some of these folks that thought Native Americans were Caucasians. To be honest with you, I mean, this scientific racism is what people were thinking in the 1800s. They had a lot of different groups. Not everybody was associated with the apes. Now, don't go out there thinking that, because that's not what that was. But I'm just saying this part to give you an idea of the term black, the term Negro, and what we're going to be discussing. And today, what we're going to be discussing is who can call themselves Negro, who can call themselves black, really. Let's take a look at this. Here's the topic, y'all. Who can be black? Who can be African descent? Part 2, right? Who can identify as black, right? That's the topic. And the reason why I picked that topic is because when you speak with people around the globe, in different parts of the globe, right? I found this out myself, being an African American, lived most of my life in the United States, but also lived a good part of my adult life outside of the United States. Yeah, I met a few people, traveled to a few places, met some black folk. I even wrote a book about some black folk, and some of my findings, what I found out. But one of the things that I found out is that some people have slightly different ideas about what black is and who is black, even who's African, right? Even who's African descent. Another new word folks going to learn is the term African descent. What does that mean? Does that mean African? Right? Well, let me dig that up also, because that's pretty important, a pretty important term also. Here we go. Let's check this out. People of African descent and what it means. You might go thinking it's everybody on earth. No, it's not. It's not everybody on earth. It's not everybody on earth, yo. It's not at all. Let me go back here. According to the UN, it's not. It's a particular group of people that are affected by a particular form of racism. That's what that actually is. People of African descent. And these people are said to be descendants of quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans. People that have gone through here, here we go. Let's just pick up no, hold on. What the hell is this? That's not the link I want here. Here we go. Boom. Just straight off the UN here. Now let me open this up and see. How do I zoom in on this bad boy? Is it this? Or is it this? Oh, there it is. Boom. Down at the bottom. Okay. Can y'all see this? Yeah, good. Y'all can see this. United Nations, right? People of African descent. Who are people of African descent? People of African descent living in many countries of the world, either dispersed among the local population or in communities. The largest concentration can be found in Latin America and the Caribbean, where estimates of 150 million reach 150 million, whether the descendants of those Africans that were displaced to the Americas during the transatlantic slave trade many generations back, or more recent migrants who have journeyed to the Americas, Europe, Asia, and within Africa itself. People of African descent throughout the world make up some of the most marginalized groups. They are a specific victim group who continue to suffer discrimination as a historic legacy of the transatlantic slave trade. Even Afro descendants who are not directly descendants from slaves face the racism and the discrimination that still persists today, generations after the slave trade ended. In 2001, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, DDPA, adopted the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, acknowledged that slavery and the slave trade were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity because of their barbarism and also their magnitude, organized nature, and their negation of the essence of its victims. It also acknowledged that slavery and the slave trade are a crime against humanity and should always have been so, and that they are among the major sources and manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Africans and people of African descent were victims of these acts and continue to be victims were, of their consequences. The Declaration also acknowledged that the suffering caused to them by colonial and regretted that the effects and persistence of these practices have been among the factors contributing lasting social and economic inequalities in many parts of the world today. So it's a part of the International Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which is law. It's law, which is actually signed on to by places like the United States, all the EU nations, the UK, right? So here's the thing. All of us folk living in these countries, right? We should understand what that is, right? We should understand it, you know, and see very clearly, you know, what the background of it is. Now, let me flip over. I'm waiting for a couple of people to come up here. Well, let me see something. There is somebody named Kat that I tagged. Hopefully, there you go, Kat. What's up? Boom. Here you go. You right there. Why do they get to define? No, who? Well, who's they, Kat? Here you go. Let me drop the link because let's talk about this, and because I think we can get somewhere. And I'm not talking about you particularly. I'm talking about a whole lot of people, because what I noticed out of this conversation is that there's a lot of people that got different ideas, and they kind of, what's up, Kat? And those ideas kind of crisscross each other. And I found that I don't share those ideas that those people have that crisscross each other. I've identified some spots where I hear people that identify as Black in Europe say some of the same silly things that I hear people that identify as Black in America say in my own home country. Now, me, I've lived in both spaces for over a decade. You see what I mean? So it's something that took me time to even understand. And so I want to talk about that because I think it's a misunderstanding. And I think the people that have this misunderstanding, they tend to fight and argue with each other. And the people that don't have the misunderstanding tend to actually make some ground for the larger group. You see? So that's what I want to talk about. Now, where's how you doing? You doing good?
I'm good, thanks. Hi, yeah. I actually just happened to come. I looked you up because I've been waiting for you to have this discussion for a few days, and I didn't even see that you tagged me into the video. But yeah, I want to hear like your perspective on it, because I have my own perspective as an African, what it means to be Black to me, and
Right.
yeah. So we can
Yeah. Now, you know, I often hear this idea about who has the right to identity, right? And how identity works on the human rights scale. And what I learned is that nobody has the right to define another person, right? It's always groups of people that define themselves, right? And this group of people that you can see here, people of African descent, it's made up of folks all over the world.
Yeah.
It's not made up by one group of people. You see, and the people that play a part in this, right? I mean, this declaration, this thing, people of African descent, just the term, you know, is a big term, because fighting anti-Black racism is why this term was invented. for the victims of anti-black racism. Now, my thoughts would be, how can you be a victim of anti-black racism if you're not black?
Right, but that's the thing. Like, what is your definition of what black is? And this is the kind of the whole subject matter. Like, to be, you said, I think a bit earlier, to be identified in black is in someone else's definition, i.e. the UN or whoever you quoted. To be black, you have to be a subject of the transatlantic slave trade. That's the
No,
example that you
no,
use,
you
and
don't.
I'm saying
No,
that
no, no, that's
that's
not
not
the example I
true.
used. That's not the example I used.
No, you gave the definition of what it is to be black. And
No,
you said
people
that
of
it was
African
about
descent.
people of African descent that were
Right.
subjected to the transatlantic slave trade. That's what you said.
No, no, no. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Here, let's check this out. Because anybody can find this out. Anybody can get this. Is Google, you know? But that's just one charter that defines who people of African descent are, right? But my thoughts are,
But people of
the
Africa, listen, I think what we're doing, we're convoluting things. Like, if you're of African descent, yeah, and if you are of that lineage, you're not an invader, you're not someone that just migrated there. Okay, you are, by its very definition, black African. That's what you are. So I don't know what these other definitions that you're trying to pick at, and saying that you can only be black if you identify as like a West African, for example, or Central African, or someone that
no,
experienced the transatlantic slave trade. That's absolutely not true. We can go into the history a bit later when we can talk about how people have always called themselves black in Africa. Okay. And we, as Africans, we don't have no problem people using that term black in the diaspora, you know, if they want to, if they choose to, you know. Even in America, even that term black has only been recently been something that people wanted to use. Okay. They were using everything other than black.
okay, but how do a group of people come from Africa and they're not Africans?
No, we're not saying are they Africans. We're saying the term black is the
Yeah,
discussion.
if they're from there, then they've been using that term black. It's the
Exactly.
same term that's been applied to you.
Well, let me ask you, why so many African Americans don't want to be African?
Well, here's the thing. Nobody has the right to tell somebody how to
Exactly, and no
identify.
one has the right to
Hold
tell
on.
me.
You asked a question, but let me answer it. I didn't even answer you, right? So I didn't. No one has the right to tell you how to identify. And there's plenty of people that live in Africa that don't identify as African, and you can't force them to. You see?
Who told you? Who told you that?
There's plenty of people that do.
No. Who told you, as people of the African continent, what we know as Africa right today, that say you're not, and they'll say I'm not African. Like who says that?
You never heard anybody that lives in Africa to say that they're not African?
No, never.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
Have you?
I've met people that come from Africa to say they're not African.
Well, how would that make any sense?
I mean, it's about their identity, how they choose to identify themselves.
No.
It's not based on how I choose to.
How did they make that up to you? Like, they're saying that you're from the continent.
Because Kat, according to your human rights, you yourself, and me myself, I don't have the right to tell you how to identify. It's not my right.
It's not your human right, okay? Let's not exaggerate right now. Like,
no,
of course,
I'm not exaggerating.
Listen,
that's how it works.
For you, as an American, if you don't want to identify as an African, you're more than welcome to not identify as African. That's absolutely fine.
No, but it's not as an American. Hold on. It's not as an American, though. It's not as an American. It's every person on earth has that right.
Okay. And it's funny that the only people I hear giving pushback to their African lineage and their African ancestry is usually Americans. So as an American, I want to ask you, what is the problem? Where do you meet
those people, Kat?
I speak to people like you every day.
But that's not me.
Okay, well, let's hear
So
you
I
out
don't
because
count in the equation
it,
because that's not me.
it sounds like you're arguing for the affirmative. Like you don't think that people should identify as African or
No,
black.
no, no, no,
Like I
no.
said
That's
to
not what I
you,
said. No, it should sound to you like I said, I don't have the right to tell you how to identify.
of
And
course, no
you
one
don't
has a
have the
right to
right.
tell
And
anybody. Yeah,
right, no one has that right. But I
right.
have the right to identify myself.
You can have a right to identify yourself as a donkey for all I care. But I'm asking you, according to science and your lineage, and if you've done history about where your family are from, then what does that say about you? You know,
It's
you
that
can say that you're every. I hear people saying that they're from everywhere else but Africa. But when we look at the science and we ask them to, okay, if you want to you want to play those little games, okay, let's look at the science now and let's see what it's going to tell us. And then most of the time it's going to tell those coons, the ones that don't like Africa for whatever reason or don't want to deal with the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade and say they're not African, are going to find out, yes, you are African, sweetheart. Okay, and I'm going to
but
put a mirror
cat,
up to the
cat, here's the
goddamn
thing,
face, and I
cat,
don't
cat.
care about
See,
their
I think this
opinion.
is this is the part that I don't think you're getting. See, I've met people I acknowledge people that you're describing exist. I think what you're not getting, my point is that I'm also acknowledging that there's other groups of people that exist in other parts of the world, even in the EU, that are not African American, that say the same exact things.
The fact that you call them African American
No,
in the
listen,
EU
no, I
is this,
said other than African Americans that
no, you
live
said that
in the
are not.
EU.
Listen, just
Exactly.
because listen, you said that are not African American. They don't have to be
No, I
African
didn't say
American.
that. I didn't say that. I
Africans
said who are
exist
not.
outside, like
Listen,
you just that statistic
cat.
that you
No,
just
cat.
brought
You're
out.
not
There's
under.
millions and
Cat.
millions
Hold on,
actually outside of
cat. You didn't.
America in the
Cat. You didn't get what I
Caribbean.
said. Cat. You didn't get what I said.
Okay,
I
maybe
didn't say.
I'm mishearing what you're
I didn't
saying.
say that.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you missing what I'm saying, and I think because what I heard from you discussing so far is like I do kind of understand how you could not like what you're hearing a small group of African Americans actually say on the internet, because I also don't like it. See that there's not a difference there. I also don't understand it, right? But I don't take the position of telling them how to identify. And the reason why that is, oh, I think Cat went off. Hold on. Let me wait. Let me wait for it to come back up, y'all. Oh yeah, by the way, y'all can buy my book on Amazon. Um if you look, see it's people. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Did you kick me out?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. And see, this is the thing. I wrote a book about it, actually. How I came across the same phenomenon in Europe. And I'm not talking about African Americans because obviously there's not that many. I'm just talking about other groups of people that I would be like thinking, you're black, right? And to my
Okay, let me.
surprise,
Okay, hang
no.
on. Can we
To my surprise,
get this
no.
straight? What do you mean? What is black? Because I think for some reason you have this idea that to be black you have to be a black American.
No, I don't. That's absolutely not at all what I think at all.
Okay.
That's not what all. I don't think it's special. I already described what
We
it
don't
is.
talk
Yeah.
about African Americans like
Look,
that.
this
In
ain't African
Europe.
Americans right here. This is
Listen,
not African
I'm in
Americans on the
Europe.
screen.
Okay, I want to hear this.
This is not African Americans on the screen.
What is this? Profile of Negro European and Iran? What the hell is that?
I didn't make up the
What was that
term.
say? Orangutan? What was that supposed to say? Listen, don't bring up. What the fuck is this? Oh, it did say orangutan as well. Dude, put this lame ass shit. Okay, we can talk about the skull and the people that came up with that whole racial science about we have different skulls and all that shit that's being actually no one deals with that shit anymore. So
No, but the effects linger. The
No,
effects
the
of it is
effects linger
called
for
anti-black
you, but that,
racism.
no, exactly, and that's been debunked and
No, the
like said.
effects. So the
No,
effects don't exist.
no
So
one
the
talks.
effects don't exist.
The effects might exist to you, sweetheart, but to anyone who's in the modern times, they don't believe in that shit anymore. Okay, this is exactly like you said, the scientific racism that was used to put black people close to the monkey. That's why they call black people monkeys. And your
That's
orangutans,
not
and your
anti-black
skull.
racism,
Exactly. And that
right?
your
So
skull is more similar to a monkey than it is to a white. Like, leave that shit alone. It's been debunked so many times. I don't know why you're even bringing that shit up. Okay? No one in the last 50 years has been talking shit like that.
Cat, that's not true, Cat.
Yes, it
And see,
is.
that's the thing. No, Cat. See, here's the thing. That is deplorable as that logic is right there. As deplorable as it is, so many people across the world actually believed it, and took action based on it, and the
No.
effects of it,
It was
and the effects of it still linger on today, which are
okay.
called anti-black racism.
Exactly. And we can talk about the
So how
scientific,
can
the
you? Okay,
religious, every way they could
okay,
use
so
to
let me
demean black
okay,
people
so let
was
me ask you this:
exhibited.
how can you?
I
So let me
know.
ask you this: how can a person be a victim of anti-black racism but have their blackness be denied?
How can someone beat it?
How can someone be a victim of
Uh-huh.
anti-black racism and have their blackness denied? Like, how
How
could I
can
say?
someone what?
How could I say a person from Cameroon that's encountered anti-black racism? How could I deny them their blackness and say you're not black?
You can't.
Okay, so how could a
And
person?
they could
How
not
could a,
have,
okay?
they could never have experienced, because if you're in Cameroon and a lot of places in Africa, a lot of nations in Africa, they don't experience anti-black racism because they are surrounded by black people. Their governments are black. They, you know, are around black people. It's a black society. Most African nations are homogenous. They don't really have outsiders coming into their nations, right? They are who they have, or they are. They have their tribalism. They have their cultures. They have that. That to them is that. Well, it's only when they come outside of Africa is that when they looks at
Like
that
the
they're
EU, right?
different.
Like where we live, right? We live in Europe, right?
You live in Europe?
Yeah,
Oh, where do you live?
I live in Copenhagen.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought you were in America. Okay. Well, you tell me your experience of living in Copenhagen, and I'll tell you my
Oh,
experience being
I'm
in
gonna tell you.
London
No, I'm gonna
as a
tell you.
black.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you my experience in Europe, right? And also what others, right, that live in other countries in Europe that work to combat anti-black racism, folks like us meet, right? To
Mm,
gather those experiences together as a collective, as a
mhm.
collection of experiences, right? And what I found is that no, actually, the same phenomenon that exists in the U.S. with denial of blackness or even anti-black racism, being black, there's all types of
We can't.
parallels. And
But that's the
there's all
thing.
hold on, Cat, don't cut me off. There's
Sorry.
all types of parallels that are right here that are the same in Europe. The same things that I'm frustrated about certain African Americans, a small sector, turning against their identity, quote unquote, right? Disassociating with Africa, disassociating with blackness. I found in Europe too, to my surprise.
Okay, give me an example.
It's everywhere. People, there's loads of people that, although they could be victims of anti-black racism, don't identify as black and don't want to. There's loads of people that don't
But
want to
that's the
be told.
thing.
Hold on. There's loads of people that don't want to be told you're African because they don't want to be grouped up with other groups of people at all.
Well,
Why?
listen.
Totally.
But this is the thing. When we talk about African, there's another thing. This is another umbrella term that we need to get rid of. Okay, this is why a lot of people don't even want to identify as African, because if you just say you're African, it don't tell you shit. The same way when you say black, it really don't tell you anything about your culture, your people, where in the continent that you're from. When I say that I'm African, people say, okay, where are you from? Okay, well, I'm from the continent. But then we have to go a little bit further with the conversation. Okay, no one's just going to say I'm African, you're just going to leave it like that. Well, where in Africa are you from? Right? That's how it usually goes. Okay, people aren't stupid. Even in Europe, okay, I feel like actually Europeans, white Europeans, native Europeans are a lot more
We just had a
open-minded.
brother from France come on Shaka's program and say he's not African, he's a Hebrew Israelite. He comes from the Congo himself.
But that's a religious nutbag, okay?
There you go. There we go.
Well,
exactly.
that's
But
the
they
thing.
exist here in Europe.
Well,
Also.
that's another idiot, because if that idiot knew where the Hebrew Israelites were from, he wouldn't be saying that he's not African. This is another idiot that has
right. But why am I? But why
has some religious indoctrination that has made him.
So we agree. So we agree. So we agree that problem exists, not just in the United States.
Of course, and this is our job, so we're going to enlighten some people here, okay?
Exactly.
And if you're in Denmark, right, and you say you might meet black people or people of African, first generation, second generation Africans, right? And they'll be able to tell you, yeah, I'm African, but they'll be able to say where they're from, right? No, he say I'm from the Congo, or from Burkina Faso, or I'm from Nigeria, or whatever, right? And you could have a conversation, and every conversation we have the different African groups, you're going to have a different conversation about their history, where they're from, their culture. Do you see what I mean? It's not like we're not all African. I'm from Sudan. My experience as a Sudanese woman is going to be very different from
a
woman from Nigeria.
But that's interesting. But then again, here's the thing, though, Kat. This is what I'm saying. Same phenomenon, which tells me same group of people, actually. But here's the thing. Same phenomenon. I've met other Africans, for example, that might claim to be from West Africa, that would say East Africans aren't even 100% African.
And we will. And there will be people that say that. And that's the thing. That's the mistake that you just said there. We're not all the same people. Okay? We are from the continent that is Africa. I'm East African, right? Which is very different than a West African. That's true. We're not all the same people. And I want you to stop thinking of us like a monolith. We're not. Okay?
I'm not thinking of you as a monolith. I'm acknowledging you're not a cat.
No.
If I just said,
as if there's something
I just said you're not a monolith.
As if it's me saying there's something different from a black Nigerian than me being a black Sudanese.
No,
and that's okay.
No, listen, cat. No, what I'm saying is that the same silly phenomenon that I found among some small fragments of African American society, the one that you acknowledge, I found here in Europe as well.
They're found everywhere. Sorry, Pumpkin.
Bingo.
I don't want to keep talking over her. I'm sure she wants to get involved in this conversation.
Go ahead, Pumpkin. What's up? You there?
What's going on? I can't stay on long today, but but then before I say anything, did I understand that you said the term monkey to describe black people is not being used in a derogatory way?
They use it every day.
Exactly. No, but I'm asking.
I don't know
what I heard, because I can tell you that the term monkey, a derogatory term towards black people, is used every day here in the United States, and
it's used here in Denmark. It's used here in Europe.
It's used everywhere. It was used in Europe. My cousin was in World War II. He was in France, and they told him that black people had tails like monkeys. They've always used that as a derogatory term. And also, I worked with African people, especially the women. The men were a little different, but the women were like, we're not black. And, and they're darker than me. They were darker than me. And I'm just like, okay, you don't think you're black? Maybe in Africa, maybe where you come from, you're not black. But in America, you're black. And they will call you nigger just as much as they will call me. And they will call me black. So it's used. It's used.
This is really
The term
funny.
is used.
Yeah, sorry, Pumpkin. I've never heard a black African say that they're not black. I've never heard someone like say, "Are you black?" or not identify as black. If they're checking something, any kind of census or any of their ID, they're not going to put black. They're going to put like other. Because I think when it comes to what Americans, and I think we touched on this Mayat's channel, or what it means to be black in America, I think is different. Because I've heard a lot of black Americans saying, us as Africans, we shouldn't identify as black because black is somehow specific to you and your culture, right? So when it comes to like, when you ask, are you black? They might say, well, I'm not black, I'm African, or I'm from. They might say their specific
But you're black.
country.
But no
But
matter
of course,
if
their race is black. But the
so
thing
why
is,
say that?
because to you, being black is an identity, whereas in Africa, being black is not an identity. Being black doesn't tell us anything about you.
No,
but I'm not black.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's a misnomer. In identity, there's intersections. You, Kat, don't have one particular term you use. One part to you is that you're a woman. One part to you is that you're Sudanese. Another part to you is that you're African. Another part to you is that you're black. It's the same thing with African Americans.
No, what they tell me, they're black, and that's it.
No, listen. Some of us use the term African American because we have the right to. Some of us use the term Black American because we have the right to.
Okay,
but those aren't
but
they're not the only identity markers.
But if
There's
I ask you,
intersections.
if I ask a lot of African Americans, what's your nationality or what's your ethnicity, they'll say black.
Well, I say African American, and I say if you call me Black American, I don't care either. That's also okay if you want to call me that.
But for us, that's the thing, that we have to understand the cultural differences, right? We have to say like we can understand what you mean when you say that you're black, right? But if we say that we're from our countries and don't want to use black as the general term for us, because you're not going to know anything about our culture, where we come from, or our language, our customs, anything. So for us, it's a difference because our experiences are different. You see what I mean? So we can tell you a bit more about us, whereas maybe African Americans can use black as a general.
No, African Americans can tell you a little bit more about African Americans. That's it. It's no
I wish
difference from
they
you.
would, yeah, and I would like to hear that because I see it. I meet African Americans from all different, from the East Coast, the West, and I see the cultural differences. I see the different customs that you have from different parts of America in terms of black people there. So if I ask you where you're from, you can say, oh, I'm from Louisiana, and it might tell me a bit more about your culture and the way, your customs and the way you might speak.
But they're still black. But that's
of course, we're all, because black is a race. It's not an identity. It's not ethnicity. It's just a race. It's not.
No, Kat, listen.
Here it is.
Kat,
in America.
And check this out,
Kat. In any scientific, black is not an ethnicity.
No, Kat, you're mistaken. And this is the thing. This is the thing about it. I used to also think the same thing, right? I used to, literally, right? But then I actually found out, no, that's not actually the case. Because see, anything, again, this goes back to identity. Anything can actually be an ethnicity if the people say it is.
No, it doesn't work.
No, it does. No, it in human rights, which is what you're living under. Check it out. The laws that you live. Hold on. Check it out, Kat. The laws that you live under right now say so.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, they do.
You have autonomy over your own identity.
No.
But,
you're over your own identity, and your ethnicity is part of your identity.
Yeah, but
You decide that.
black
It's not someone
black
else that decided for
black
you.
is not an identity. The same way, if someone says that
No,
they're white, they could be white European,
it's
they could
an
be white American, they could be
no,
white
no,
Australian,
no,
they could
no.
be white
Cat, none of
African.
those things. No, cat, none of those things are finite in human rights. It's based on what a certain percentage of group of people say their experience is. Then others have to accept it.
But you're
That's
talking
what it
about the
is.
EU. Okay, well,
No,
that
I'm
you
talking
you
about the EU
you're
too.
contradicting yourself then. So if many Africans
No,
in Europe they don't
there's no
identify as black,
contradiction.
so how are they describing themselves as black? And why would you expect them to?
Because
So
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Kat. I don't have the right to tell anyone what they can identify as. They have the right to tell someone what they
Listen,
identify
you
as.
can
Hold on. That's
identify
how it
as
actually works.
you can listen. You can identify as anything you want. I don't have a problem with anyone identified as anything. What I don't like, and this is what we had. This is where this conversation stemmed from, is that Black Americans, right, or African Americans, are telling people in the diaspora, whether they're African, Caribbean, or otherwise, that you cannot identify as black because now you've claimed that term black. And now that we can't call ourselves black anymore. That's why the whole conversation came
Yeah,
about.
but
Excuse
who's
me.
telling you that?
Hey,
Oh,
I'm
go
who
on.
ahead.
can't?
Dreadson. Hold on. Let's let Dreadson get in here. Dreadson, go ahead.
Greetings, peace to everybody.
Yeah, peace,
I've been
peace,
Yes.
bro.
listening respectfully, and Kat, I do hear where you're coming from. I think you made some decent points, but I disagree in general. And I think you're making some comments about Black Americans or African Americans. So being born and raised, I can only speak for myself, but I'm getting to a point now where I understand that the term black in terms of language has no good connotation to it. For, a long time, it's been a word that was used before it was ever used to describe people, and it has no positive connotation. But as things have progressed and changed throughout time, now it seems like we use the term black as kind of an umbrella term or a generic term to describe anybody that fits under any shade of brown and we have so many different varied phenotypes that fit into black, or anybody of African descent could be considered black. And that's something that I think African Americans have used because from a long time ago till now, the only people in the world that struggle with identity is people that look like us in America. When you find people that look like us in any other place in the world, they know their ethnicity. And I think it sounds like we're conflating issues a little bit. So we're talking about social experiences, we're talking about ethnicity, we're talking about nationalism, we're talking about identification for oneself and identification for a group. And I've never in my entire life heard any Black American tell somebody that they can't be Black because that's exclusively us. I think that's a contortion that maybe came up recently. And I'm sorry that that was your experience, but I think whoever confronted you with that, Cat, I think I disagree with them first and foremost. And
Oh
I
yeah.
think it's right for you to disagree with them. But whoever said that, I want to say that they must represent a very, very small faction of like radical Black Americans who are trying so hard to grip onto something. And I
Mm.
think some of that comes from some desperation. And I'll admit, I've been in that situation where I'm just desperate to find my own identity, and I'm hungry to find like what can I call myself? What can I present myself as to the world? Because on the world stage, Black Americans are the only people that struggle with this. So we went from being Negroes to Black to African American, and now we have all these offshoots. People want to be Hebrew Israelites, people want to be Moors, people want to be Kemetic,
Mm.
people want to be everything else except for themselves. And when I say be themselves, I mean, can you find out who your grandmother's grandmother is and find out where you fit in to this story? Because right now we're all having a conversation about Nigeria. That's a new name. We're having a conversation about the Congo and Liberia. These are new names. These places were not called this, and the people never called themselves Nigerians until recent history. So
Mm.
even somebody calling themselves Eritrean or someone calling themselves Ethiopian, I mean, that one, we know Ethiopia is older, but you see where I'm going with the examples. how we're using very, very modern terms to describe people who have been on the planet since the beginning of time. So, what do you just respectfully? What do you identify as? Like when you introduce yourself, what's your nationality? Should I say
My nationality is British, but
British? Okay.
yeah,
So then, what's your ethnicity?
my ethnicity is from Sudanese.
Sudanese. So Sudan
Hmm.
is a country, correct?
It is, yeah. Hmm.
What ethnic groups are there in the Sudan?
Many. I'm a Nubian. I'm from the Nubian people. My tribe is Mahas.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's beautiful. That's what I'm asking specifically. Like, if
Mm,
you had to talk about a tribe or an ethnicity or your group, who is your peoples? And that's
yeah.
that's something that is a very, very valuable piece of information for you to talk to us about yourself, or for you to even think about yourself in this life's journey. So me, I'm currently unable to tell you what tribe I would have come from,
Mm,
but I'm doing the research. I want to know, who is my grandfather's grandfather, who is my grandmother's grandmother, and in that quest, I can figure out, you know, some of my folks were already here. I do
mm,
know that some of my folks come from Ghana, some from Cameroon. Some of them were already here as free folk. I do know that some of my people were native, or we
yeah.
can say indigenous or American Indian. So I think it's Black Americans, like I said, we're kind of hungry for some identity, and in that hunger, we kind of latch on to all kinds of stuff. We get some crazy ideas, some extremist views slip in, and I do want us to be responsible and held accountable, but at the same time, give us some grace while we figure it out. That's kind of
No,
where.
and I do. Do you know what? I've been in the conscious community for quite a few years, and I've heard, like you said, I've had conversations with Hebrew Israelites, Moors, the Kemetic community. I've been around there, right? And I've heard the arguments. But actually, at the end of it, even though we have these conversations, it's always very anti-African. Even though I never understood it, because all these things are actually connected to Africa, but still Africans get shitted on all the time, right? So maybe I'll have a bit of a chip on my shoulder when it comes to these conversations, because I'm from Sudan, right? I have maybe even the name of my country means the land of the blacks, right? Even Kemet, that's the black land, right? So the term as if black doesn't have any meaning to Africans is absolutely untrue, right? And that's exactly what we're talking about, like black, what it means to be black. And for me, it means something more than I don't know what Americans are telling me. And I've been on social media a lot, and I've heard African Americans tell me, because I'm African, I don't have any right, and I'm not black. I don't have any right to call myself
that's
black.
that's
And
insane.
it is insane. It is insane. I'm like, when did this happen? Because, like you
But
said, African
It's a
Americans being
conscious
called
community.
colored, Negro, African Americans, all these different things. Now they want to jump on the term black, right? Whereas before they found it offensive. Now they want to tell me, as African, unless you're from America, you're not a black person.
this is
Like
my
But
what?
see,
this is my first time hearing this. I never
let
ever
me
heard
Oh,
anyone
you
let
equate
need
me
to.
that.
Yeah, you
let
need
me
to speak
let
up.
me
My
just let me just say something real quick. That's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I recognize the danger in them doing that. But I would say that for me, I know for damn sure it's not as simple as African Americans. It's a segment of them. Like you said conscious community. Like, and some of those folks are the most ignorant
Mm,
MFers. Or like
oh,
they're
yeah.
not just problematic about this one thing you're talking about, like ethnicity. They're problematic about all kinds of stuff. They're
Mm,
bigoted on all kinds of levels, misogynistic, all types of things. Like just
mm,
and even anti-black, not just
mhm.
anti-African,
They're
but
anti,
anti-black.
right?
You see what I'm saying? And but
Anti,
I
they're
just
anti.
I found out that I figured out that no, later when I just living abroad, right? I realized that no, all of our people are having this identity problem everywhere we find ourselves, particularly outside of the continent. Like I used to think it was a special dynamic, But actually, I'm starting to realize no, it has something to do with our situation. Like it's something special about it,
But it
and I don't
is.
see it.
It
I don't see
is.
that making us different. But go ahead,
It's
go ahead.
it's
That's
not
all. Go
because
ahead.
I want them to actually, follow the crumbs, follow the breadcrumbs, follow the history and what it means. But what I found a lot of times when I have these conversations, they don't want to deal with Africa. Like you said, they want to deal with religious doctrines, talking about their Israelites or their Moors and sort of which are Africans and are Africans, but they don't want to be African. But they, deal with Kemet, and then they want to take Kemet out of Africa. All the things that I hear that are spoken about in the conscious community have their basis in Africa, but still they want to shit on Africa. And the only thing I can take from those conversations that I hear a lot of times is that they just have a real hatred for just being African. They want to take Israelites out of Africa. They want to take the Moors out of Africa. They want to take Kemet out of Africa and put it in America now. And now America's Kemet. And, you know, and it's Babylon. Like anything they can do to remove themselves from the continent is what they do. And this is why I go around here and I have these conversations, difficult conversations a lot of the time, because don't get me wrong, I understand, the history, and I understand, like, sorry, I forgot his name, Dreadson, that was talking about that people are searching for an identity and they're going on their journey, and that's fine, but don't shit on Africa while you're doing it.
That's
Whether you
valid.
find out that
That's valid.
you're native, or that you're indigenous, whatever, or you're from some other group of people, or that's fine. I will accept that, but don't do that at the expense of African, because as an African, I'm always going to find something to beat you down of, because you should not, to be something else, you don't have to shit on me as an African. Okay?
I just,
Hey,
I just want to I'm gonna just say this, and then I have to go. But I find like the term, my using the term black is becoming a problem. I have people are telling me, especially the conscious community, I've never fit in with them because they say that I'm not black, I'm biracial. But I have a black mother and I have a biracial father. But in the United States, I'm black. I was raised as black.
Mm.
So it's I guess it depends on who
That's it, but that's the
sees
thing.
you.
That's what it is. It is what it is. You can say that. You can say, yeah, I might be, my mother is
I'm
black and my dad might be
biracial.
biracial, and that's okay. You know, I identify as
That's
black. That's cool.
that's
Like,
the
no one's gonna beat
problem.
you down for that. Like, what
That's the
was it?
biggest problem that we have in this country, especially in our own community, and that frustrates me beyond no end because for you to have mixed background and for people to tell you, well, you're not black enough to be black, or you're not, that I don't
Exactly.
understand that ideology, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that because ultimately what that means is these people have put up boundaries to section themselves off from the greater good of humanity. So now you have to ask, all right, how black is black enough? You have somebody who wants to start playing the color game that is completely fruitless because none
No,
of it has any real
I
standing.
will tell you. I will tell you this, dress on. If Pumpkin said that she has a white father and a black mother, I would say you're biracial. You're not black.
Yeah, but I mean
No, my
that's
dad
for
is
her to say.
biracial. I'm
but
not.
check this out.
But
But
that
check
would
this out.
that
But
makes
check this
complete sense.
out. But check this out. Hit. This is the thing. While we have people that are out there, they're busy trying to label other people, telling them what they can be. Somebody like Pumpkin can be the victim of anti-black racism and called the N-word any day of the week and die for it. You see,
And
and
I
see,
was.
this
And
is
I
where
went
the
through it.
contradiction lies. You know,
It's
and
not a contradiction. She's 3/4 black. So to me, she's a black woman, right? That's how I look at it. If you have one parent of a different race, you're biracial. Listen,
no. Listen,
we
I,
get it
hold on,
in
cat,
Europe.
hold on.
We
I'm
get
You
it in
you
Europe.
didn't
not
get
Don't
biracial.
act like
cat.
we
Wait a
like
second,
not in
cat,
Europe.
cat. You missed
We
my
don't call
point,
them black. We
cat,
will call them
no,
biracial.
Cat,
That's
I'm
cat.
fine.
You
not
missed.
biracial.
Hold on,
My
cat.
dad is
No, I
biracial.
wasn't calling you
My
biracial. I
No,
was
granddad
cat.
is white,
Hold
but
on,
I'm
cat.
not
You missed my
biracial.
point.
well, that's the
Hold,
thing. This is why
hold on, cat.
it's like
Hold on, cat. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because the problem is that these people that people that are busy telling someone else who they are, what their experience is, and how they identify, how they should identify.
Do you
That's
know
the
what? Do you know what?
problem. Hold on, Kat. You know why? Because
Mm.
it's not even her that experience is special to.
Yeah,
Remember?
she's not
It's
guilty
so
of
hold on.
anything. That's
It's no,
yeah.
it's so many people. It has nothing to do with what her
I'm not
family
saying.
lineage is, right? It has nothing to do with her lineage is. The
I'm not
issue is
saying
that
that.
she's going to have an experience anyway, and for someone else to deny her that experience is
Do you know
crazy.
what? Do you know what? You know what's funny? The fact that you
Yeah.
deny the fact that people of mixed heritage, okay, get treated differently than their actual black counterparts. They're dark skinned. They
No,
come from two
I'm
black
not
parents.
denying.
You want to
Hold on,
act like that
hold on.
doesn't happen.
No, no,
This is the
no.
only problem. That hang on, let me get
But
it
who
out
does
because this
that?
is. Hang
You
on.
saying
What do you
me?
mean?
Are you saying
What do you
me?
mean? No one does that.
No,
Listen,
no.
this is
I'm
the.
saying.
No,
Are
hang
you
on. Let
saying
me get this
me?
out because this is the
No,
goddamn problem that I have with
but you
you
said you
and the ones
would,
that you don't
Cat.
want to call
But
everyone goddamn black. Because if you're
Cat,
not black and you don't come
you,
from two black parents, you're not
Cat,
black.
you said
And this is
me.
the reason why black
Cat, you
people
said me. You said
get
you, right?
erased, from
Cat,
popular culture. And they
Cat,
have people that are.
Cat, Cat. Wait a second. It's my panel, so I want to
Don't mute
understand what
me
you're
because
saying.
I ask you to.
Cat, I want to understand what you're saying when you're telling me. So please,
Stop
I do have the
interrupting me
right.
then.
Cat, you said you, and I'm trying to ask, what do you mean when you say you? That's all.
Well, can you give me 30 seconds so I can get out my point, right? I have no problem with biracials. In Europe, in the UK, anywhere, if you have parents of two different black, white, Asian, white, whatever, you're biracial. And we don't have any problem with that as long as you know what the hell you are. And there's no problem with you saying that you're biracial. What I have a problem with is when Americans say that they are black. Because what happens when you call someone with a white parent and a black parent or an Asian parent black? You're erasing, okay, what it means to be black. And don't act like it don't fucking matter, because it does, okay? You want to act like there's no importance with
All right,
having
Cat,
two black
Cat, hold on
parents.
now.
Oh,
Why should it
goddamn
Cat,
is.
bother
All
you
right.
when
wait a
you get
second.
a
Hold on,
white
wait a second.
parent?
Everybody, hold on. Stop. Stop. Just wait a second now. I understand what you're saying, Cat. Here's the thing about it, right? What you're doing now is telling someone how they can identify. And what I'm suggesting to you is that that's a mistake, because anyone that does that enters into problematic behavior themselves.
How is it
You see,
problematic?
but hold on. I'm gonna
Your
explain.
mama's white, your
I'm
daddy's
going
black,
to
you ain't
explain
black.
that.
Then it's not problematic. It's
I'm
not
going to
confusing.
explain it. You asked a beautiful question. It's simple. I'm gonna explain it, because every quote unquote person that might have a parent from here or there, right, may not experience things the exact same way. There could be a person that has that and nobody even
Oh my
notices.
God.
It could be a
You better,
cat,
I don't know
cat.
what kind of
Just
world you're living in. Like, get out of
cat.
here.
Listen, I'm living in cat. I'm living in the world where I'm not denying you. Hold
No,
on,
no,
cat,
yeah.
cat. I'm living in the world where I'm not denying your experience. That's the world I'm living in. What world you living
I'm
in?
not talking about my experience, darling. Okay? I'm not talking about my experience.
I'm
What I
not
don't like,
denying your experience,
listen,
hence your identity, how
I'm
you
telling you.
identify.
Listen, I identify and I know I have two Sudanese parents. I have two Sudanese grandparents. I have two Sudanese great grandparents, right? It's very simple. I don't have no European DNA nowhere in my bloodstream, right?
Okay, Rufus
But
is not. Yeah.
I'm saying, as an American or wherever you're from, now if you have someone of a different race in your blood, there's no problem with saying I'm multiracial or I'm biracial. If I've come from directly from two different parents, like a white parent and a black parent, that makes you biracial. The thing is, and this is what I don't understand about you lot, right? You know, you want to complain, right, about how these
Who is
light
you,
skinned.
Cat? Who is
Hang on,
you?
I'm talking about the ones that I have the misfortune
Okay,
of
that's what I
running
wanted to
into,
know.
right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Not you specifically. I'm talking about the people that I run into that want to say they have a problem when these light brights are taking their roles, are at the forefront of their music, right? And doing everything. You elevate them, right? But as soon as that someone dark skin or a browner hue comes around, now suddenly what is it? What is it to be black to Americans? You know, you can have a Chinese and this and that's black. No, it ain't. Right? It's really simple. To be black, you have 2 black parents. That's it. It's simple as that. Why is it
I
so complicated?
I don't
Okay.
discriminate against dark-skinned black people. My grandmother on my mother's side is a black woman. If you look at her, you know she is a black woman. But why should I have a problem with people telling me that I can't be black because I have a white grandfather? I am not biracial. I am black. I was raised black. I am black. But
You
I
were
am
raised
told
black
by
by
other
a white
people.
mother. Okay.
No, I was raised white. I was raised black by a biracial father whose father was white, whose mother was half white, was biracial also. And, the children they look like
So
blonde
you're
hair, blue
biracial
eyes.
then.
But
Okay.
why
Okay,
should
Cap.
I
Hold on,
be
Hold on.
Cap.
Let me get it.
labeled?
Hey, can I
Why
get a word
should
in?
I
Hold on. Wait a
told that
second.
I can't be black?
Just let Beverly reply, and then Rufus is up because Rufus been waiting.
Because
So
I gotta
go ahead.
go. But I'm not gonna be on here much longer. But why should I be discriminated and told that I cannot be black?
You
That
can be
I'm
whatever you want,
biracial.
darling.
I
You can be
am
whatever you
not
want.
biracial. I don't
Okay.
have a white father. My
Okay.
father is biracial. My
Okay.
father is black and white. He was
Okay.
black and white. But I was raised as a black. He identified as black.
I don't know what it means
So
to be raised as black, but anyway.
why can't I say I'm
What
black?
does it mean to be
Why was
raised as
I
black? What does
always
that mean?
discriminated? Why was I
What do you
always
mean?
jumped
Hang
on?
on. Let me ask you this. What does it mean raised black by versus raised white?
Well, I was raised in the black. My parents, but racial discrimination is different here. If they have the one drop rule. The one drop
Okay, so
rule, whether
you go
if you
along with
have
the
any
white man's
black
rule.
blood, you're black.
Got it, darling. All right.
So that's
Okay,
what it
Rufus.
is
Rufus.
here.
Okay,
Well, I
darling.
have to go, gentlemen. I have to leave or out, but it was nice.
Pumpkin.
I'm
All right.
still listening.
Thanks for hopping up, Pumpkin. No doubt. Yo, Rufus, what's up? You there?
Yeah. Good evening. Good night. You want to say something real quick because I got to get off. I don't know everything that's been said here because I didn't go back to the beginning and listen all the way. But I did that the other night when y'all had a show, and I said I was gonna come up once I caught up because I listened to it on 1.5 speed, but I just fell asleep. But you were covering a previous conversation about this issue, and I heard something about folks not understanding how someone could identify as their nationality before black. And
yeah, true. It's people that do that. There's people that have they pick one component as the most relevant in terms of their identity, and then the second component that will mention the second thing, and then the third thing. They might have a priority list or what comes first list. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand how that happens. In Jamaica, being black is not a big deal like that because everybody's black, for one thing, but also Jamaica didn't have the type of thing that they had in America where, America, white people basically made Americanness synonymous with being white. And they always was denying that to black people here. Legally speaking, black people here became American in 1868, 14th Amendment. So you had a nation of your own, not black people, but I'm just saying it was no longer a colony of Britain. You had this nation of its own, America, and you had black people trying to get rights like white people had, and white people kept on denying them becoming full American because that would mean getting the full rights that whites had. In Jamaica, you never had that type of thing go on. The Jamaica came into existence in 1962. That's when it became independent from Britain. So there was there wasn't really no idea of like Jamaicanness
Blackness.
being linked to
Right.
whiteness. Because
Can I just go off what you just said? And I forgot to make that point actually a bit earlier, because when you're living in Africa, you're surrounded by black people all the time. You don't have to remind yourself that you're black. You know, we don't use that. Maybe in America or other parts of Europe, you have to use black as an identifier. But if you're in Africa, being black is just, it's the default. That's what we are. We're just black. We don't have to say that we're black. You know.
well,
It's
not
more
even.
it's more about like they will ask you about what country you're from or what tribe you're from. Like, we're black. We can see that. We have eyes. We can see that we have the same skin color or the same hue of brown. But that's not what's important to us when we're having conversations as people in Africa. And if you're not from Africa, I want you to stop acting like it don't happen. Like you say, in the Caribbean, where it's majority black, ruled by black, managed by, or most of your representatives are black. You don't have to call yourself black to remember yourself as being black. It's just what you are. Do you know what I mean? And only in America, it's different. I don't know.
It wasn't about Black Americans trying to remind themselves that black. It's that's all that they were allowed to have.
Right. And that's the thing. They won't. But this is the term black. This is the whole conversation. Being called black now is something new that they're coming up with. They weren't calling themselves black 50 years ago.
Yes, that's a lie.
No.
Yes, it is.
Were they calling themselves other things?
That's a lie.
Were they calling themselves other things other than black?
Hold on now. She might have been a little off on the time.
That's way out of pocket.
A lot of good points. Yeah, the time it was up pocket. But
so hang on. So let me ask you this.
Hold on. Let me talk for a minute.
Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me just, because look, Divinely Inspired. He was there. Just let him finish his comment. Oh, hold on. It was Rufus, right? Weren't you saying something? You were trying to, and then Divinely Inspired came in. But so everybody, just try to let everybody have the chance to get their thought out, and then, that way we don't just go back and forth, because it might be easy to just listen to let people get their stuff out. But Divinely Inspired, did you want to say something? Or Rufus, what was it again? Who was it?
Well, actually,
I'll try to finish up.
Yeah, Rufus, just finish up, bro, real quick.
I'll try to finish up real quick. Like in Jamaica, like we black folks, at least we know we're black. Like you can, like if you like documentation, you can go back to 1865. There was a revolt called the Morant Bay Revolt, led by a guy named Paul Bogle, and the rallying cry of that rebellion was cleave to the black and leave the white. And they're talking about themselves as black people versus the whites that were on the island. So we've identified as black people for a long time. But again, when you're in a place where like pretty much everywhere you look, it's nothing but black people all the time. The white population in Jamaica is like lower than 1%. Like I never saw a white person in real life until I came to America. So
exactly. And Rufus, I wasn't talking about you specifically as a Jamaican. I know Jamaicans have actually more affinity, and they don't try and convolute stuff. They have more identity with African. They have no problem saying they're descendants of Africans for the most part, right?
Okay, but just let him just finish his statement, though.
I'm talking about Americans specifically.
Would you finish?
I wasn't saying that you were saying anything about me or anything, Kat. But I think I covered everything I wanted to cover for the most part. I forgot what y'all were talking about right when I came into things. So,
well, here's the thing. The question of today's topic is, and I brought it up, is this is part 2 also. Who can be black? And I think what the point in that is that who has the right to define, this is what's coming out of it that I see that's problematic. And it's not from this discussion. I've identified this problem a long time ago. It's real. It's a very real problem, according to me. I've witnessed it in the United States. I've witnessed it in Europe, living in both places over a decade, dealing with black folk, people I would say were black. until I find out something else, until I'm told, wait, whoa, something else, right? So the question is that, me, myself, I don't tell, because I'm working in human rights, I stop telling people who they are. What I do is tell people who I am and respect what they tell me they are. That's how it works for me, right? So the question is, who has the right to define blackness?
No one.
Well, when it comes to like who has the right to define, that's a bit more uh, uh, problematic, I guess. But
in terms of an identity, like, do I have the right to tell you you ain't black if you say, hey, I'm black? I identify as black. That's who I am.
Don't care about. I don't care what people want to call themselves. That's just me. Like unless it's like a woman who we're talking about, I'm going to be in a relationship with. That's the only time I care about things like if they're mixed or whatever. But otherwise, I don't care what people want to call themselves.
All right. So divinely inspired. What's up? You were just about, and then Ralph, and then Kat. Oh no, hold on. Then there's Morris. I'm sorry, bro. And then Kat. But please, everybody, just try to give each other opportunity to finish your thoughts too. Because go ahead.
Yeah, well, no one has a right to call, to dictate to us like what we should call ourselves or what have you, right? Especially when it's been proven that most of our genome is from Africa, and the conditions that our ancestors were dragged here under. You see, so the thing is that is there confusion for some of our people, for a very little part of the of the population as to who they are racially or ethnically? Yes, and it's because of a lack of understanding, lack of education, and sometimes the shame of people's history of being enslaved and going under Jim Crow and what have you. You understand? So of all the oppression that we face over here, there are Africans in Northern Sudan that say, hey, I'm Arab, but they're African. They come over here and it's like, you couldn't tell the difference between them and, pretty much anybody else over here, right? That's black, right? So the thing is, hey, so I've seen Igbo say that, hey, we're Hebrew. All right, that's up to you. You understand? So that kind of confusion or self-identification, whatever, that's all over. That's all over. You have Nuwapians. I've seen from the Caribbean. I've seen of course Hebrews from Africa. I've seen people who say they're Arabs from Africa, from here, from all over. So the thing is, it's not just African Americans. It's not. People who were colonized, people who were enslaved. We share the same thing. Some of the same issues.
Yeah, but Arab is not a race, darling. Like, there are people in Sudan that would identify as being Arab. Yes, there are some. Okay, Sudan is a very diverse country, right?
Well,
Do you know what people, the Americans, will classify Sudanese people as? Because supposedly we're part of North Africa. They want us to classify ourselves when we come to America as Caucasians.
yes, I know.
Yeah, and we don't. Okay, they want to make us Caucasians, and we're clearly not Caucasians. There's some little raccoons, okay, and sellouts that want to go to America and claim to be Caucasians, even though they're clearly black melanated people. There's definitely some of those around, but the vast majority of us, okay, we don't play to that goddamn fiddle. Actually, there's been lawsuits, okay, against the US government about us being classified as Caucasian, along with the Ethiopians and the Eritreans and all those people as well, and the Egyptians. Okay,
But I've been called a Jareer by Somalians, right?
a Jareer is what?
But I've been called a Jareer by Somalians, right? So that basically means a nappy head, like a nigger, right? So the thing is, I won't put all Somali people in one boat.
And you shouldn't. I've been called all kinds of African slave and African booty scratcher.
Yeah, but
do I go around casting aspersion on all African Americans? No, I don't.
Well, you did say something that's to that effect. Whereas there's, African Americans are confused and so on, so blah blah blah. The fact of the matter is, it's only a tiny percent of us that are.
I didn't say African Americans are confused.
Yes, you did. You said it on
show. No, I said it what?
Oh, yeah.
No, I said, listen. I said, if you don't know, I don't really want to talk about it, because when I do say it, it's probably going to sound like what you just said, that they're confused. But I said, if you don't know your heritage and where you're from, hey, now we're in 2024. There's ways to find that stuff out and get as close as you can get to knowing that. Okay, there's tests out there, there's lineage you can do, you can trace your ancestry, and I don't want to hear no excuses when those resources are out there for you to do that. Okay, there's no excuse to say that you're confused about anything. All right?
Well, actually, no. That doesn't work that way. Actually,
no, it does.
It does not, because first of all, you have to be the mindset to want to actually figure that out and find out for yourself. If you
don't, the only people that I talk to are not people that don't give a shit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be having a conversation with them. The people that I have conversations are that people that I assume are wanting to know their backgrounds, and then they want to talk to me as an African that can tell you, but somehow you're offended by the fact that I know where I come from, and I can tell you specifically where my people.
Okay, let me interject here.
Mad about that? How are you going to get mad about that?
Hold on. Let me interject here. Hold on. Now, Kat, you did say that. Now, what exactly are you saying the tools are that they are to use?
Say that again, sir.
What exactly are you saying those tools are that those people who don't know their heritage are to use?
Well, firstly, you can start with tracing your lineage. Okay, there's documentations out there. There's resources that you can use online. All right, to track your ancestors back as far as you can go.
But what are they exactly? You mean paperwork, or you mean DNA, or
no? I'm talking about like papers, like the paper trail.
Okay.
Yeah, go to African Ancestry. You might go there, and then when you get stuck, you might want to do a DNA and trace your lineage back that way. That's probably the two things you can really do.
Okay. All right. Divinely inspired. Go ahead.
So if people are stuck in some sort of paradigm of anti-blackness or what have you, it's not as easy as just going, okay, I'm going to go check my DNA. You have to, first of all, convince them that DNA is real. If you
no, DNA isn't real. Okay, like I said, you can go
hold it.
I'm not gonna hold on, because now you want to
hold on, Kat. No, just let him respond. Let him just respond to what you were saying. That's all.
DNA ain't real. DNA is very much real.
No, Kat, he was responding. Hold on, Kat. He was just responding. He wasn't finished.
I'm an idiot.
He just let him finish it so we know what he's saying.
Well, I know it's real. I also know that in the Mahash tribe, 56 generations of Eurasian mixing.
Who told you that?
I mean, so pinas.org.
Oh, you looked it up. Are you like,
real.
Yeah, you like that, right? Yeah. You know what? Well, do you know what, darling?
What, darling?
Do you know what the out of Africa theory is, sweetheart?
Okay.
Do you know what the out of Africa theory is, sweetheart? Okay, so put two and two together.
Yes,
you ain't gonna catch me up on nothing. You goofy, okay?
Very nice.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hey, Kate,
all right. Let's let Ralph talk now. Ralph, come on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, I like what's her name? Kat, you're phenomenal. I like your delivery with this. But I do like for y'all to stay calm so we can talk though, because the name calling makes the show go crazy. People, Well, look, check this out. I believe if you don't got 400 or 500 years here in America, help building this in your family, or claiming Negroid descent, if you got under 70, 75, I want to say 68% of Negroid bloodline, you gotta have at least 68% for me to say, hey, look, this person's black. I mean, if you got black, white grandfather, and a mixed mother and a mixed father, you're technically by default you've been mixed. That is a mixed race. It's king. It's blended by default. Now you can't help that all your whole family has somewhat of a blend to it, but by nationality, if you've been here for a certain amount of time, this is what you associate with in America. Now we just
Facts,
got
Ralph.
people just coming.
Listen,
Now
I've
we
been called biracial so many times, and people have questioned my ethnicity. The fact that I went and did my DNA test so I can throw that shit in their face, and I don't have no European. And a lot of these people that want to
you're like me.
question my
I
ethnicity have
pull
got
my
20-30% European in them,
Hold on,
questioning
cat,
my
cat,
African.
cat.
Like,
Hold on,
what?
cat. Just cat. Let him finish his statement though,
It's a
because
no,
conversation. God
yeah,
damn.
yeah,
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 but the
yeah. I
thing
feel you.
is that it's true. I get it, but I'm just saying I'm trying to follow the conversation. So I'm lost when I want to make sure I understand what he's
I
saying
hate
there.
this roundabout. Everyone takes turns. That's not how a conversation works. Like, you take a turn. Like,
Yeah, we gonna get it in. I was
yeah, we're getting it in.
There's a
Like,
lot of things. Hold on, there's a
I
lot
know
of
how
things
to
I agree
start.
with you with. There's a lot of things I agree with you with. So I'd like for you to just hear me out a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I'm leaning on your side like 80%. You know what I'm saying? So if you do got like I have my DNA, right? But I have like 4%, less than 4% European in me, right? But there's people out here with 20, 15. I'd say that ain't bad. But when you start getting like 25%, 30%, I'm like, hey, you're really kind of a mixed breed now. You know what I mean?
All right,
Well,
I
So
got a question.
I
If
got
you have some DNA in your family lineage, regardless of where it's from, Europe, Asia, or whatever, Africa, whatever, and you look black enough to be called the N word, and you live that out through your life, being called that, hey N word, right? Are you still black?
all right, so let me
But
ask,
who has that
let me ask you this.
experience?
We gotta say this. White people call themselves the N word nowadays, so I'm confused on what's a nigga. Because they need to stop saying. Because I'm representing a certain type of person, certain type of people. That been putting in type of work in America here, come from a certain region of people, a certain look of people. You know what I'm saying?
And
That's
what
fine.
black American gets called you black N word every day? Like, that
No,
doesn't happen.
I'm talking about in Denmark. It happens all the time.
No,
And I'm
it
not talking
doesn't.
about black. I'm not talking about black Americans again.
In Denmark,
So,
if someone called you the N word, what's going to happen to them in Denmark?
well, here's the thing. If I'm allowed to
Arrested.
respond to that,
All
if
right.
no, cat, it's wrong, cat. And listen, this is the thing. Let's not assume that our experience is universal, is going around, because that's not the case.
So
That's why
tell them
we're here
what.
hold on. That's
Tell.
why we're here having the conversation, right? So the question is that if you get called the N word here, no, you're not going to get arrested. In Sweden, you will. There's a difference in the law, sadly enough. Denmark hasn't ratified all the type of things that for people of African descent to combat anti-black racism. They haven't even officially acknowledged it yet. You see what I
But
mean? So there's
you
some
choose to live there.
problems.
In the UK,
I
if anyone
choose.
calls, all right, if anyone calls me an
Well,
N word in the UK, you're going to get arrested, okay,
yeah,
and
but
have a
cat, that's
criminal record. Now, you choose to live in a country where you're not protected. That was
cat.
your choice.
Hey, cat. Okay, I get you. That was a choice. That was a mistake too, because I didn't even know that was the law until I found out later. But just like a lot of people don't know the laws until they find out later. And what you do is when you find out later, like a lot of people find out all over the world, you have a choice to make. What do you do about it when you find out? Now, when I found out, I chose to do something about it. And that is talk about the law and why it's not ratified and the fact that it needs to be ratified. You see what I mean?
So
Now,
it is ratified, or is it?
it's not ratified. It's not ratified. That's the problem. In Sweden, that part of the CERD 34 has been ratified. And for people that don't know, CERD 34 is a document by the UN that all these nations work with, right? That's the tool that they have to work with, where that specifically is in place to combat anti-black racism towards people of African descent.
Right. So
Period.
hang on.
That's
So
what that
all
is.
these countries in Europe that have that resolution, and that you're in specifically in one country that
The
doesn't have
EU
it.
hasn't ratified all of it either. No, there's no
For
one
the
set.
most part, it
It's
has.
actually no. First of all, the UK ratified it, but they're not even part of the EU anymore. But
But they
here's the
still have
thing.
it, right?
Yeah, they still have it, but there's only one other country that's even come close to ratifying part of it. And part of it is bad. See, they don't even do data on black people here. So how are you going to combat anti-black racism with no data? You see, so that's problematic in itself. But back to your initial question, in Sweden, if you call a black person the N-word, automatically it's a hate crime. In Denmark, it's not. There's some other components that have to accompany that to make it a hate crime. Sadly enough, but that's how it is. You see, that's what people are working for. You know, that's what activists are working for, to have changed in the law. And it's not just Denmark, it's most of the EU countries. You know, it's not like the US either, Kat.
But you're saying that you
more similar.
So from what you said, you've experienced a lot of racial abuse in Denmark, right?
What I'm saying is that
or are you
people of African descent in Denmark do.
I've traveled all over Europe. I've never been called the N-word.
It's okay to go and visit a place. I'm talking about the people that live in this bad boy. Will tell you there's reports about it. What are you talking about?
So look, see, that's what I'm saying. This is crazy, and that's why I like. This is why I like her being up there. And there's some pushback. Hey, calm down real quick. I like that because it's finally some good pushback where I don't sound like I'm the only one crazy. If y'all not being called niggas out there, we get called niggas for less than nothing. You know what I'm saying? You niggas. So. Here I go by Negro Ralph. I feel Lord and Supreme King of these niggas. And, cause look, when I stand for something, I stand for people who go for my troubles, look like me, and I understand that they got a heritage or something. You start knowing people when they mixed breed and starting getting that look to them and stuff like that. Now I'm not saying that they're too far off or nothing, but you start looking at them as you start calling them names like curly heads and. Half breeds.
Ralph, let me ask you a question. So, what about people like Malcolm X, right? What would you
half breed?
Half breed, but his father was black and his mother was black.
His father was supposedly a white man that raped his mother.
That's insane. His father was blue black. Please, go ahead.
He said that his mother was violated.
His mother was light because his mother's
he said out of his own.
I thought he had a white father
that had she was violated by a white man.
Yes,
and that's how he came up.
But they're still black because the fact of the matter is, the slave master didn't give a shit about your complexion. You could have been his son,
right? That's
a terrible thing that happened, but it's still
right.
So to do colorism here. It doesn't really mean anything. Somebody can say, "Hey, I'm biracial." I don't believe in that. Neither does the system here, because
Malcolm X's parents were not black. Sorry,
he was what?
Sorry, I was just replying to the comment. No, they weren't.
Well, Malcolm X's parents were black.
They weren't.
Well, it depends on how they identify, Kat. And see, this is why we're here talking about it.
No,
because again,
what do you mean identify?
Hold on, Kat. Hold on. Just hold on. See, this is the thing. It's like I get from what I know about Malcolm X, and that's okay. That's fine. His mother made us comment about her family, her parents, not herself.
No.
You see, and that's a difference.
Yes.
No.
But here's but
we have to look it up. She's
you can look it up. It's not a problem. Look it up. We here all night. We go for it. But here's the thing. It's like just one other thought though. Is blackness one specific component? Is blackness a specific color? No. Is blackness? See, and here's the thing where we get into it. Apparently, it seems like it is because two people could look alike, have the same experiences, and yet one could be told they're not black and the other by some of us, and one could be told they are.
But this is the thing. This is like what we're touching on, specifically when we talk about blackness in America, right? Now, we can talk about Malcolm X's mother being violated by a white man that produced Malcolm X, right? No. She can still say, hang on. So she can still, Malcolm X can still say that he is a black man because he understands where he came from and the violence. Like, for him, why would he ever want to claim to be white? Okay? That's probably why he had this disdain for whiteness.
But
Okay,
probably
it's because
again,
of
Cat.
his and
No,
anyone
no,
who
Cat,
is.
Cat.
Hang on,
We're
hang on. No,
presuming to know.
God, you
Right.
don't ever let me say shit, man.
No, I'm saying we're presuming to know, probably, and that's not again when
He
it comes
said
to
it.
identity.
He said it.
He said what? He didn't say that. What you believe he said? He didn't say it.
He didn't say that his mother. Oh my God.
Was what? Was white?
No, his mother was black.
Right. And his father?
His father was white.
No, he wasn't.
Wrong, Cat. You're not peeping game, Cat.
Oh my
Yo,
gosh.
it's not
Do you
true.
know what? Hang on.
No.
I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, just look it up. It's all right though. It doesn't. It's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Earl
find it.
Earl
Okay,
Little
okay,
was
hold
not a
on.
white man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Al,
Earl Little was not a white man at all. Not even
you
close
there,
to a white
Al?
man.
Is
Hang
that
on.
you, Al?
Holy.
Is that you, Al?
Yeah, that's
Al,
me.
is that okay? There you go, bro. Come on, take
It's like you
the floor,
say,
man.
like Bob Marley is a black man, even though he has a white father. Like, come on, stop it. Listen, let me find this where he said it.
Well, here's a
No,
No,
I
let
just
No,
want to
he's
tap
Al
in
go
not.
ahead.
real fast.
Hold
I
No,
on,
he's
want to
not.
tap in real
Al,
fast.
hold on,
Oh my
Al.
God,
Yeah.
here you go
Al,
again.
just step in. Al, step in. Come
No,
on.
no,
Because
I
Al
just want
hasn't
to tap
spoken, yo.
in. Yeah, I just want to tap in regards to the Black and American thing. I mean, as far as like mainstream, you know, Black American culture or like mainstream Black American thought, like that's as far as mainstream Black America invites everybody pretty much into what we call our culture. So it's like if you look like a Black person, you consider Black. Now with the minority or what you call the conscious community or the people that was off into that's into the Black thing or whatever, that's the people that want to kind of classify people as certain things just based off the fact that the people that are trying to show other groups of people out of blackness is more so the DOS and the FBA people. Now I can agree with what they're saying, just for the simple fact is that when you talk about what Black was, that was more something that came out with the baby boomers, right? And that was at a time where it was just the white folks and the Black people and a small percentage of other. Now, when you had different nations that came, different groups of people that came into America, now that changes the situation. And you have a situation where the Black identity, even though at that time it was profitable and it was something that was inspiring, it wasn't protected. And it was still based on the white bottom line, right? So now you have a situation where people have come in and kind of are able to, like, I guess you would say, wipe their dirty boots off into your culture, like able to come in and not take their shoes off and, you know, stump mud on your floor and all this type of stuff. And you have it with these other groups where, like, I can't go into, maybe the Jamaican man's culture or the Igbo man's culture or the Yoruba man's culture or the Haitian man's culture and leave my cultural filth like in their culture. Because like I said, everything with other groups of people, as it should be, is private. And their identities are for them and for them only, right? So I think like it's a lot of things where you shouldn't, because you shouldn't you should let a person classify what they want to classify as. And it's just like if you use the Dominicans for, like, some people get mad that Dominicans don't say they Black. But like when you read their history, I understand why Dominican people say that just from reading their history. And a lot of times with us being in America, we can kind of be ignorant about other people's cultures and other people's ethnicities, and we kind of see the world the way we see it due to our history, right? So it's like I look at like a person can classify what they want to classify as, but I understand the people that want to show other groups up out of blackness. I can understand that given the situation currently, so that's really all I wanted to add to the conversation.
Okay, brother, that's good, man. I'm glad you popped up. Let me just ask you something. just so make sure I understand you right. You talking about when you say blackness, right, and African Americans, you mean like as an ethnicity, right?
Right.
I mean, really, because you're not talking about race at that point,
Yeah, I'm just talking about
right?
ethnicity.
Because our particular situation, we use it as an ethnicity pretty much. We don't you when we say what, black American or black, or what do you mean exactly? I just want to make sure I understand that right.
Well, no, I'm saying okay. Like if you say black, I'm talking about as far as the main, like as far as like when I was in the mainstream before I
Mhm.
like studied the different information. If you
Mhm.
was black, then I would say, well, everybody black. So like if you from Africa, the Caribbean, wherever, I would consider you black.
Mhm.
But if you go to a person that might be from them places, they gonna tell you, no, I'm my ethnicity. I'm this man
Right.
or I'm that man. I'm this
Oh,
culture.
okay, I get you. I get you now. Right. That may not be their primary identity marker, the thing they identify as first. Like, and this is what somebody else brought this up. I think it was Rufus. He was talking about the panel we did the other night on the same topic, and where I was describing a panel of quote unquote I think it was women of color, but most of them identified as black. But the thing that made that panel over here special was is that at that time, most people in Denmark were saying that you shouldn't identify as black if you're Nigerian. You should identify as Nigerian, even in Denmark. And the same thing for Somali, and the same thing for Sudanese. They were telling people to identify as their nationality because that's how Denmark collects data on people. They don't collect any data on black, right? And also, just a slightly different dynamic here. But what
But you're
happened?
saying
But
that as
hold
if
on, hold
it's
on. But what happened was is that the women on the panel, how human rights works is that you don't actually have the right to tell someone how to identify. That's the issue here. And
yes, you
so
do.
what happened is that on the panel, not in human rights though, but in the panel, right? What happened was is that the women explained for the first time why they now identify as black. And they explained that before they came here, they didn't first. They first identified as a woman because their primary form of discrimination that they got before they came here was because they were a woman. When they got here, it changed to being black.
Oh my
I
gosh.
got you.
Can I say something? Okay, I'm listening to you guys, right?
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah, go for it.
Can I get 2 seconds? Listen, of course, the gender, right? I'm a woman. Now, if I say like yes, we know that they're black. It's like you guys are negating the fact that they can see you. They can see that you're black. Okay, you don't have to shout that to the rooftops. They can see your color, your hue, and they can see you ain't white. That you're black. You don't have to tell them that you're black. Okay, it's very apparent who you that you're a black person, right? Now, when they ask you further, now listen, in Europe, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Denmark sounds like a really backward country, to be honest. So you might want to get the hell out of there, because I've never heard any other European forcing anyone of African descent to claim to be black, to be acknowledged. When we do our consensus, you can call yourself African, Caribbean, anywhere else in the diaspora, South American, anywhere. You can call yourself other, you can call yourself biracial. There's so many different categories, which I don't even think those categories even exist in America, where you can even say that you're biracial, or
No,
of
they
your
do. They do.
or you're of
UK
this
and the
gender.
United States are actually one of the few nations that do in the Western world. But
What does it say?
Netherlands,
It
Yeah,
says you can
Cat,
call
Denmark,
Cat, you
yourself.
right. You right to a degree though, right? They really just started putting me about 10 years ago.
They
Two
just
or
started
more
doing that. All
mixed,
right.
like two or more races mixed on the application, right? But look, the thing is though, they make us African and American, right? But call us black, and then turn around and say we niggas. So now I say, why don't you just put Negroid on there? Because if you don't look like Michael Jordan,
We
Scottie
don't put
Pippen, and all of it, if you don't
Negroid.
look like, yeah, you should be Negro descent, American Negro descent, because this is the time you put in here. If you don't look like you from Soul Train, You know.
Oh, stop it!
Yeah,
We're not doing look and shit, but that's exactly the
yeah, we
point. But
doing, we doing it.
no,
I'm
but if
doing it. I'm doing it.
half
I don't.
white though can say
Utterly
that they're
racist.
black too. The half white
So
can
look,
tick
cause so
black
y'all got
too.
people that go on these
Okay.
shows like The View, right? These people, these women that get on these baby talk shows, and in the NAACP, they got these people dyeing their complexion, tanning to be looking like something. They get on there and show their DNA, and they got less than 14, 15% black Negro descent. And then y'all say because they got some tan complexion. Well, y'all went off the tan complexion. Uh, Vice versa, y'all don't know what y'all saying to yourselves because if y'all saying y'all live in an area where if you get called the N-word, like so y'all say, y'all going to jail or some type of penalties. Ain't nothing like that going on over here for us. So that doesn't. So those people
Well, I'm
can't even.
surprised. Let me ask you
Yeah.
this:
So
why aren't black people protected in the same way they are everywhere else? Why is it in America, given its history, that people can get around here calling you the N-word, all right, and not get convicted of a hate crime? Oh no, you want to? Oh, it's free
because
speech. Okay.
look,
Oh, it's free
it's
speech. No,
we make it look
no.
so good. We make it look so good and where it's so strong and then show so much hate with it.
It's
It's
good
hard
to be
not to do it.
called. It's good to be called a
Yeah, I'm
nigger.
listening. Listen, I already
Okay.
said this before on
No,
this channel. They thought I
That's
was
the most
capping, right?
stupid shit I've ever
no,
heard. It's not
no.
good.
No. See, I didn't said this
Hey,
on this channel, but see, you're defining what we think is Black America, right? So if you
No,
get
no, no.
most of
I'm
the people that,
asking you, why is it okay for someone to call you the N-word?
it is not.
uh,
Right.
oh no,
Many,
it depend on. I feel like I'm a
No,
black
it
guy. You tell
depends.
me, nigga.
Oh, God.
listen,
No. If you're using that out of hate, you know what I'm saying? I understand you view me as a threat, so I don't like that. But if we just talking and it's just civilized and you said it, and I just say something racist back, you know what I'm saying? Nothing, no hard feeling for me. You know what I'm saying? We've
It's
been
just
from the South,
civilized.
like
We're just having racist banter. That's what we do.
yeah. Till you put your goddamn hands on it.
Yeah.
So that's how we carry it here in America till you want your ass beat. You feel me? So
No,
because
I
it is
don't
certain,
feel. I don't
look,
feel
and
you.
certain white people even call themselves that here, like they one of us. And then we got certain white people that we allowed to be like one of us, and they use it here. So it is messed
Oh
up when you say
yeah.
nigga
You let
versus
everyone call you
brown.
the N-word these
no,
days.
hell
No,
no.
no, no.
You
And
let white bitches call you that. You
you
let the
can't help it
Mexicans
here in
do that
America.
shit.
What you
Oh
gonna
no,
be
Yeah,
you
mad?
can. No. Because if that was the whole point of you taking that word back, but now you've given it out to everybody, you can't
No,
keep
it
nothing for your
defeats your
fucking
purpose.
self. Yeah,
No, it
you can't
defeats your
keep a
purpose, my sister.
motherfucking thing. You just want to let anyone call
No,
you the
it
N-word.
defeats your purpose because you have a law to protect you about it here. See, we got laws against us if we do something, but when we
That's all
do
right.
something, we
Yeah,
make it
just
meant.
let everyone
well,
call
well,
us.
So you gotta understand that.
Ralph, we do have laws that protect. First of all, hold on. When if someone were to call you the N word and smack you upside your head, what is that called?
A hate crime.
A
No.
hate crime. It's a hate crime. They're, they're, they're abusing you, assaulting you based upon your racial identity, your ethnicity, right? So the fact of the matter is that yes, there are laws protecting pretty much everyone against hate crimes. Now, there's freedom of speech here. So if someone says a N-word and just walks past you, that's not a crime.
That's
You know?
not freedom of speech,
Hey,
but this
Kat.
is the thing. This is
Hey,
why I don't
Kat.
get it.
Do you see that comment right there? The United Kingdom is the only EU country that collects the data you're talking about.
The United
And see
Kingdom is
that
the only EU country to collect equality data on ethnic minorities.
yeah, that's the problem. That's the big thing about activist
Whatever.
organizations right now. That's what they're combating and trying to get the governments to do at the moment because they see that as lacking, and it's true. The United States. Now, here's the thing. Sorry to cut you guys off. A lot of conceptions that African Americans or Black people have in the United States, it's the same misconception you have, Kat, because you guys have this data. The rest of the European countries don't. So what's going on here is that the issue of identity comes up because it's pretty much being denied. People's blackness is being denied, literally. You see, and that affects how they perceive themselves. It also affects the conversation and dialogue on it. It's not as unanimous as you might think it is. Yeah, and I also found out it's not actually the same. Like how people in the United States view blackness and is not how they do in the EU countries.
Of
It's not.
course, I think
And
I think we
how
need.
they do it in the UK, it's not
Yeah,
how they're actually doing it in, for example, the Netherlands,
absolutely.
Germany. You see,
Yeah.
but I'm not saying that the UK is wrong for doing it. I think the UK is right to do that, but it creates some differences in what people perceive, you
Yeah.
know. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't know what the difference is with the percentage of black people in those certain nations. I'm sure they're probably a lot smaller than they are in the UK.
No,
And
they
so,
don't know. They don't know because they don't collect
Yeah,
the data.
yeah.
See, that's
well,
one of the problems.
the
They
problem.
don't know. Yeah, it's a problem. And they also therefore don't know how many experience anti-black racism.
Listen, I don't know many people that move to Denmark as black people.
But it's
I
not
know.
just Denmark that have this problem.
No.
That's the
But
issue. It's all of
I
the
know a lot
EU.
more black people in Germany or maybe in Sweden, in the Netherlands, France, places like that, right?
Right.
UK. So
And
I can say that
they're saying they don't
do.
have equality
And just
data.
because they do, listen, just because no one, you're saying that they devalue our blackness. No, obviously these people, especially places like France and the UK, you can't ignore the fact that there's an abundance of black faces here, right? You can't be ignored, right?
Well, I hear what you're saying. On one level, it's not ignored because you could be called the N-word in any of these countries.
Yeah, and
But
they can get
it's
their
not. It's
asses
not. No.
beat too.
Listen. It's some. There's a state called. There's a stage called visible invisible. So when it comes to the negatives, we're very visible. But when it comes to our contributions, we're invisible because there's no equality data.
Well, push for that then. If especially
Oh, that's
you.
what's actually happening.
Okay. All right.
This sounds so crazy to me. Like it's like the
It is crazy.
it is because like the foreign countries cared about how we're viewed, right? But they're getting treated with more dignity. And here in America, we know how to identify our own people. And it's like they were like it's like other countries so worried about how we identify to the point that we have them coming over here identifying with us, and we're even more confused. And
Yeah,
a lot of times, I think it if you don't keep
Who is coming to America identifying with you?
listen, these biracial people, all these biracial mixed kids here that come to New York, Florida, all these. There's a lot of biracial things going on that
Because you
criminally
love
they like.
them.
Listen.
Because you
No, I
love
don't.
them.
No, listen. Stop
Yes,
this.
you do.
I
And
love
that's
people.
where no, you embrace these biracials.
I'm not even saying no.
No,
You're actually
you fuck
you're not listening.
families with
You're
them.
not
Then you want to
listening.
tell me that they're black. That's what you guys do over
You're
there.
not listening. You're not
No,
even
I'm
listening.
listening. I've been to New York, sweetheart. I've lived in
I
New York.
listen.
I know exactly.
I don't even like New York. See, I didn't spoke on this a lot of times. These like immigrant places, stuff like that are very compliant. I really don't even find them fun to go to. So I mean, you gotta really listen to what I'm saying. Don't just respond to me. Listen. So
I'm not talking about you specifically. I've been to New York, and every black man I see is with some kind of Latino.
we southern here. We southern here. We southern here.
look,
Oh, they're
that's
black. She's black. No,
Well,
you
we
ain't black, bitch. No.
we
I'm,
southern. We southern.
No,
a lie right there. That's another lie. I'm from the Bronx.
No, it ain't no goddamn lie.
No, Cat, you're doing the same thing that you say you don't like being done to you.
Crazy.
I've seen it.
What did you say? How would you even know? Who you talking
Because
to?
I've seen it with my own. What do you mean? How do I not know?
How could you even differentiate between a dark-skinned Hispanic and a light-skinned Hispanic?
Because I know what a white Hispanic looks like, and I know what a black Hispanic
Damn.
looks
No,
like.
you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
You might not know, and that's why you call these whole goddamn Spaniards black when they ain't black.
Bronx.
That's your problem.
Ooh.
So I already know. You look Hispanic.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. No,
anyone on this panel?
No, I look exactly like that. How I'm supposed to. I'm a Nubian woman from
She already
Sudan.
said
My
people been calling her
delicious.
mulatto.
People are being
Yeah, but
sketched on the goddamn
you
walls
look
in
like you're
Kemet
from
and Nubia
DR.
for thousands of years. I look like exactly what the fuck I'm supposed to look like.
What?
Motherfucker. No, you're the one that runs around here calling these
calm
I'll
down,
tell you
calm
what.
down.
whole white
You could fit.
women and telling me that they're
You
black.
could fit right in
And they
Dominican
ain't
Republic,
fucking
yo.
black, bitch.
Mira, mami.
Hold on. Why you gotta get? What's up with the name calling?
Well,
You ain't gotta be aggressive. You ain't gotta be aggressive,
Oh,
sweetie.
you
I
like
that
it?
shit. I
Spicy.
like it.
No, that's not. Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, you
I'll
like
call the police on your ass. Hell no. That
Well,
shit not cool.
because to let you know who's really who. The fact of the matter is, you can fit in various different populations all over the Caribbean.
I know. Do you know how long I've lived looking the way I do, darling?
Well,
Look,
How many
look,
times people have
look
told
at
me I
what we
look
talking.
like this
from
and
you
that. I know.
and
And guess what? I
complexion.
tell them every time, no, darling, I'm African.
And well, that's nice.
Okay?
But
Born
in
in Africa.
complexion,
Born in Africa.
yes, very
Parents
nice.
born in Africa. You come from me, I don't look like none of you.
Okay,
Okay, you
but
look
Kat,
like me, bitch.
hold on. All right,
I don't
listen.
look
I
like
think what
you.
Ralph was trying to say that where he's from in the U.S., it's not like New York. They don't get down like that, and it's a lot of states that are different in the U.S. You know, people they do blackness different.
That's right.
I
It's,
get
Culture,
it.
it's
the culture of different regions.
Get it.
And
And
look,
that's why the
and
black
what you said
culture is
earlier.
so bastardized and diluted that you don't even
No,
know
it's
who's
not. No,
black
it's not. I'm
anymore.
not gonna let you disrespect it
Yes,
Well,
because what
first
you
of
it is.
just
all,
I
look.
will.
and
But hold
so
on, hold on. Let me give it like a real word in. Let me get a real word in. So like with respect, I gave you nothing but respect. Cat, right? Cat. I gave you a lot of respect, and I said I like a lot of your viewpoints, but I understand everybody's viewpoints, right? But here in a certain area where I grew up around nothing but blacks and seeing very little whites in my spot, and in my city, you know what I'm saying? From Emporia and Petersburg or whatever. Look, I didn't really get a chance to understand white people till I moved to Maryland. And then when I spent time in New Jersey, whatever, I know what you're saying. But here we got a certain type of culture. If you don't look like grandma and all them, and you got, you look a certain type of way, we judge that like, oh, that's the mixed child. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have whites in our family. No, I found my brother's the first one to have a mixed breed child, right? So, you know what I mean? She's the first 50-50 bloodline.
Well,
but Ralph,
it sounds like you're the exception to the rule because it seems like a lot of people don't have
I
no
know,
problem
and I've been telling people this
mixing
right
with
on
everything.
VBN show. I've been actually explaining this to people on the show, and I said multiple things like this, but I seem like a radical, right? Also, like I said, I'm a part of a situation where my family has owned slaves as well, right? So look, so check me out. So what we call
Say
niggas
that
is
again.
niggas that look like.
Say that again.
I said, actually, I have, family members who own slaves. So I'm saying to you, we identify what niggas is, what niggas was in that time in America, far as in America. Now all that going back to Africa, whoop
Hang
de
on.
whoop,
We're not gonna gloss over that.
whoop, that whoop de
I
whoop
want
going
to
back to
hear. I
Africa
want
is
to hear
Africa.
about
We talk
that.
about America. In America here, if
Yeah.
you got 500 years and your people's been doing, not know you came in the 2000s and the late 90s and yeah.
Yeah.
Most
So
of them,
so your family owned slaves. Is that what you said?
yeah, a lot of niggas did. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Do
all
you
right.
know the
did they?
context?
Yeah,
Okay. Hold on.
hey,
But
Oh,
did they do that in Africa? Did they own
what's
slaves
your
in
name?
Africa?
Oh,
Right.
Red. What's your name?
Any black people own slaves in Africa?
Then they transport them from
Yeah.
where you were.
of course they did.
Yeah.
So
Oh
what we
yeah,
talking about? So what
and
we
they
talking about here?
and
Let's not
they'll
get
rot in
emotional.
hell as well, like your people. So yeah.
So
Say that
yeah,
again.
so let's not get emotional on the
Yeah.
slave owning shit.
Oh
Hey,
no,
So
we don't want to get emotional about it.
hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Any
VB,
African that sold slaves is gonna rot in goddamn hell. Okay. Yeah.
VB. What we
Yeah,
can't
go ahead.
here,
Go ahead.
what we can't do here, we have to collect ourselves here a little bit because
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
let's
gonna
do.
collect
Hold on. Hold on.
myself.
this tit for
It's
No,
tat.
he's
true.
not gonna gloss over that as if it's a common
Well,
thing. No.
we're not gonna gloss over it. Some black people, whether
Yeah,
here,
and they can go and
Africa,
fuck themselves.
Brazil,
Yeah,
wherever, they own
yeah,
slaves.
yeah. They did. Yeah.
Did they not?
Oh, they did. Absolutely.
Of course they did. So the
Yeah.
matter is,
Mm.
can he help his ancestors owning slaves? He can't help that.
Yeah, you
Eh,
might
And
start
then,
writing the reparation checks.
but here it goes though.
Yeah,
Here it
you can
is, right?
start doing that.
Check this out.
Mhm.
A lot of black folks who did own slaves, they bought their family out
I
from
was gonna
slavery.
say that, but he didn't say that.
So the fact of the matter is,
I was going to say that because I know, but he didn't say that.
Well,
yes,
it's already documented.
Well,
document.
that's why I said tell me the context, but you didn't say it, right?
I mean, you don't really give me a chance to explain. That's why I say listen to me and don't judge prejudges. Hear me out.
You kind of ran over the cat.
But yeah, I'm listening now. Go ahead. I mean, if you got questions, I mean, anybody else need the floor.
Cover his ass. Yeah.
Listen.
No. There was actually black people that owned slaves to make purely for money.
Yeah.
And there were coons, maybe like your ancestors. So I can't say either way.
Coons. Yeah. You know what? I actually thought about that at one point in time, right? Coon. But then I had to think about what coons are. Coons are real nocturnal, helping their people through the night. Very clean animals. Got it like very, very friendly and family oriented to stick together.
There, yo.
I actually love raccoons. Raccoons are really
so you love the negative slurs of a creature that loves to stick together.
You know what you can do, darling? You can go into your ancestry and find out. Okay, we're gonna look into the slave records. We're gonna
listen. I have mine. I've done that. I've done everything you're talking about that you said that they need to do. I've done that, and I know that, and I got extra. Okay, but look, what I'm saying to you there. For people like you who are protected by a guideline, can't talk about people without protection.
I don't need do you think I need protection from the law?
Yeah, hell yeah. You just said it out your own mouth. You said if they call me the N-word, I'm gonna call the police.
I'm handy with a goddamn blade. I don't need protection.
Oh snap! Okay? Oh.
Exactly. Kandake. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Let me ask a question to everybody. Just take your turns answering this. What is the difference? What's the difference from being black, let's say, and identifying as African at the same time, and being black and identifying as American, for example, South American? What are the differences in the experiences?
Oh, no, I guess I'll go first then. So, all right, like y'all said before, everybody made some great points, right? The Caribbean guy, I think Ruth, I'm not sure. He said the same thing. He ain't never seen white people till he came to America. And his government, the police, everything is governed black. Europe, y'all said her area, whatever area that is, got laws to protect it. You're not really saying you're experiencing some type of real racial experience. The only
okay, but within the continent, do Africans experience anti-black racism?
Yes and no. Yes and no, but to a minor degree because they know that they Africans and like she said, they come over here classified as white. Like I told them,
not all Africans.
Not all, but the majority they do when they want those passes.
Listen, don't talk for Africans. You've never.
I used to date one. I want to hear that. I don't want to hear
that. Don't speak for Africans. Like I don't speak.
Yeah. I used to date one from Sierra Leone. So look, So look, when they do those things, it's all gimmicks. It's all because it's a piece of paperwork and government assistance. Now,
what the hell are you talking about? Listen.
Well, go ahead and you speak about this.
The thing about when it comes to when you could talk about Africans as if they didn't experience colonialism, as if they were enslaved on their very own land, as if they weren't killed in their hundreds and thousands, if not their millions in Africa, okay? As if you want to say only the African suffering happened in the American continent. No, it was happening right there in Africa. Okay, I want to.
No, I'm just asking. Do they? I'm not assuming that. No,
I think they shouldn't even dare even associate.
The
right?
shores of Africa, the suffering fucking ended. Okay, this is how fucking ignorant you are. It was happening right there in Africa. How do you think they were capturing, violating, raping? Okay.
All right, so my question, my logical question.
I said,
get the
no,
fuck
listen.
out of here with that shit.
I didn't say.
Cat,
Kat, you're not
No,
understanding
I
what I
do
just asked.
understand. You wanted
No,
to.
no, you
You said
didn't.
the suffering in Africa is minor in
Kat.
comparison to yours.
No.
Are
Oh
you
no,
alright?
that's what did Ralph say that?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
That's what
Hell
Ralph
yeah, look.
said. No.
So look, this is why I'm
Okay. Go ahead.
gonna
You
say that
speaking to
because she.
Ralph? Okay.
Hey,
Yeah, because
can I ask Kat a question real fast?
Yeah.
let me just say this
Let him
then, bro, because
finish.
it's not long.
Yeah.
It ain't nothing real crazy. I'm saying that because if Africa has a greater population of black people helping than white people intervening, if all those black people got together and wanted to slaughter those white people because of it, it could have happened. Nobody was on accord. So yes, it's minute because y'all help more. And America is no help. We're separated. That's why we're an unidentified unit. You guys still got a unity of your name and your tongue and your spirituality. So cut that shit short, all that whining and
That's right.
crying and shit.
Oh no,
Fuck
we're
all that
whining.
shit.
You see what I mean? Yeah, you're whining and crying.
I'm
bitch.
going on
Listen,
mute.
let me ask you. Let me tell you something. Yeah, okay, you dusty. When they took them out of
Yo, Kat, come on.
Africa.
You
No,
just
no,
called him
no.
a whining
Don't
bee,
ever
and now
try
you're gonna
and
call him Dusty
no.
too?
Yeah, he
Come
is a
on.
whole dusty. Don't try and
Come on.
diminish the
what does
suffering that
dusty mean?
Africans
What does
endured.
dusty mean?
Okay, as if
What do
they
you mean
weren't
by dusty?
enduring. They went under the Europeans' fucking foot for hundreds of years, just like
Oh,
you
but,
were
okay, but
in America.
Kat,
That's a
Okay,
I
cap.
just
they
That's
they
that's
hold on.
not
killed.
true though.
Okay.
That's a cap.
Okay.
That's not even
But
true what you're saying.
What do you mean it's not true?
Ma'am, listen, listen. Let's stop. Let's stop the cap.
All right, how
At
was
the end of the
it's not
day,
true?
at
When
the end of the
He
day,
fighting
Europeans
depression. He
listen,
colonized
fighting
Africa,
depression.
listen. At the end of the
Portuguese
day,
in Africa,
at the end of the
when the
day,
British
at
in
the end of the
Africa,
day,
when
no, listen.
massacres
At the
happening,
end of
the
the day, hold on,
Belgians
listen.
killed
At the
millions
end
of
of the day,
Africans.
ma'am,
Millions. 10
all right, hold on. I gotta stop both of y'all because listen, I want y'all to dialogue, but I did say earlier, even to Kat, like let's try to give each other a chance to talk. But I'm not saying it's I'm not blaming one person or anything. I'm just saying let's be mindful so we can hear what each other are saying because it's a good conversation. So let's not lose it, just one person talk at one time and just give that person a minute. And just when they, say, we got to find rules on how we can let the next person talk. Cause I want to hear what's going on here. All right. So listen, there was an accusation made. Kat, she feels like, that first of all, my question was different. Kat, my question was, do they experience anti-Black racism in Africa? Meaning right now. But that was my question. But Ralph asked a different question, and that's fair. And I could see you're commenting towards him. And then the brother here, A. Morris, he interjected. But look, let's just try to calm it down a little bit.
I
And
know. I'm trying to calm
yeah,
down. Let me
okay,
just calm
that's
down.
all. But I'm not blaming nobody. I understand. It's all good.
Because
Just
I hate
let's.
this saying when people try and diminish the suffering of Africans as if they weren't suffering. You acting like they're the ones that were not even kept in Africa. Yeah. And put on plantations in Africa, enslaved, were killed at such a high rate.
I
And
didn't
you're
even
like,
say that, and I don't even
no, you
believe that.
did. You said
Like, so
that
look, I believe. Listen,
hang
I believe.
on, I'm not finished. You said the suffering in Africa amongst the Africans there in West Africa and Central Africa was minimum to your suffering then. Absolutely not. During colonial times, okay, with the Dutch, the whole war amongst the Europeans to separate and quarter Africa up, and how they killed hundreds of thousands of Africans in order to take charge of their resources, and you're saying they weren't suffering? Are you all right?
Okay,
The
all right,
Dutch
there you go.
where?
That,
The
Just
that
in
was
Dutch
the
a
in
response.
what
Congo
nation?
alone, they killed
Hold on,
10
hold on, hold on,
million
Kat.
Congolese.
Okay,
Hold on,
Kat.
Dutch. What
I
part
hear
of Dutch
you.
Africa?
I hear you. Let Al Morris speak now. You're right, Kat. I heard what you were saying. Your response. Okay, Al Morris, go ahead. What was
Well,
that?
see, then this is the thing about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's a contest. I'm not gonna say it's a contest in regards to who's caught the most hell or over who. But at the end of the day, like, you can't compare the man that has a land, that has his tongue, that has his garb, that has his God, that has a culture based on his own bottom line, that has a knowledge of himself, that can be himself and accept his own. You can't compare that man and that has that to the man who doesn't. You can't compare the child of captivity to the man who's not. So it's like when a person talks about certain things, they have no idea what they're saying. When you talk about a Dutch man that might have went into Ghana, he was arm in arm with the Akan fighting other people. Like you can't compare a man that was in tribute with another man to commit a crime against another group of people. You know what I'm saying? You can't compare that to somebody who was outnumbered, outgunned on the plantation, who was forced to it's just to me. I don't want to get off into
Well,
nobody suffering
thank
because
you, brother.
suffering is
Look,
suffering.
thank you.
I,
But
But
I and I wasn't
Okay, but
comparing.
hold
hold
on.
on, but
You're
Let
Ralph. You're the one
because
that was
I did end
comparing.
my
So
point
you can.
early because I knew
No,
she was
you're
gonna
the
be
one that was
triggered.
comparing.
She was gonna be
I wasn't
triggered because I the
comparing
one
the
who said
suffering.
this,
You were
and
the
I
one that
like
was
to get my
hold on,
chance to
comparing
Ralph.
speak.
Ralph.
African suffering.
Okay,
You
Ralph.
did
Just
that.
go
I
after
didn't
Cap.
do that shit.
Okay.
You did it.
Well, yeah, but
Uh,
let me interject something real quick. Now, when you look at Africa, right? How many people live in Africa today?
A
1
billion,
billion.
Over,
right?
1
Over a
billion.
yeah.
billion. Yeah. Mm.
Africa is so underpopulated, and there's a reason as to that. And it wasn't because of any kind of illness or drought not really. It's because of the genocide that happened there first, right?
Mm.
That in the Congo, right? King
Mm.
Leopold, how many Africans did he kill?
Over 10 million.
Over 10 million. Yes. Do the people have their religion today? Yes and no.
Yeah.
Because
Mostly Christian.
the
Hmm.
majority are either Christian or Muslim. Let's go to Nigeria, right? Which a lot of us are descended from, right?
Hmm.
Right now, it is predominantly Christian and Muslim.
Half and half. Yeah.
They
Hmm.
and they fight each other. Believe it or not, there's
Hmm.
wars or battles today, right?
Hmm.
So the thing is that do they have their tongue? Yes.
Yeah.
Do they have a sense of self? Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, because of they let um, 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 outside influences such as Islam and Christianity
Why are you laughing?
Oh
rule.
no, I'm looking at the comments. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't. Don't worry about the
Yeah,
comments. Don't look.
yeah,
Just let
I'm
them
not
keep
even
going.
looking at
Keep
the
going.
comments.
take
Sorry.
Keep
over
going.
take over their indigenous.
but hey, look, Divine though, you spoke well, but you
But
kind of
hold
took my
on,
point. You took kind of took my point by,
but
but you
my brother, I'm not
intervened.
finished. Let me make one more point. Now, yes, in the Americas, for the most part, it was stripped. All that was stripped from us. We didn't have a choice. There was no choice at all. Nothing, right? So the thing is that it does not pay anyone to do oppression Olympics because no one's going to come in first. We're all going to come
Facts.
dead last. And
Facts.
that argument of who does what and who has this and who has that. No, man. We're all still fucked up from what happened to us collectively, right? So I
Mm.
don't see when people say things to me who are African, right? And because I've had plenty of Nigerians, they see me with my lekes on, like the Yoruba, right? See my lekes on and everything, right? They
Mm.
say, hey, why do you do that? I'm like, why do I do what? You know what I'm doing. What? No, come to church with me. I'm not going to church with you. I've been there, done that, right? But, and then also, like I said, there's some Somalis that call me Jareer, right? I don't put all Africans in one box. And before I say something, I investigate it. I know about it, right? Like I said, I'm from the Bronx. So I was born and raised, right? In the 60s, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So when
Sorry.
so when I see
Yeah.
when I know about Hispanics, I mean, trust me, I do.
Yeah, but let me
I
ask you something. Why
but
is
but
it
but
only
hold
Americans
on,
ever want to
hold
talk
on.
about Somalis and Nigerians? Do you ever only meet Nigerians and Somalis?
No, like I said,
Like,
I'm
is
from the
that your whole perspective
well,
on
well, well,
Africans, given that there
well,
are 45 nations?
question
You
to you.
only ever talk about Nigerians and Somalis. Like, I know
So,
Somalis are goddamn
so
Well,
trolls
here it
on
is. Here,
Nigerians are the
TikTok,
most
and
populous.
Nigerians are
here it is.
ignorant,
Nigerians are the most
and
populous, man.
yeah,
Yes,
they are the most populous, and they're the
do
most
I know?
arrogant, and I get it, and
Why are
that's
you
where
cutting
most.
people? Hey, Cat,
Oh well,
why are you
you
cutting me off?
share the same
Why are you
lineage, so
cutting
you're
me
just as
off? Can
arrogant
I
as them.
finish? Can I finish?
Okay, but yeah, let him finish and also let him
God
answer your
damn.
question too, Cat. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
Come on,
not for
you're being
nothing.
long-winded. Hurry up.
Man, I'm just gonna get left out though, and I gotta hold my point.
Have some control.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I don't
Sorry,
have
Ralph.
no control. Go on.
Well,
Then.
I'll wrap it up. Here it is.
Look, because it's getting wild. She getting to the name calling. We gotta,
Yeah.
no. And it seems like I've been the one calming her down real quick. You feel me? So
I'm trying. So.
yeah, thank you. So
Unless
look,
you know what you're exactly looking at.
so look, hold on, Devon. So look, what I'm saying to you is, when I said that, I knew there was gonna be something triggering, right? But I wanted you to see the viewpoints of who looked like a loser, right? And nobody looks good as a loser, as a slave owner or a slaver. All right, it's an exchange, a position.
Well, the thing is,
So hold on, man. So
well,
look,
I'm in the middle of my.
No, you cut me off. You cut me off for me to let you go. I
In the
let
middle
you
of Ralph's
go.
show? Come on, bro.
I look. You cut me off. I
Cut
let
you
you
off,
go.
bro.
I let you speak for 5. Then y'all got to arguing. I calmed it down. I'm speaking. That's it. And I'm being respectful to everyone. So look, I got short points to make. I just wanted, because I did come up here because I like Cat's point of view. I know y'all point of view already. You know what I mean?
What's my point of view, Ralph?
No, but come on, man. We got to keep it.
No, let's keep it
fair,
flowing. Let's keep it flowing. We have certain talks already. So look, let's just say that. All right. So Cat, my question was to you is, being that you have laws there, right? And you said if someone called you that you would feel you need to protect yourself or call the police there, how would you want to identify with American culture when it comes to the N-word if you can't feel the damaging effects of it?
I can't feel. Well, the same effects is going to happen whether I'm in the UK or if I'm in the US. Anyone calling me the N-word in the UK, I have the protection of the law, right? In the US, I wouldn't. So she's going to have to get bipped up over her head. I don't know what to tell you. Like, she's going to have to get her ass beat. No one's going to call me.
Protection under the law in the US?
In the UK.
In the UK and the US.
No,
you can't go around calling you the N-word.
No, they said I don't have protection under the law.
No, you do. You do.
No, they said
you really don't, V. You really don't have protection. They got to get physical, or you got to have some type of structure for that. But it's something minor. It's not something, especially. It's either you become a civilized person at that point, you understand how to control that point, or you go to jail for that point. That's it.
Well, it's hard
most
to
likely
prove
if you're black,
something.
you're going.
If you calling somebody on tape, if you get caught and there's evidence of a person calling somebody the N-word, you can be fined for that, even in the US. But the problem is that it's not always happening and things like that. That's another story.
We talking about tape and video. I'm talking about outside. We talking about people outside in the street walking around.
People might be able to judge you. You might
that's that media. That's that media. I show my life to the world.
But lawfully, no, there's nothing protecting you from anyone calling you.
Right, that's right. Walking down the street, somebody driving their car. You know what I mean? The police be beating your ass, calling you
police
that.
Could call you the N-word.
Right? Yeah, they turn their cameras off, the volume and everything. Yeah, man, that's been a part of all. There's no real.
It goes on though. It goes on. That's for sure.
So it's what they want you to say in media, but the real fact is it's very, very underlooked. So that's why I'm asking her that question. And a lot of people from other countries, a lot of people from other countries, they don't care to recognize that because they come from where they got all their culture, all their food, whatever, their dance moves, their sexual perversions. All our stuff is influenced by media. That's all their stuff. They got their own. Since they want to talk about their ancient times, take your ancient
Ralph. Okay, but look, let Divinely get back in. He was saying something. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so now at some of these white power rallies that they have, they get loose with their N-word. They call people spics, niggas, all kinds of things. Nothing happens to them. And it's all in the news and everything.
Because it's protected by free speech, right?
Free speech, right to assembly, right? As long as they don't get violent. and do
But
that,
it's
then it becomes a
but
hate.
it's hate speech. This is what we're saying. In other countries,
Right.
hate speech is
Oh yeah, other countries,
It's
yeah,
hate
but
yeah,
in the U.S.
it's
America,
It's hate.
counterpart to like you could be physical. Like it means the same thing. Words are powerful when they say, "Oh, it's just a word." No, it's not
now,
a word
but
because
now,
it
but the only
comes
thing
from
I
a
can
place
say
of hate.
is the only thing I can say is if you incite a riot, though, see that's where it becomes kind of fuzzy because
Okay, let me ask you that. Oh, I think Ralph said it because if someone's calling you N-word and proceeds to like try and beat you up and be, yeah, you're probably
you
gonna
talking about hate
that's
crime?
gonna be a hate crime.
That's a
Yeah,
hate crime.
That's a hate
yeah.
crime. Yeah.
But just calling
No,
you in your face, you
no, listen.
N-word,
If somebody,
oh,
if
you ain't
it,
gonna.
it depends on some
So if you punch that person in the
specifics.
face, you're probably gonna get more in trouble than they are
You could.
for inciting you to like
Or
react.
shot, you're more in
This-
trouble. You may possibly shot for real, tased, beat up, you get extra charges you can't
Right.
afford. You may all kind of situations
And I
like that.
don't
Look,
understand it because I
it's
don't
not for
understand
you to
because
understand. It's not for you to
no, I'm
understand.
asking you this. Why does every other racial group get protection? So you have the Asian bill, you have the Jews that have protection, you have all these different, like, how is it that black people that have been
That's the question.
prejudiced against and violated more than any
That's what
other
I was
group,
trying to
why
tell
don't
y'all.
you have
Your
those
people ain't
kind of
got no police
protections? Anyway,
dog.
exactly. Let someone
And then,
whisper the N-word and you're going to fucking jail.
I
But they
mean,
don't give a shit.
and
That
certain people know how to deal with racism in the South, where we can call each other racist words and
But
still go by. Like we got TV shows where we do that.
And
You know
that's
what I'm saying?
why
But
now
it's not.
everyone
But
can
listen,
get away with
it's
calling you
segregated
N-words.
respect.
That's why even
That's
V
what you are.
Bennett is
Listen,
probably
listen,
V Bennett
listen.
is with
You
a
gotta
white
calm
woman right
down, yeah.
now in Denmark, and she probably calls him the
You don't got
N-word,
no
and
water
he's
over
probably
there.
okay with it. You know?
You don't
Yo,
got.
what you talking about, yo?
holy
No,
What
You
the
got.
you
hell?
You
guys
got
don't
some
care.
water.
You allow anyone to call you N-words these days. You don't give a
No,
shit.
no.
That's not what we're saying.
That's
That's
not
not what
reality
nobody's
at all,
saying.
Cat. That's not reality at all. Yeah, but I don't want to get off topic. I want to stick right on what was Ralph saying, and then divinely inspired. Go ahead.
So I was saying basically, it's so many different outcomes of being in a mindset in America with that word, right? So if you look at it as a form of pride and dignity, and you understand what is supremacy or what racism is and what is discrimination is wrong. If you be racist to be proud of your own race and yourself and know what you look like, your people came from, like you saying, your background, your heritage, your DNA, you should be able to understand what people are saying. But if you can't, that's why I understand we won't.
Yeah,
but see,
but
So so if your people don't got to look like Michael Jackson when he started off, Michael Jordan, you know what I'm saying, young,
why do you
we're
use
not adding
Michael
people that look like
Jackson?
Tiger
That's
Woods. We can't do a Tiger
rude.
Woods.
Tiger Woods
Yeah,
but
we can't say people that look like Hakeem Olajuwon. We're not saying that.
is.
If you don't look like
Please
LeBron
stop.
James, you know what I'm saying? You don't look like, you know what I'm saying? Barry White,
Well, LeBron
you
James,
know what I'm
looks,
saying?
he looks
Marvin
like
Gaye,
African.
you don't look like people that came from this type of
Yeah,
century.
yeah.
Yeah, and mixed with some.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, stay over there.
so
Stay
what?
over where?
Stay over. Y'all can't identify with it. You won't, and you can't identify because first of all, like I
With
said, you're
what?
protected.
Why would I want to identify with African American? You just got done saying that you don't know where the hell you're from.
Why you call
You're
me that?
lost.
No.
Hold on, no, yo. Why you call me that? Yo, I'm a nigga.
Call you
So what?
what?
Yeah,
You're
don't
what?
call me no. I'm not from Africa and I'm not from America, even though that's what my DNA would say traveling around. But I got time
Oh, are
here.
you the Jamaican?
The hell no. Stop this. Look,
Who the
I'm
hell are
telling
you?
you. Listen, I'm nigga.
What? So bad.
Yeah, some of us actually got Negro. Some of us
Ralph,
actually
you
got.
lied to me, man. You
See what I
told me you were a
mean? You see what I
Negro.
mean? This is the
Yeah, well,
stupid.
yeah, Negro, because I didn't want to use the N word, the way I'm doing it so much. That's why I cleaned it. But yeah,
You want me to call you a Negro?
yeah, I ain't. Listen, look what my name is. I'm not talking stupid to you. I'm talking directly to you. Listen, look, we got a certain type of
Okay,
people here.
Negro. What I want you to do is shut up, Negro, because clearly you
Not
haven't
you.
passed.
No.
Now see, Ralph. I mean,
Mm.
hold on, stop. See, Cat, that is where you would get sued in the U.S. because now
Well, no,
there's an action.
he
You're
asked me to
following
call
up.
him
Yeah,
a
you,
Negro.
you're
You're
threatening me.
I'm
qualifying it.
following
You're qualifying.
directions.
But see, so you got to be cautious. But here, check this out. Look at this
Negro is
case right
not a
here.
racist. No, it's not a racist term.
It depends. You see, there's leeway.
No,
I
it's
would
not.
suggest people be
Oh,
cautious.
no, no.
But check this out.
He
Look,
told me
black
to call.
women.
He said, "No, you told me to identify. I was gonna call people what they want to identify with." He said he's a Negro, and I'm
See,
gonna
yeah, y'all
refer
did
to him
agree
as a
to that, right?
goddamn Negro. Okay.
That's
Yeah, but then you
that's
told him to shut up.
No,
But
from
hold
this
on.
point
Here we
on,
go.
he's a Negro. Okay.
Hey, but look at this case. Just it says black woman wins civil case against black manager who used the N-word. You see? So, there's
New York. Okay.
there's civil liability and there can be criminal liability, but in each
right.
country, the specifics might vary depending on culture. And every country, according to the UN, have the right to organize it that way. You see what I'm saying? Because it could be some nuances because of culture, right? But generally speaking, you shouldn't be able to be called the N-word openly, and that's what they have been doing in a lot of European countries for decades. That's been the law. There's been no way for them to combat it in the civil or criminal before. That might be changing very soon because of a lot of pressure. But the U.S. has ratified that a long time ago. The U.K. ratified that a long time ago. So again, we back on the question about blackness. Who can identify blackness? Who has the right to identify as black? Or you could even substitute that and say African if you want. I'm not trying to be so strict, but my question is just like, as far as us as a group, can we come to some common understanding? Because my thought about it is that if you can be the victim of anti-black racism, then why can't you just be accepted as that by your peers?
But this is the thing we're talking about in the workforce, where they're protected by discrimination laws, where I think they're not protected like day to day. Of course, if you're called an N-word in terms of like work, you can have a civil rights case.
Well,
so it's different, but I'm just wondering why it's not that across the board, just protecting you in day to day life. Like, it's just weird. I don't know.
Well,
no, that's a good question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Devon.
Thank you, brother. Even on, first of all, don't call me no Negro. Number one, please don't do that. Number two, if you look up what African, like the definition of African, right? I think Webster's is going to tell you from Africa and of Africa. So that's number two. Number three, if someone is to disparage you racially in writing, let's say on social media or whatever, they can get their jobs, they can be terminated, right? So there are some things in place here in America, I could say.
Yeah.
And some things we don't, like if somebody were to say, hey, nigger, I can't really legally do anything about that. But if there was like an action with it, now please somebody tell me if I'm wrong or not. But if there was an action accompanied with like he spit on me or something, or he hit me, what have you, first of all, they're not going to do that because I'm a pretty large individual, right? So the fact of the matter is that but if they were to do that or harm my or my property, or you see, then I have a course of action that I can take. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing is that, like I said before, I don't let people define who I am. And I'm probably the lightest person on this panel here. I can say without a doubt I am. So the thing is that, but I know my family history. I also have a great grandfather who's from Sierra Leone, right? So I can claim quite a few things legally, not on my ass, but legally, right? But the only culture I do know is my African American Black culture here in America. That's the only culture that I know.
Kat, can you hear me? Do you see this case right here?
Yeah.
Look, see, now this is an example. I think actually you were more on point with this one. In the U.S., the Supreme Court hasn't decided it. They won't decide. They refuse to decide it. They left it up to the state courts.
Yep.
And that, and but you're saying in the UK it's not the state court, it's the federal law, right?
Mm.
And in Sweden it's the federal law too. You can't call a black person that, period, just flat out.
Yeah.
You see, and it's interesting how in the U.S. that the federal courts haven't decided that. But again, my thoughts on this is that there are nuances about this, and all these little indiscrepancies have an effect on us too, how we view it. And we'll come to the table and have a conversation with each other based on what it is in our specific country. But we're forgetting a lot of times, like you pointed this out, Kat, you said you were tired of this conscious community saying all these things about Africans. We over here agree with that shit. We like, yeah, you're right. Although there might be some conversation to be had, the way that conversation has been had is totally disrespectful. And also vice versa. We don't agree that it's any different. I mean, my personal thinking is that we all share these problems across the board. Like when I asked you, do Africans in the continent experience anti-black racism? I asked you that for a reason, because in my thinking, from what I heard, I hear them say they do all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They experience it all the time, right? But there's a lot of people that believe that because they are the majority, that possibly they wouldn't. So their experience of blackness might be different. Yeah, it might be different, but they still experience anti-black racism, right? So why can't they be black if they experience anti-black racism? Why can't they be black?
You're gonna have to ask someone from a nation that experiences that. Like for my country, we specifically don't experience that as much. But there might be another nation that has more dealings, or
I don't know, but I need to take that trash out. Go out there.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead. I'll put him on mute. Go ahead. Okay.
Right, yeah. So someone that is maybe having more dealings with the Europeans or are colonized, maybe more recently, or still have a lot of white people that are in there. They do. And that stems from not only just the people that come there and do business, it comes from the religion that they practice. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of Africans that are how do I put it? Enamored by whiteness, right? Because of their colonial past, right? And a lot of them are being brainwashed, and a lot of them still praise to a white Jesus and see the white man as their savior and stuff. Not specifically in my country, but there's people that do think like that, So I can't say that they don't, and there are people that put others before them. And I would be stupid to say that doesn't happen, For me, I'm very much against that. Even for my country, even though we've been colonized by Arabs and the Muslim culture has taken over our country, I'm very adverse to that. I don't even like to speak Arabic. I don't practice Islam. So to me, that's my own resistance to that. Do you see what I mean? But there's a lot of countries that embrace that, and they like to be anything other than, like someone said earlier, there's a lot of Sudanese that identify more with being Arab because of our culture and our language than they want to identify with being African. And I look at them like crazy, like I do any of Africans that love to speak English and call their children English names. They want to praise white Jesus and have that shit on their walls. Like, there's a lot of people that are brainwashed and they're stupid. It doesn't mean I am. There's a lot of people that don't adhere to that kind of bullshit. So
I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions and perceptions, you know what I mean, which comes from a lack of having real civil dialogue on the issues, and I think it's hard for a lot of us to commit to communicating and conversating about these issues, and it kind of leaves dark areas, pardon the idea, but just areas of people that don't come to understanding, a mutual understanding.
And this is why I like to come around these kind of spaces where I can talk about my experiences as being someone, even if I am from Africa and I go back to Africa and I go back to my country a lot, and I've traveled in other parts of Africa as well. But also I see it from a European perspective, and I can look at it from an African perspective. And I could also I see it somewhat from American perspective too, because I have a lot of friends and people that I have personal relationships, and I've spent time in America. So I liked, I'm not one-sided. I can always see where everyone is kind of coming from, but at the same time, I can't deal with just the ignorance of for me it's different because I've traveled and I've seen and I've experienced different things, whereas when I talk to a lot of Americans, they have a lot of opinions on Africa, and they've never stepped foot in the continent, and never really been around Africans. And the Africans that they tell me that they've actually been around, all they can ever tell me is that they call me kafad, or they call me akata, and they call me this. It's always like negative, when I know that is not true. Like, I know Africans, they don't go around.
Yeah, I've never been called
exactly respectful, nicest people.
Well, wait, hold on.
That's a generalization.
I've definitely called that, though.
Africans are so like timid. They would never dare go to an African American and cuss him out. Like, I just no.
But you know what? Here's the thing.
Can I just say one thing real fast?
Okay, yeah, both of you guys. Al what is it? Al Morris and Divinely Inspired. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to say, I mean, like, I see what you're saying, but I don't really feel that's the truth, because I think, like, now I went with a girl. I stayed in Bahrain for a while. Went with a girl from Port Harcourt, Nigeria, and to me, it's like, not, again, I'm not saying that every African person is a Nigerian.
Right.
But from dealing with her and this type of things, she was very opinionated and very opinionated about Black American people, had a bigoted view of Black American people. So it's like, when people try to say, I'm not saying that, because I make Ghanaians, Kenyans, I'm not saying everybody is like that, but when people try to make this thing that African people aren't like that, or that's not true for every African.
Some are. No, some
you know
are,
what I mean?
brother.
So
Some
that's
No,
okay, can I
hear
ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you say that she had a bigoted view, what were those examples? What did she say? I'm interested.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that she was just very Nigerian, and not only was she very Nigerian in her views, it was like, to me, again, Nigerians, the ones that, like I said, dealing with her, you know what I'm saying, she was very bigoted about other groups of people.
Yeah,
So
Nigerians are known to be very blunt. They don't beat around no bush. They will tell you straight to your face, right? But I'm asking you, how you said she was bigoted to African Americans. What did she say?
No, I mean, just
okay. So she didn't say.
what
But this is
she's
the
saying.
thing.
No.
Can you call her
You're
bigoted?
not even let me finish.
Well,
let me
you
talk.
took a long pause there. All right.
But let him finish.
Well, you took a long pause.
Damn.
Yeah, he's just thinking about the response. Yeah.
You don't have to think about it. It's
no, Cat, come on now. Cat, come on. It's him. He's trying to answer you.
Well,
he's trying to answer in his own way. He's trying to get the answer.
He's trying to think of something to say. But go.
No, he's just, that's how he communicates. Some people do that. Come on now. Some people do that. Go ahead, Morris. Come on with it.
Well, I mean, any and everything that Nigerians say. You don't have a culture. What else she said? Matter of fact, she said there's a thing about, like, as far as, and I'm not gonna lie, some of the stuff she said about what the Black man was doing there in that country was true. But again, you come in there saying some stuff about what we got going on in our domestic culture and everything about us, And it's like, well, wait a minute. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like
bro, let me just,
nobody is.
So how is
brother,
that bigoted if it is
hold on,
not
hold on,
based?
hold on,
It's
hold on.
no, it's, no.
Or
The reason
how?
why it's bigoted. No, let me tell you. The reason why it's bigoted is because, for one, you're from Nigeria, right?
No,
Now
she's
I can
not,
sit
man.
up. I can
She ain't
sit.
from
No, I'm not
Nigeria.
saying her.
What does
I'm
that
talking
Okay,
about the
mean?
okay,
person I knew.
What does that
I'm not talking about her
mean?
okay,
particularly.
So
I'm
now
okay.
you're
saying that now I
generalizing.
can sit up
You're
and talk
generalizing
about.
all Nigerians. Now she can't say anything about nobody.
No. I'm just saying. To me, like I said, I met you as an individual, right?
Yeah,
I'm meeting
exactly.
her as an individual. I'm
So
not gonna
what? So
go
why did
off
you
on
just say
some
now? You're from
tangent.
Nigeria.
You said what?
Why did you just say? Well, you're from
Well, you're from
Nigeria.
Nigeria. No, he's talking
What do you
about
mean?
how he viewed that
You can't
situation
say
at that
right, but
time
then he
with that
hang
individual,
on. But
his
no,
thinking
you
He did.
said
at that
that
moment.
she's from you're from Nigeria, as if in a way that she can't have an opinion on any other group of people, even though you said you were in Bahrain
Well,
and you're
let him
saying
just
the
explain his
opinions that
thought
she
process.
held about the
Yeah,
black men,
yeah,
i.e.
yeah, but
America,
Cat, he's just explaining his thought
held some
process.
merit. So I'm
Hey,
confused.
Cat, but just
No,
let
no,
him.
no.
He's still
What I'm
explaining
saying.
it.
Okay, no. Listen, what I'm saying. I'm saying if I know you as if I don't know about you, right? Now I can sit up there and say what I know about the scams you commit in all the countries that Nigerians is kicked out of, but you're your own individual. So I'm not gonna come to you as a Nigerian, knowing all the stuff that goes on with Nigerians. I'm not coming at you like that. I'm gonna just come at you as an individual. And she said out her own mouth, well, we're just taught to think that we're better than other people. So now you're coming with all this, bigoted talk, all these talking points against my people, and you don't even know what you're talking about. And that's how she was. Just say all these bigoted things, and she get to it with a Filipino. Now it's all these bigoted things about Filipinos. You get to it with a Moroccan, oh, it's all these bigoted things about. And I'm just saying that, like, that's just how they are as a people. So, but like I said, when I met her
No,
as an
that's how
individual,
she
listen,
was.
listen. Listen, when I met her as an individual, I didn't go off on all these things that Nigerians do. So I'm saying, and then like I said before, our cultural business is our cultural business. So for you to come and say, well, we don't have no culture, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on, well, hold on, now you getting way too familiar, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying now you saying all these little cultural insults, and I'm saying that's what Nigerian people do. Like I'm not saying I met
No,
every
that's what
Nigerian.
she did. Oh my god, this is the
But
problem.
that's
But this is
no,
the
that's
thing.
why
I
listen,
could
that's
say
no listen,
no.
listen.
This is the
That's
thing.
why Nigerians have faced problems in these different countries. This is not nothing new. Everybody knows about the Nigerians and their behavior. Even other Africans. Like I said, I lived around a whole bunch of people from Africa when I stayed in this country. So this is not nothing that's
I
not
get
even
it.
said
I
about
get it.
other Africans.
Nigerians have a bad rap and they have a bad reputation. I get it. Right. But let me tell you this, in the UK, I've met hundreds of Nigerians, right? The Nigerians that I've met are some of the most loveliest, trustworthy, friendly, caring people. So your perspective, I don't know what kind of Nigerians you were dealing with. Of course, I can say the same thing about if I talk about African Americans. I can say, do you know what? I've met some fucking scammers, African Americans. They ain't shit. Okay, they're robbers. They're murderers. They're violators. But do you know what it is? That's the African Americans I chose to be around, right? And I have that experience with them. Doesn't mean all African Americans, and I'm going to say all African Americans are like this. No, you
Well,
met
I'll
one.
I'll say it
You
like
met one
this,
idiot
and I'm gonna let you
had
talk.
a
I'll say
big
it like
mouth.
this. If the whole world say that about my people, everybody ain't lying. That's what I'll say.
But
Oh
let me
gosh.
just say something. Look, it's the you said yourself it's the most populated nation in Africa, and it is, right? So the odds of that being, a few experiences, even if you get the scammers, look, man,
Exactly. There's like
there's
100 million
there's
people there.
yeah, and there's a lot of the thing about it is that, man, look, we hear I'll give you an example. We heard the same thing about Cubans in the 60s, right? Uh but was it all Cubans? What was the dynamic of those particular Cubans that was coming to America? Castro let out some Cubans out of prison. Is it all Cubans? Are all those Cubans a representative, the ones that were creating the problems? Are they a representation of all Cubans? I mean, I think this is the thing. I understand what you're saying, brother, and those experiences are very real. But my observation is that all those experiences exist within all the group of the diaspora. And none
Right.
of them want to admit when it's them. That's the problem. None of them want to admit and talk about the ones of them that are bigoted. None of them want to do that. That's been my experience. And so I would never even just say it's Nigerians or any, because it's not. I know plenty of beautiful Nigerians. I know plenty of people from all over. But one thing that I just noticed is that nobody wants to admit their own shit. And then what they do is they start talking. They're willing to admit somebody else's shit in the diaspora. And I'm not just saying this dynamic exists with African Americans and Nigerians. No, all of these groups. It could be It could be an Eritrean talking about an Ethiopian. It could be a South African talking about it. It's wild like that. And I just think we make a mistake in
You do.
trying to take individual. I mean, I'm not trying to minimize your experience because look, I know some hard-headed ass Nigerians too. But look, I'm the type of brother that will just say it straight up to them in their face. You know what I'm saying? And also, I know some hard-headed ass man. Where I'm from DC. We some hard-headed ass motherfuckers. We hard-headed. All Black Americans don't get down with us. Some of them call us criminals. You see what I'm saying? They say all kinds of shit about us. And you know what? We're proud of that shit.
Right.
We're proud of it. We like, you can call us whatever you want. We know what we is.
We don't give a shit. Right. Anyone, if you ever ask anybody about Sudanese people anywhere in the world, they'll tell you, oh, Sudanese people are the nicest people.
Right.
They're so sweet and hospitable and lovely.
But they got some coons too.
But we are listen, we have been at war, civil war for literally the last 40 years. Okay.
Man, y'all been at racial war.
Y'all
been killing each other over ethnicity.
Exactly. And this is the thing. Yeah. Just now.
Just like the Crips and Bloods.
Exactly. So we are the most fucked up people in Africa, if you want to talk about it. Okay. We've fought tooth and nail. Even though we're nice people, when it comes to war, we will die till there's none of us left. Okay, this is how we are as Sudanese people. But no one talks about us, right? We get forgotten about. Even today, there's a civil war and a genocide going on in Sudan. No one talks about that. The same way they don't talk about what's going on in Congo right now.
In the Congo, exactly.
Nothing, right? And this is the thing. But anyway, you talk about Sudanese people around the world, they'll tell you how lovely we are and we'll feed you, and we
Ralph,
and all this
shit.
See
how dope Ralph is?
Perspective.
That's a player right there. Ralph.
Shout out to Negro Ralph. Hey.
You know what I'm saying? He's not a sore brother. He's up for the convo. I appreciate that, Ralph. Go ahead.
But it's a stereotype, and that's the thing. Nigerians, do they get a bad rap? And I get what he's saying, because every time I hear if the South Africans complain about Nigerians, Americans complain about Nigerians, in Europe.
Yo, check this out. Look, I'm gonna go.
Like, Nigerians get all the hate. It's like, damn.
The more you go out there and interact with, this has been my experience. I had my own experience about Blackness being from DC. And I always carried that with me. And we have some very specific rules about that in DC, some very specific ways about what that means. And also not just Blackness, but what it means to be from DC, a certain way that we move. You see what I mean? And do things. You see, that we don't go outside of. Now, I thought that's what Blackness was. But then as a young man, I started traveling. And it was like that in a lot of places in the States where I went to. I was never received bad living in New York or going anywhere. Never perceived bad, because a lot of cats tend to like DC dudes, right? But then you meet others that aren't African American, right? And you see there's some subtle differences. Well, when I went overseas, right, I started meeting a lot more Black people just because of the work I was doing, right? And I just started realizing that. I'll give you an example. I met a Ugandan woman. And I've never heard a Nigerian ever fucking say this. It's a Ugandan woman that said this. She told me that Africans are not related, that we're not related. We're not related, that there shouldn't be any group of Black people, any group of Africans, because we're all our own group of people. And I looked at her like, okay, but didn't you experience colonization? We have that in common. Did you ever experience slavery? We had that in common. Like, how are we different when it comes to combating racism and reparations from what happened to us? How are we different, right? And she just didn't get it. But she's Ugandan. She ain't Nigerian. But are all Ugandan women like that? Or men?
Well,
Hell no. There's different Ugandans. There's different Kenyans. You got your coons in every group.
yeah, but
You got your criminals in every group.
Uganda is East Africa. If she says that she doesn't have any
But
feelings,
and then check this out.
then it's
Check this out.
different, right? So,
But then
hang
check
on.
this out. I met an Eritrean. Some
Mm.
Eritreans will say they're black. They got no issue with that. But then I definitely met a couple that be like, me not black, me no black. You know, it's like, and I was like, oh, yes, you are. Yeah, I didn't give a shit. I was like, oh, yes, you are. Now, was that right of me to say that? On a human rights level,
well,
no.
you shouldn't. No, because you were saying that anyone has a right to self-determinate and identify.
Right,
if someone doesn't want to
exactly.
call themselves black, then
But I do realize,
don't
I do
push
realize,
them and say, well, you are
but
black.
you know
Yeah,
what?
you are black.
No,
No,
but here's the thing. You're right though. I shouldn't have done that. But I do realize, just give his ass a little bit of time and he'll figure it out. Because he's not there anymore. He's here. And here
how
you're
are
going to
you
encounter.
gonna tell him to figure
Look,
something out?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't tell him to figure it out. What I should have see what I was saying is I was wrong to say that to him, right? I was being petty. I was on my petty shit. You see what I mean? At that time. But in my mind, I know this for sure. Just give it some time. He'll figure it out. You'll figure out what everybody figures out in time. You see what I'm saying?
Can I answer this question?
Yeah, go ahead.
He says, "What Sudanese? No, hang on, whatever that was before. Hey, there's no such place called North Sudan. Okay, there's only a place called Sudan and South Sudan. Okay, I am from Sudan. All right, so."
And then I've met some Somalis that are emphatic. Like most of the Somalis in Denmark, they're emphatic about being black. Like seriously, emphatic about it. But then I hear people all the time saying from other countries saying Somalis, man, they're not. But then I realize, no, there's
who are
different
they?
groups.
But that's the thing.
Hold on. Then I realized there's different groups of Somalis, even different groups.
Okay.
Some of them are emphatic about being black. And then there's another group that's not.
They know that they are black, but what's the problem? Because a lot of you that look at East Africans say that, oh, well, you're not really black, and somehow we're mixed up with something else. Like, no, we are, okay, the originals of Africa. Okay, if you want to do it scientifically or otherwise, okay, we can have that conversation. Okay, now. Because
what you mean by that? What you mean by the originals? What you mean?
What I mean is, that the humanoid in Africa comes from East Africa. It doesn't come from the West.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it does.
No, that's not true. No, not no more. That's not true no more.
Oh, really?
You talking about the migration path out of Africa?
No.
That's what you're talking about.
No. Even when we talk about the migration out of Africa. It was the East Africans that came out. The out of Africa theory didn't have
right, but that don't make them the original.
Oh, no, hang on a minute.
Okay,
it had nothing. Can I
go ahead? Let me shut up. Let me. All right, let me go ahead.
All right, the out of Africa theory has nothing to do with the West or South or any other Africans. It was predominantly the East Africans that left Africa and went outside and came back in, right?
But they know more now, Kat. They know more now today.
Conversation, all right. And then, okay, if we want to talk about Lucy, like the oldest human bones found in Africa are from where?
What, Ethiopia?
Okay, East Africa. So I don't know why anyone else wants to talk about that. We're not the original people or we don't belong in Africa, or somehow we're different than anyone else. Listen, even West Africans tell you that they came from the East. So, what are we talking about?
Yeah, but but at one point, everyone was East African or East or South.
No.
Hold on. Some scientists believe that more southerly Africa, actually.
South is a lot older.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Maybe that you came from South.
So at one point, because of migration, of course, in those
But
areas.
why are West Africans saying that they came from the East then?
From the East?
From East, they said that they came from Kemet, they came from Nubia, Ethiopia, all that places.
Well,
They even said
Well,
far to say that they came from the Levant.
genetically,
Well,
it
yeah,
depends if you're speaking genetically, if you're speaking culturally.
yeah.
You know, what are you speaking
What do
when
you
they
speak?
say that? And there's some differences
Well,
there.
you
You know,
might
but
want to
go
ask
ahead.
them. Yeah, genetically, their migration, they say they came from East Africa.
Because I know there's a culture that's like 20,000 plus years old from that was found in Egypt, the Canaanian culture, and they actually cluster with West Africans and the
Mhm.
but the thing
Absolutely fine. So if they came out of us, why are people questioning? Like, if you look, obviously we our features, our phenotypes are different, right? From East African, the Horn, whatever you want to call it, to West Africans. We look phenotypically different, right? Can we acknowledge that?
No. See, that's another thing. It's like,
Oh no.
See, this is the thing. It's like, yeah, if you want to like, first of all, they
Yes
don't
or
have
no?
one. Hold on, listen. They don't have one look
I
anywhere.
know. Listen, God.
So that's the issue with
I'm not
that. That's the
saying
issue with that.
there's no issue with that, but that's the thing. Don't tell us then that we don't look African then.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I hear this all the time.
What?
She's talking about the conscious community. She's talking about Wab Funk. Wab was in
when I was on Shaka's channel the other day, didn't someone tell me that? What did he say to me?
Wab just said this.
Were you there?
She said she was of Arabic stock.
No.
Yeah, I was there.
Something like, well, you look biracial or something, because I came on the camera, right? And he was like, well, you look like biracial.
Web Funk says no black Sudanese look like her.
Web Funk, you don't know what Sudanese person looks like. This is that ignorant shit, okay, that I'm talking about. I don't look like a South Sudanese. No, I don't, because we're two different groups of people.
But Kat,
okay, I don't look like a South Sudanese. I look like a Sudanese. I look like a Nubian. Okay, exactly what we're the goddamn supposed to look like. Okay, sweetheart. This is the kind of bullshit. Let me address the shit before you guys jump down my goddamn throat. This is the shit I don't fucking like.
But there's mixing.
Look, bring up Nubian. Do you know what?
Okay. You want me to bring it up?
Hey, VB, bring it up, VB.
You know what? V Bennett, pull up Nubian people, and when you bring it up, I'm going to tell you my specific tribe, right?
We already know it's Mahas.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Pull them up then.
All right, pull them up.
Just pull up Nubians. Yeah, just images of them.
Okay. Just images?
Well, images or
just go to images, because we're talking about what I look like, right? So pull up Nubian people.
Okay.
Well, hey, VB, while you're at it, pull up their genetics, man.
Okay.
Right,
just pull up what Nubian people look like.
Here we go.
Pull up the genetics, man.
What do you mean genetics?
What do I mean? What
do you mean? So hang on a minute.
Hold on, one at a time.
Hang on. Okay, stop at any of them. Stop on the one there. Stop on that one.
But listen. Hold on. Just so people know, looks do not determine your DNA.
You're daggone right. That's for sure.
Said, listen, I'm a Mr. Nubian. I look like V Bennett. Did you see me the other day?
Yo, we went through this already.
Did you see me? All right. So
yeah.
Go back up, right? Oh, sorry. Go put in Mahas. Mahas in there.
Yeah, we can spell it.
Oh, shut up. You're such a dickhead.
Yes, I am.
Okay, here we go.
Are you sure I'm spelling this right?
Put Nubian in there.
It is. You got it. That's it.
Yeah, Divinely Inspired is like, and don't be using that black and white picture either.
That's me.
We want color. Yeah. Don't be trying to pull no more science or no Aboriginal shit on us.
This is my
black and white pictures. We want to know your exact tone.
Yes, beautiful people. Go on. Keep
But look,
scrolling.
it's not me that
Yeah, go
would
down,
be
go down.
saying this.
No, let's go.
A lot of y'all look like African American sisters.
Do you know
So
what? I
is
told
that-
some of this the other day. Sudanese people look a lot like African American. A lot of African Americans.
No, African American sisters can look like a range of different
range.
African people.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of you guys, I think, look like Sudanese. I met a girl the other day. She looked straight Sudanese. I swear to God. But
What
she
about
was
this guy right here?
Canada.
No, I'm joking. That's
What
a
is that?
cartoon.
No, click on it.
That's
now.
a drawing. It's a drawing. It's just newbie. You know,
Are you
I
saying
don't
here?
think it's. I
No,
don't think
hang
it's
on.
gonna
Click on
work.
it. That's it.
You want me to click on this thing?
What does it say? What does that say?
It says
Nubian.
Nubians. Let's see here. What does it say? It's just
Wikipedia. Is that the picture that they found for Nubians?
Yeah, there's different ethnic groups of Nubians. So Nubians won't do, but let's say let's go to a particular group.
Do you know what my tribe is famous for? Is the
Mahas.
facial scarring. Yeah.
Here you go right here, Mahasi. You talking about Mahasi, right?
Or you could say Mahasi or just Mahas. My grandmother, right? She had. If you look up Mahas.
There we go, Mahas.
And then can you look up scarring or something like Nubian scarring or something?
Okay, so let me do that. Mahas scarring. We're gonna go to DNA right after that, just to Mahas scarring. But we already know DNA doesn't produce your look. It's not a single. It doesn't necessarily mean you look a certain way. So
because when you look at Dr. Rick Gibb, he's very dark skinned, right? But
my mother is very dark skinned, compared to me.
Mine too. But the thing is,
she has jet black long hair to her ass, and she has my grandmother had the scar, and she looks just like my mom actually. But my grandmother was more. She had like a broader nose. She was dark skinned too, but her features were kind of different. Even in my brothers.
What you trying to get, a reality TV show or something? Look.
So let me finish. Let me finish about Dr. Kittles.
Did you bring it up? Because it's frozen. I didn't see
I'm trying to find it right here. Oh, it's frozen. Hold on. Sorry about that. I went to the.
Kittles
Listen, we all look different.
He's a geneticist, right? So he's very dark skinned, right? But he has a European haplogroup. And he said that basically that 30 to 40%, I think he said 30 to 40% of all Black American males have a European haplo. Now, the thing is that, well, you're right. DNA does not determine culture. It doesn't determine phenotype to a certain extent. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Well, no, of course, DNA is not going to tell you your culture. Your DNA can come back and we can share a lot of DNA with Africa. It doesn't mean that you as African American have the same culture as someone from Nigeria. No, it can't tell you your culture.
Right. When we're separated.
It can't tell you specifically the tribe that you're from. No, it can't.
So but look, what they did do was put it on our birth certificates. What they did do was put it in paper and ownership and writing. That's what they did do. But we gonna keep.
I'm a Negro.
That.
So it will tell you that you're.
So look, when y'all classify yourselves by where y'all born, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when they classify that at a certain time.
Well, you classify yourself where you're born. That's where you're from.
Well,
right?
Oh. Then okay.
Well, nah, but so that's what I'm saying. It's still a slap in the face when they say that, right? Because they was like, so if you classify yourself, how do you feel when someone calls you that, right? Well, 200-300 years ago, everybody on that paper of that certain type of that look alike or had ownership to you will be classified as that. Even European, even European.
As what?
Negro. So we had that thing
Europeans would have been classified as Negro.
Yeah, and high color. Hey, listen, and high color. Let's hold on. And high color mulattoes, right? So what they would do is they would use high color.
Are you high?
Well, you're not listening. You're not listening though. That's the point. So when you look at how Black Wall Street and things like that was taken over after we actually had something to build a culture, a system, kind of going for ourselves, right? A lot of our towns
wasn't taken over; it was destroyed. But anyway,
right. So when you get to those situations, right, you gotta look at it as Well, you said, well, what kind of culture we had? We have a culture now; it's just being used against us, right? So that's another thing that you overlook.
How is
And
it
it's
used against you? Listen.
because it's populated to the world to be like. That's why they on America
So
dick,
what culture?
niggas dick,
Listen,
Negroes
culture.
dick that started all this rapping, this
Listen.
blues, this
No,
rhythm,
you
this dressing,
listen.
this
Or we
swag,
can go back to its African roots as
this
well.
look,
So
this Michael
we can go
Jordan.
back to the blues,
You know what I'm
African,
saying?
yeah, African roots.
These
Okay,
LeBron
we can
James.
go to hip hop coming from the Caribbean. Okay, so
It didn't
we
come
can
from
talk
the
about that.
Caribbean.
Yeah.
It didn't come
Okay.
from the Caribbean.
Yes, it did.
So
Oh,
look, see, like I'm saying, look,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
you want to
saying.
have a
But I said this,
conversation
so I
about
said this
that?
earlier, right?
I,
And
Yeah.
I said
The
this earlier,
pioneers
right?
of hip
And
hop
I said
came
this on
from the
Shaka show
Caribbean. Yes, they
before.
did. So
Y'all gotta
anyway,
hey,
claim
Ralph,
the
Ralph,
things y'all do if y'all want to say that. So
Ralph.
all that,
no.
Hold on, Ralph.
You
Check
can
this out.
have it.
Who's the pioneer of hip hop?
You can have it.
Hey, Cat. Who's the
You
pioneer of
can
hip?
have it.
Who's the pioneer of hip hop?
You think I want to take claim to hip hop, the most degenerate music form in the world?
Music form.
Okay,
Oh
no,
my
you
God.
can have that shit.
Man,
Okay.
get the hell out of here with that man.
Yeah.
No, it's
How
not.
many rappers get murdered every goddamn year following your hip hop
Oh,
culture?
so
Okay.
that's because of
Yeah.
the
How many
music, right?
hoes are made every goddamn year according to
she
hip hop?
said we
Oh,
don't.
you
She
can
said we
have
don't
it.
hear that
You
trash
can have
UK
it.
drill music.
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
don't think
right.
we don't hear
Yeah.
that
Throw
trash
your
UK
phone to the
drill
Look,
music?
goddamn
look,
devil and love it. Okay. I
look.
don't give a
Ralph
fuck about
call
no
it trash.
goddamn hip hop.
Ralph calls
All
hip
you
hop
want to talk
trash
about is
every
some
day.
goddamn hip hop. I don't give a fuck about hip hop.
Ralph, what do you think about hip hop?
It's trash.
Facts.
It isn't trash.
Cold-blooded trash.
It isn't trash. Not all of it
I
is that.
don't care what you talking about, yo. It got a certain vibe, yo. I feel he, you know, that shit fucking trash.
And
It
that's
used
Yeah,
to be
man.
dope. It used to be
Yeah, I
dope,
It
feel
but
used
you.
to be. Yeah.
Well,
no,
what
but
do
I
you
don't
mean
call
used
this
to
garbage
be? What do
today
you mean
anymore.
used to be?
So
Oh,
make
bull,
fun of my accent
bull.
before I start in your fucking accent, bitch.
Nah, listen, nah. What you mean? It's not about the accent. I'm talking about you was like,
Yeah.
you're hip hop, you're hip hop.
You can
Now
talk
you talking about
normally.
used to be. Fuck you
Yes,
talking about?
Oh,
I
okay,
hey, Cat.
Cat,
No
Cat.
one's calling you bitch over here, so you shouldn't call
Yeah,
men
come on,
bitches.
Cat.
For
Come on
Yeah,
now.
real.
But
sure.
listen, Cat. Check this comment out. The progression of Nouba to Nubian had
Nuba to
Arabian.
Nubian.
Nuba, right? Had Arabian
No,
influence.
you're. Oh my god.
What you
Worse,
think
like
about that?
Y'all,
Nuba. Listen, Nuba people, you dumbass, and Nubian people are completely different people, you weirdo.
Why do you call him a dumbass?
Because you're
Come on now.
dumb. Because he thinks
But
he's
look,
making a point.
but
The
no.
Nuba,
But Cat,
listen,
You
the
don't talk.
Nuba,
Cat.
listen. No.
Don't you criticize
You
people
spelled
for
it
doing that
wrong.
to you?
No. You spelled it wrong. Take the O out. It's Nuba.
and
Okay.
Nuba.
she ain't had no water, nothing yet.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. It's the Nuba people. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Nuba Peoples. WAP function might have you on that one. Are you sure? Like, is it?
Mm,
But here
mm.
we go. All
She
right.
doing all this without a sip of water. Trying to tell you.
Don't play with me. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. You think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? You're
All
right.
right.
No,
So look.
I never said that. What I said was I kind of lean towards things you saying, right? Because you sound very racist. Like I said before, it's cool to have
I'm
pride in one's race.
racist.
Yeah, you sound proud,
Oh
but you
yeah,
don't sound like a bad racist. There's
Well,
nothing wrong with I'm racist.
No,
And I
I'm not
know
racist,
you gotta be an
darling.
educated.
No,
Some
I
people are
stick up for
poor
my
racists, and
culture like you should stick up for
but that's
yours.
what
The
racist
difference
means.
is,
Standing up for your
yeah.
race. That's what racist means.
No.
Having pride in one's
We are
race.
of the same race.
not
Remember the whole
really. Races
conversation
don't
is
No,
about
matter.
the black. It's
that's what
about the
the
black
term and
race.
the
Am I
definition is,
racist?
and then
Can I be prejudiced? Yes, I can. Can I tell you that
that's
your
what I said.
culture ain't
Discrimination is
shit? Yeah,
wrong.
I can. Yeah, exactly. I can be a
That's why I
prejudiced.
said discrimination
Yeah,
is
okay,
wrong.
well,
But it's
it's not
okay to be racist
racist.
because that's what the
No,
Olympics is
it's
for. The
not
Olympics is for
racist.
your race, your
Ralph,
country,
no, I want to slap you around your head. No, it ain't racist. You don't know what
and you violent. So I would like to see you in prison.
I am violent. I
I think
am.
you and Ralph make a good couple, actually.
No way, fuck no, nigga. I'm married.
I,
shit. All
I think so.
right, man.
Nah, hell
Y'all
no,
wilding
hell
now,
no,
man.
no.
What the heck?
Come
First,
on,
hey,
Ralph. Come on,
nah.
Ralph.
First
Give
of
me a
all, check
chance
this out,
here.
right? Check this
Come on,
out.
Ralph. Come on.
I don't
Not
want
a
to hear
bad thing.
nothing about no harassment later
No, listen,
after y'all already
Nothing about
laughing about this shit.
nothing about no. I'm not laughing. Nothing about a bad thing. It's cool, right? But she too masculine, bro.
Oh my God. All right. So let's say we're going to end this conversation is
Right.
segueing over from
So
blackness. We had enough conversation on that. Unless oh, hold on, my brother stepped down there. The bro stepped down. Okay, well, all right. Let's say we're going to conclude that conversation about blackness. Who's black? Who has the right to be black? You know, it seems like it's neutral. You know, right?
It's
Can we
not.
One
agree?
love,
It's
one
not.
love.
It
It's
is. It
neutral.
is.
Okay.
I love you, my Black American brothers. Okay.
There we
Love,
go. So
love you.
let's now let's change the conversation. What do y'all think about the conscious community? Let's go.
it's unconscious.
Okay. Because I see y'all want to get something off your chest, especially Cat. Go ahead, divinely inspired. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with the conscious?
I
It's
think that
because it's unconscious or what?
I think a lot of misinformation has permeated
Mm-hmm.
through this so-called movement, right? Because the conscious community was formed to raise consciousness, not to put it asleep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people are agents, actually,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're paid by others to misdirect, misinform, and miseducate.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to call out any names, but certain platforms, right? That's all they do.
Mhm.
There's no actual effective examples or leadership, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because and if you're getting a lot of money in your super chats and you're getting a lot of money in your you know people donating to you or however they're doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't even get one storefront, and you've been doing this for like how many years? You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You can't if
Mm-hmm.
you're not leading by example in your consciousness. And if you want to say
Mm-hmm.
peace and black power, you know what black power means? Black
Mm-hmm.
power is more than just lip service. It's by example. Everything's by example. You have to look at,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Amos Wilson, right?
Mhm.
I mean, and what he said basically, we have to get these Western influences out of our head, and these practices out, from out from under us, and go back to doing for self, being about self. You see what I'm saying? And for and raising up our people.
Mm.
Period. But if you're in for infighting and calling people names and doing all kinds of the devilish shit, then you're useless to us. Period.
I
Ralph,
agree.
what
I
you think?
agree.
Oh, go ahead,
You know
Kat. What
what?
you think?
Like, I'll tell you my personal experience when it comes to the conscious community. Like, I discovered them maybe 6-7 years ago when I started listening in, and obviously, like, Sarnetta Studios was one of the main channels that I kind of used to listen to, and it was good then because we had like a lot of good scholars that used to come by and different, schools of thought and people that really were like trying to spread good information. But just over the years, the whole community has just devolved into just bullshit, like he was saying, just infighting and the back and forth. So I know it's become just,
Pedophilia,
yeah, a load of bullshit.
scamming, rape.
Everyone now, listen, I don't go. I used to have a channel, right? Sarnetta used to come over there. Brother Reggie used to come over there.
Oh no.
Nepal used to come over there. Like I was familiar with all this. That's how I know a lot of them. And just seeing how they are some of the biggest frauds and disgusting pedophile enablers, protectors, the Tazariaks, the Mighty Hebrews, the Shaka Utmost, the Polites, the fucking Pharaoh, like all of them ain't shit. The Inkies, all of them have like something I could say about all the people that I was naive at some point to like want to listen to and get information from. And even though they might have had good information, they've become so disgusting to me. I can't listen to none of them. I can't listen to any of these people. It's worrisome to me that the people that still support these people's channels. To me, the conscious community is dead to me. I'll go into like small, like for example, your channel that I've only just discovered your channel like literally last week. Smaller channels like yours, I will go onto, like Not a Coincidence, your channel, Mossy Warriors, stuff like that. I will frequent. But those bigger channels, I don't want to have nothing to do with those people. Anyone that has any of those people around them, you're not going to see me anywhere close to them. And it's really sad because I feel like it's just become just a shit show, and there's so many people that have just become there's so even Sarnet himself, even Nepal, have questions over them about, you know, allegations against them. And I just, it's I don't know, it's just like why because this is like my first place where I came to for information. I don't understand why it's just become such a awful place to be, and why they still continue to support people that really aren't for the people. All they are about is trying to line their pockets and have airtime and be famous. And it's frustrating, and I really don't give a shit about them anymore. I'm not even going to address them. The only people that I have a personal issue with, and I will always forever fuck them up whenever I see them, is Sanaa and Nepal. I don't care where they are and how many times, because they've tried me too many times, so we're always going to have a personal issue. But as far as the other people that are dead to me, I will never listen to them ever
So
again.
basically, saying she wrapped it up and said that those people that built that community for her to start it ain't really shit. So and we need to get
Ain't
in new
shit.
ways. So, but look, I feel totally different. I feel like the conscious community is conscious, just the people in it is asleep. Yeah, I think the people in it so sleep. You know what I'm saying? They're all repeats their parents. Um, First of all of y'all want to talk about what goes on in Africa, and then we in America, right? So we practicing some other culture in America that got laws against us, because this damn country is built on the Bible. God damn it. Okay, well, like it or not, those old principles still stands, even though it's taken out. Now, I had mentioned something about property and unity and things. It used to be like that, but we got laws say like alimony and things like that. You know, basic laws put in this stuff. But you know, we're not gonna get into that because you know, and some people can get condescending. But um, y'all laws over there are built on the way of y'all cultures there, so y'all do y'all things there that way. Um, another thing another thing that we got going on here in America, that is when it comes to everything as far as our government here is based on what our federal allows us to practice here. So you can't come here really, when you come here, come up with another religion, you're doing some type of cult base, so they can pick you up on that at any time. Um, and then we have our own ways here in America that we can't even do when we even come to y'all country. So it's biased. So the conscious community is unaware of that. So people do these practices and get mad at. And I don't condone pedophilia, but these people in their ways, the Jewish community, um, many African communities, they practice those things. But you're mad at them in America because it's America's law set. Uh, Now, if you're in America, you're going to govern it that way. Yeah, you should be tried that way and trialed that way. Everything ain't for the public eye anyway. We got women and men doing these same
Oh
things
my
here.
God, what are you talking about?
You don't listen good. That's the problem with you.
You're
You don't
justifying.
really listen good at all.
Yeah,
You
no, I
struggle with
don't.
listening.
I don't want to hear no one talk about it. You
When the
just.
last time you hit a man in the face?
Oh, shut up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So anyway, so when we get back to the point, right? We gotta look at our societies now, where you got laws like where she at, where you're protected by racist slurs. Here you not. We don't have no protection. It's all built up in the way of a biblical society here. It is all our laws here. When you used to go to court, they used to make you put your hand on the Bible.
That's very true.
They just stopped promoting that. Now they just make you swear. But before, you had to swear before God and still be incriminated on lies. So when we talk about America, those old ways don't show no more, but they still stand because who's in power. I'm gonna just go ahead and quiet
Hey,
down
Cat.
because the joke is in the brain when you don't elevate it. That's why you can be educated and racist, but you can be dumb and discriminate and don't know
I
you
know.
being racist.
You're a funny guy.
Hey, but Cat, let me ask you a question because it's just a question. I'm not assuming because I don't know. But in Sudan, how old are people? What's going on with that? Like Ralph mentioned, he said in Africa, people are doing some of these same actions, but in the US, they're being charged with pedophilia, right? Now, is that true?
What
Like
was the
in
what was the
Africa,
question?
is it legal to be like, let's say, a 30-year-old man marrying a 16-year-old girl in Africa?
Is
How
it
typical
legal?
is that? Hold on. How typical is that in Sudan? How typical is it?
Well, let me start in the UK. It's legal here in the UK for a 16-year-old to be married to a 30-year-old. So in some African nations, it might go as low as 12, 13, maybe. Yeah.
9. At the age
No,
of fertility, after their first period, 9,
no,
first period.
no.
Back on mute.
Listen, sir, shut up.
Big up
Okay.
to Sister Nundy.
No. Oh, Sister Nandy's here. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
do you
What's
know what,
up,
Sister
Nandy? I
Nandy?
seen her. She been here for a
Hey,
minute. She
peace,
was here
Sister
earlier.
Nandy.
What's
Do you
up,
wanna come
Big up.
Nandy?
Yeah, come hit the panel, Sister Nandy.
Yeah, hit the panel. Hit the
Yeah.
panel.
Yeah, no,
She's been on a
you're
warpath.
using the age. No, most girls do not reach puberty at 9 years old. Okay, are there people that believe when a
Stop
child?
playing. I didn't know.
When,
Yo,
no, no, no,
my best friend
hang on.
Sabrina.
Can I fucking
Man,
answer the goddamn
cause you
question?
over
All right,
here
bro.
talking about
Let it.
what most girls. Now, I ain't gonna let us spew bullshit about what women go through. It's too many women.
I'm a
They all women.
woman.
It's too many. Yeah,
See,
but listen,
I can't tell you what women
that's
go
why
through.
because
All
that's
right,
what
no,
you
you're
would
not
do.
gonna
Is
tell me
lie.
a goddamn thing what
You
women go
Hold on,
through.
emotionally
but
lie.
listen.
You're gonna
I
shut
just
your
hold on,
fucking
y'all. Hold
mouth
on.
up when I want
No,
to
I
talk
wanted.
about women's issues. Okay, you're gonna
Yo,
listen. What
Cat,
do you mean I can't tell
Cat.
you about what women go through? You
But
dumbass
Cat,
bitch.
you're gonna
Cause
answer.
you lie.
Just
Look how
answer.
emotional you
Shut
are.
the
You
fuck
Hold on.
lie,
up and
and you
listen.
turn
Might
crazy
learn
and retarded.
something. Where did you get 9 years old from though? Show me a source.
I'm just telling you about
Tell
a
me a
friend of
source.
mine.
Oh,
I'm
tell
Yo,
telling
me
you
a
about a friend
screenshot
of
your
mine.
goddamn
Hold on,
ass.
Ralph.
Well, she
Let her
got it. I ain't going
finish
back and forth.
answering the question. Let her just finish answering the question. Go ahead.
This idiot. Where do you? Oh, no,
No.
I want.
Oh, come on now,
Okay.
Cat. Come on
All
now.
right. So yeah, in the UK, it's legal for
I
you
ain't
to
gonna
marry.
let you call people.
Oh, I can't call people bitches around here.
You want to be called one?
I don't mind.
What the fuck?
Ralph upstairs for you, Ralph.
I told you I speak her language, bro. But I'm a
I
married
like
man
it a
and I
little
don't
bit
talk. I'm a
rough.
married man and I change the way I talk.
Anyway,
I
yeah,
usually
you
been
All
call your
disrespectful.
women bitches all goddamn day.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
right, go ahead,
I
Cat.
used to deal with them.
anyway, shut up. God's
All
sake.
right, Cat.
It's the
Your
point that you
turn.
can't hold a thought. Is the point that you need to shut up.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. I was waiting for you to answer though.
What was the question again?
Right.
I
So
forgot because you were rambling
you
so fucking long.
need to do
Hold on.
more listening.
You
I
need
go
to
on mute.
know F's
This
with you, but
dickhead, man.
Cat.
Anyway,
Nope.
so
Ask
yeah,
her
in
where
certain
is the other
African
key.
nations, yeah, it's completely acceptable for you to marry at like 13, 14, after they think you've become a woman. Yeah. For example, in the UK and even actually in the US, it's actually legal in certain states to marry at 14. Okay, you might want to look that shit up. But in the UK, it's legal as well at 16 to marry anyone you like, whether you want to marry a 60-year-old at 16. Okay, that's the legal age of consent. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, why are you so condescending?
Because it's in my nature.
I got a question.
Yeah, but that's
Okay. Hold on. I got a question though. Sorry, because I
You gotta
hear
know
your
how to
question.
you gotta know how to deal with
But
them bitches. My
listen,
bad not to cut you off,
yo,
VV.
come on, girl.
No, she
God,
said it
bro.
was cool. Didn't you just hear her agree to say it's
No, he can
okay?
call me a bitch. It's absolutely
See?
fine.
See that's what y'all problem was the first time with Neo X. Y'all don't know what type of women you're dealing with.
we have decorum over here, though.
All
But
right.
no, but
Yeah,
this
we
is
gotta have
decor.
the
Hold
tone.
on.
Everybody.
Excuse me. This is decor. She's not offending me and I did not offend her. We're cool.
Okay. All right. So listen. Now, I asked that question. Is that typical in Sudan? But I didn't hear the answer. Is it typical for a 30-year-old?
In Sudan, no. It's usually late teens, early 20s. Yeah. You pretty, yeah. If you're like,
You sure about that? You sure about that? How
In
sure
today?
are you about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty 100%.
Okay. Now, if that what's your view on that? Like anywhere in the world, you can, and maybe it differs depending on what country you're talking about. But what's your view on that? What's your view on a 30-year-old man dating a 15-year-old girl?
For me, I think it's just disgusting and weird.
Okay, why?
They should be marrying a woman and letting a child be a child. No child should be getting married. No.
Okay. So you think that man is basically a pervert?
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially.
And would you call it pedophilia? Like,
No, because pedophilia is a lawful, like, that's a term, you can't call someone a pedophile if it's accepted in their culture.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can, but it's not going to do you any good because it's protected by law. So, yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I be saying. So look, the law here, what they do with black men, right? Even if it's true or untrue, the laws you
Right.
will not escape. You will not escape is some
Well,
type
you
of
won't, but
sex
even
charge.
among African
And you don't.
American communities, if you go back into the 20s, you had young girls marrying at 13, 14 years
I
old.
remember. I know
Yeah,
when it was really under. When it
to
was
big
under.
old men. Yeah, and it wasn't
Right.
okay
When
then.
it was under. When it was under a biblical law. You know what I'm
What do you
saying?
mean biblical?
Well, they
What do you
was
mean
married under the
biblical
Bible.
law?
Don't you think they was getting married
What
under
does
the
it
Bible?
say in the Bible that it's okay for you to marry a 13-year-old? So it says that in the Bible.
I think Virgin Mary was supposed to have been like that, right?
Oh, I know she was, but when
But that's so.
oh,
Let's
I
just.
thought it was only Muslims and
No,
other
no,
people
no. I didn't
married
say
under
that.
18.
I never said that.
Oh, so
You
it's
put words in my mouth. I didn't say that at all. But
yeah.
I'm saying what I said
But that's the
was.
thing,
Hold on.
bro.
What I
It's
said.
happened for centuries. That's the thing. It's happened for thousands of years. Girls
Yeah,
that young were marrying. I'm sorry, that's just the way it's always been. I
yeah,
don't think it's okay, and this is why
yeah. I don't either.
I don't know what to tell you, but it's happened for thousands
Yeah,
of
I
years.
don't think it's okay either. But that's what I'm saying. In certain situations, in certain times in America, it was, and now it was not. And now we have laws to protect it against alphabetical communities.
Well,
But
it
now
doesn't stop it. It doesn't stop
it,
it.
it
There's
doesn't. But
still
hear what I'm saying though. So what I'm saying is, what I said before is the conscious community. We were talking about the conscious community. It's where it's supposed to be, but it just don't understand where it is at. It's sleep to that. It's numb to that
of
because
course, because we
we.
have to realize, like, a 14-year-old today is very different what a 14-year-old it was 500 years ago. Okay, 14-year-olds were out working, having children. That's just the reality of the situation. That's what they were doing. Okay, today, yeah, life is very different, and we don't expect that from our children. We look at now a 14-year-old like a child, whereas back then 14-year-olds were getting married and were having children early like that. And that is just fact. Like, we can't deny that's how it's
Yeah.
been.
So we got people practicing old ways and new laws. You know what I'm saying? And they're
Well,
not
some people
understanding.
wanna,
They don't
yeah.
understand that they're
It says
basically.
it's illegal here. Kat. It says it's illegal here. A person over 18 can't have activities with somebody under 18, but the legal age of consent, meaning two 16-year-olds can consent, a 17 and 16 can consent. But it says that above 18, you can't do that.
Well,
Is
an
that correct?
18-year-old, yeah, you can't sleep with a 16-year-old. A 16-year-old has to sleep with a 16-year-old.
Where is this at?
Right. So a 30-year-old cannot have a relation with a 16-year-old in the UK. Right.
Pull up, well, you can get married at 16.
Yeah. The consent is just like, it means like you can do that yourself, but you can't. There's limits. Like a person older over a certain age cannot go
They
down.
might have raised the. Do you know what? Actually, they actually probably did raise the age of consent. When I was growing up, I'm in my 40s, right? So when I was growing up, the age of consent was 16. They might have raised it to 18.
Yeah. I think
they
that's
might
what
have
they
done.
did.
Yeah, they might have done it. But yeah, yeah.
Oops. Yeah, and I think it's pretty much the same It's like the same in Denmark. Once you're over there, once there's a certain amount of years between the two, that's where you're going to get in some problems.
Yeah. Or you're gonna look at, but everyone's gonna look at you weird. Like a 30-year-old with a 16-year-old, whether it's legal or not, they're gonna look at you like you're a fucking weirdo and you're a pervert. You know, it's just the way it is. And nah, you know. But look up the age of consent or for marriage in the US. I think I've heard that the lowest age in some states is like 14 or something.
Okay.
In some US based, but I guess it depends where you are. Wherever the hillbillies be staying, that's probably where it's legal. What is this long ass thing?
Now I just wanted to be clear because I lost the link. Here it is. Here it is. Russell's brand has accused. Okay, it's legal for adults of any age to have consensual sex with a
16-year-old, yeah.
Provided they are not in a position of trust, such as their teacher. But I just read something that was the opposite. So maybe they.
But that's in the UK?
Yeah. I thought it was 16, but they might have raised it to 18. I think maybe 18 for marriage, maybe.
You might be talking about a while ago because I seen a show on something
it was
like
always
that.
16
And it was like
when
16.
I was growing up.
I thought it was 16. That's why I asked that question, because usually it's under some type of, when they remove the spiritual doctrine of something and they make it a law. You know what I'm saying? So
no, even when I was growing up, it was always 16, regardless. Like there was 16-year-olds marrying
you and
teachers.
but I'm saying
marrying their teachers.
Oh, here it is. The limit is 23. So if you're 23, 16 is legal. The consent. Above 23 is not.
What the hell?
Almost a developed mind.
That's just dumb. Hang on, so you're 16, you can sleep with up to a 23-year-old.
Yeah, I think so. And
they give you 3 years. They give you 3 years of not having a fully developed mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. But now, let me look up the U.S. You said you wanted me to look up what, Kat?
The U.S., like the minimum age for marriage in the U.S.
Consent in the USA. Oh, it changes from state to state. It's not federal.
Yeah.
Right. And
I just heard that
problem.
I heard somewhere like you can get married at like 14 or something.
So like I said, in most southern states, you are still allowed to do that. Like when you say up north, now you ain't doing nothing.
Look down a bit. It says age of consent. Oh, that's in Mexico. As low as 12.
That's crazy,
13.
right?
Oh, the state of Washington is what? 13. You see what I mean? Like, it's just weird.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So like I was explaining, like people don't understand the terminology I'm putting it in, but I'm telling you it's because of spiritual doctrine, right? So, I don't want to drive my nail in the coffin when I was talking on another panel. Biblically, you say how you own something, you take possession with something. You take possession as, say, if your woman gives up her last name, right? Now she's yours, right? That shows ownership. You become a part of something, right? A part of my family, spiritually. And hold on. Let me finish.
Let them build.
And she has to get new identifications, right? To match, right? So those part of those things, culturally, spiritually, are put into our laws that they hide those things in different laws to take advantage of people to make money off of. So it's robbing and stealing from the culture. You know what I'm saying? But you guys don't have that over there.
You can't tell us what we have over where.
What do y'all have a high divorce rate?
In where? In the UK?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a high divorce rate. Mm-hmm.
If you guys.
Sunday's trying to drop a link in the chat.
Yeah. I was just reading that. She got to hop up and put it in the back chat if she want. Let me drop this link. She could do that. It's all good.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
see.
a high divorce rate. But let me ask you this: when you talk about biblically, because I think I've heard people state biblically that when a woman reaches her flower or whatever, which basically when she starts menstruating, then she becomes a woman, right? Is that what
Yeah,
you mean
yeah.
by
Muslims
biblically?
and all of that kind of believe that certain stuff like that.
And no, I'm not talking about. I said the Bible.
No, I'm talking about all of them.
Hold on.
I'm talking about all of them, even that comedic stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No, well, I'm talking about the Bible.
Well, how old was Aisha?
I heard she was.
Well,
about
I guess
9.
you can talk about the Bible, but I'm still going to include it all.
He consummated when he was 9. Ralph is right. A lot of stuff is Abrahamic stuff, man. It comes from Abrahamism.
They are. Are you right? Abrahamic faiths. What are the Abrahamic faiths?
Well, yeah, that's what a lot of these laws come from.
Abrahamic faiths are
Yeah, I said that earlier too.
Judaism,
But
Christianity, Islam, right? They're the Abrahamic faiths, right? So, okay, so they're all on the
and they
same
all
general
claim they all
consensus,
claim
right?
they wives as property.
Okay, all
They
right.
all
So
claim
act
they
like
wives as
no one
property,
else
don't
is
they?
practicing it, and it's only Muslims are doing it.
Something you need to practice, or they claim they women as wives, and they know how to stop that talking and shit.
No, according to Mary was what? How old was Mary?
But you need to practice listening, because no one's saying only Muslims did anything.
No, they keep bringing up Muslims as if they're the only ones that do it.
Well, it's explicitly in.
Yes,
right?
When did I ever say that I was a Muslim? When
I
did I
don't
ever say
care
I was
what
a
you are.
Muslim?
You could be a head of lettuce. I don't give a shit.
Oh, Sister Nandy, now you're over here bringing up fucking one community, bitch. Get your fucking deep ass, crunchy ass throat up here, bitch. I'm gonna fucking violate you again, ho. You still want to
Hold
carry
on, who
on
you
that
talking
shit,
about?
bitch? Drop the
Hold
link,
on,
ho.
yo. She
Drop
still
the
ain't
link for
had
that
no
bitch so
water,
I can
yo.
violate this
Let
bitch.
her calm down.
Drop the link, ho. Sister
Oh,
Nandy, come up here,
wait a
bitch.
second.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
fuck you up again, bitch. Come up here. Come up here, bitch, so I can embarrass you.
Hold on, y'all.
Come up here, bitch, so I can embarrass you, bitch. Yeah? Miss Black Power. Let's talk about where your kids are, bitch.
Oh,
Let's
no.
talk about how your kids got taken
Hold
away
up,
from you, ho.
hold up. These is female issues.
Don't fucking mute me about she wants to put some shit about one community in the fucking chat, bitch. Come up here.
These are strong
you goofy
women.
ass bitch. Yeah, Sarnetta you
Save
were trying to suck
save your
dick,
energy.
bitch.
Save your energy,
You were
because we
trying to
on
suck Sarnetta's dick, bitch.
save your energy. We
You
on
were
something
trying to
different. We
suck
talking right now. She not
Sarnetta's
even
dick, ho.
she not
Come up
even
here
on
and
the
explain
channel right
that
now.
shit. You
She not on the
enabler.
panel.
That's the reason why you're mad at Nepal. Because she got the dick and you
Hey,
didn't.
mute
Get
that
it,
bitch real quick.
bitch.
You
Come
gotta
up
do the
here,
right
ho.
thing.
So we
You
can
gotta
talk
do the
about
right
that
thing.
shit, bitch.
Yeah, hold on. Listen. I don't want y'all to have this I didn't even know that link.
You wanna allow her to drop links on my man?
No. Listen, hold on.
Drop the link? Drop the link for her to
Just hear me
fucking
out.
come up here.
I did drop the link, but hold on. I didn't even realize that link that's what that was.
Okay,
to
well,
be
let's
honest
go,
with you.
bitch.
Well, look, you need to be civilized too, though.
I'm never gonna be civilized with that whore.
You use your damn brain, yo. You
Her kids
reckless,
don't
yo.
even
You
fucking
reckless.
like her.
Listen.
Her kids
But
got
hold
taken
on.
away by CPS because you got too busy running around here sucking Black Panther
Hold on,
dick,
listen.
bitch.
Stop.
Yeah.
Hold on, listen. Sonetta actually apologized to her. He admitted to
He
everybody
never
he was lying
apologized
about
to
her.
that hoe.
No, he did. He went on her platform.
I never did,
her
bitch.
platform.
That's why she's still mad, and the pie is
No.
always down your
He
goddamn neck, hoe.
apologized because he
And that's
lied.
the one time I don't give a fuck about you, bitch. When she talks about how ugly you are,
All right,
hoe,
come on.
and you
Just
ain't got
stop. Hold on. Just stop. I don't want y'all to do this here. Y'all got to go somewhere else.
but you let her drop some shit. Okay.
No, I didn't. I'm gonna take the link out.
Bitch, so I can come over there and violate you, ho. You
Or you can be a real woman and be civilized.
Your uterus got scooped
You can be
out,
a real
bitch,
woman and be civilized and see how I go down.
Cancer-infested shit, ho.
You can stop all that name calling and that disrespect.
I'm not gonna stop nothing for that.
All
bitch.
the disrespecting of the cat.
Judah don't like
Look, you
you.
really
Never has
disrespecting my
liked
boy
you,
Panel.
bitch. He don't
To
fuck
be
with
honest,
you,
that's what you really doing.
Hold on. Just wait a second.
Stop fucking muting me.
Yo, hold on, Cat. Wait a second, Cat. Just hear me out for a second. Look, you two can talk about it if y'all want to talk about it. But if y'all don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. You see what I mean? And so I'm saying, what to me, it seemed like there's something I see y'all both angry
So
at
she
each other.
wants to bring it. She
Hold
wants to
on.
bring it over here to
I
your channel,
see.
though, right?
Listen.
Okay.
And look, no.
All right,
I don't
bitch.
even want
Wherever
to.
you
I
want to
don't
go.
want
Tell
y'all.
me where you're gonna
Listen.
fucking be, bitch. I'm gonna be there.
No.
Tell me now.
Okay, but listen. I would much rather have y'all, if you can.
No, so she's
I
gonna say,
would.
"You
Hold on.
smart pussy, bitch. You smart."
Now listen.
Shut
Both
the fuck up,
everybody, both of y'all. Come on now. Listen, both of
dumb
y'all.
hoe.
I would look. Come
You ain't shit,
on. Let me
bitch. Never
just
be
say,
shit, hoe.
Kat, you ain't gonna let me speak. Come on, let me just speak. I would much rather have y'all just discuss the issues in a peaceful manner, even though y'all already have gone at each other. Like I was saying to you, I'm just saying this. I'm not making this up, Kat. Sonetta went on her panel and apologized and said he lied on her.
Or did.
He did.
He was
So I'm
playing
just
with her,
informing.
you dummies. He was trolling her. Are you okay? Anyway, hit the link.
He said he was lying.
He
He
lied.
didn't say he was trolling.
I
Oh,
know
no,
He
he
said he
don't
lied.
was.
even go
He
there.
said he
No, she was
lied.
I know
calming
he
down,
was.
dog.
He
She
was
let her
trolling the
go.
bitch. He was up there saying, "I like you, Nancy." Yeah. Until
No,
he
he
left
lied.
and
He
called
said
All
you
he.
right, but
all
look,
kinds of
she's leaving
swamp
now. She
pussy
don't want to. She don't
bitches.
want. It's
Of
okay.
course
It's
she
okay.
don't, because she don't want this fucking smoke, bitch. You better stop running around here lying on me, you ugly bitch.
Hey, look, you sound
Okay?
wild as look. You sound cowardly like a
I don't give
motherfucker,
a
right?
fuck. I said to her,
You
hit the
finna
fucking
cuss
link.
this
How am I
lady
coward
out.
about
You finna
nothing?
cuss this lady out, right?
How am I?
She
I
ain't
don't give a
even on the
fuck. Do you know how
panel.
many times this
You done
woman has
called her
fucking
all these
lied and
names.
cussed me out? Stay
You
out
done
of women's
disrespect this
business,
man.
pussy. Stay
That's
out
what
of
I
women's
said at first, but
business,
stop crying.
pussy. It
You
got nothing
quiet.
fucking to do
Look.
with you.
Hey,
Shut
All
your
right. So
goddamn
listen.
mouth.
You
DB.
quiet.
Shut
Look.
your mouth.
I'm
This
gonna
bitch
cut
has been
this
talking
part
to you
out.
about me for the
Listen.
last year and a half,
Look.
I'm
ho.
done.
Look. Okay. I get it. Y'all been
Bitch, don't
arguing
mute
and
me
saying,
one more time.
"Look, come on, Kat. You two been fighting outside of here. I don't know nothing about y'all fight.
So shut
So why
up.
y'all gonna do it here? That's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about
So
it.
why
There's
is she
no
bringing it up then?
no, but anybody.
But what?
Anybody, I don't know anything about it. It's the first time I'm hearing anything about it, Kat. So that's why I don't
So
want
let
y'all
her
to
come
do
up
it
here and
here.
explain it then.
She's
Hit the
not
link,
coming
you
up.
ugly
She's
hoe.
gone. She went out. But look,
Oh, now
she
she's
already
gone.
left.
Because you
Yeah,
know
but
what,
I'm
Sis Nandy? I'm gonna find you, bitch. Watch everywhere you go. I'm gonna fucking violate the fuck out of you, you ugly bitch. You scooped out womb ass hoe.
DB.
You
You
cancerous
are
hoe.
right, man. What was that
You
shit?
don't.
look. Come on, Kat.
Come on.
Just drop it. You
That
can
No,
go find her
I'm not gonna
somewhere
drop
else.
shit.
Kat, you can no, I'm just saying you can go find her on another page if you want to argue with her about it. That's what I'm
Bitch.
saying. I don't want to do that here. That's not what we're doing here, And I'm sorry that happened. I
Fucking
didn't even know that was
stalker,
going to come out of
bitch.
it.
Oh man.
Look, come on. Now, so you still going to talk about you still want to talk about her or you want to talk about something else? I mean, because that was like a distraction to what we were talking about. And I'm sorry y'all have y'all issue with each other, but it's the first I'm hearing about it today. I didn't know anything about it. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to discuss it right here. But out of respect for both of y'all, if y'all did want to just discuss it civilly, I wouldn't have an issue with that. But I can hear y'all going to fight each other. So there it is. You know what I'm saying? Me, myself, I'm going to tell you both. Like, I don't want to be arguing with anybody. I don't want to be calling nobody no names on the internet. That's not where I'm coming from. If I hate somebody or I want to beat them up or I want to choke them, I'm not going to be calling them nothing over the internet. Nothing. You get nothing from me. What you're going to get is a surprise. That's all. You see, so that's why I don't like doing all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I know y'all angry at each other, but I hope y'all don't want to go at each other, and I hope y'all work y'all situation out. Because both of y'all are women, man. Don't be fighting over this dude. Don't let this guy. I mean, just don't do it. Leave Sonetta out of it, man. Y'all both don't like Sonetta, so why was come on? That's what I don't understand. I don't like Sonetta. I don't respect Sonetta. But sometimes when I see people fighting each other over him or taking different sides, I start to wonder, like, damn, like, should I even interfere myself? Like, sometimes I wonder, man. That's all I'm
Ain't it,
saying.
man?
But
Ain't it, man? Look, that's what I'm saying. I was saying it earlier, just let him tag it out. But I feel like your channel is so respectful to me.
Listen, listen.
I'm not. I'm here because his integrity, his
Chocolate block,
greatness.
real
This,
talk.
this, this,
Like I'm
this
listening to
bitch.
my guy
Hang on a
because of that,
minute.
and
No,
I don't
hang
like
on.
I don't like the
This,
disrespect with all the cursing
this,
because I know
this
we got a little reckless.
hoe
We
has
ain't never did
accused
this.
me. No, this
I ain't
hoe
never
has
seen this on this
accused
channel
me.
Well,
before.
Shut the fuck
let's not
up.
hold on,
Shut
stop
up.
it, yo, cat. Let's not go back into the cursing. Just explain to him. Just explain it to him. You don't have to curse it out, please. See, yeah,
Nigga,
it doesn't.
I'm civil.
Oh, okay. It has nothing to do with Sonetta. All right, please, respectfully, y'all both just take it out somewhere else. Don't do it here. Don't do it here, please. Just for out of respect for the audience and everything and the other
This
people that's
bitch
going to
has
be listening.
accused me of unaliving somebody. Okay? It ain't no fucking play. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm hearing it, but I'm
Okay,
hearing you.
so Sister Nandi, I'm always gonna have. I'm gonna take your head off, bitch. Watch.
But let's
I tried to
stop.
leave you alone,
Yeah, but you
but now
can't do
where are
that
you
here.
fucking?
Yo, cat, you can't do it. You can't threaten
I
right here.
will.
You
Do you know
can't do
what?
that.
Okay, bye.
Don't do
Bye.
it. It's not
Bye.
wise, cat. It
Bye.
ain't wise. All right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's not wise to do that. And I'm just saying, I don't want people to do that here because I can't have nobody threatening anybody over this
Oh
thing,
no.
over the line. You know
And
what I'm saying?
it will make it look like everything you stand for is a contradiction. That's what you
Exactly.
had me here for. Remember the
And
post and
actually,
post of that language.
see, the problem is that you know I don't mind people having, it's not a problem, I don't mind people having difference of opinion. I like that. I appreciate that because that's what creates the conversation, the dialogue, which understanding comes from, and that's what the listeners want. But this is not the dialogue that the listeners want. They're not going to, because they won't know all the details. Just like I won't know all the details. So I won't even be able to judge. But I respect both of these ladies, but I really don't know what it's about. But I hope that it gets resolved. And but if it doesn't, they know each other. They know each other's relationship. I don't know their relationship. So I don't want it to happen here. You know what I'm saying? And as long as nobody curses and or threatens anybody, then I don't mind the dialogue. You see what I mean? I don't mind the dialogue, you know. But if nothing's going to come out of it but cursing each other out or threatening each other, then that's not what I want. So, anything else, but oh my goodness, look at, okay, well, I don't want Cat to come back.
Not to hate on her. She been doing that the whole time though. We said she
Yeah,
was gonna
out of
stab me.
pocket, DB.
Yo,
She's
shit,
pocket.
yeah, I
For
mean,
Mhm.
that wasn't no woman.
not what you want over
No,
there.
but listen, we got a good dialogue because look, everybody got to say their different opinions about, number one, about blackness, number two, about their misconceptions
Yeah,
or their feelings
Yeah,
about different groups.
yeah. I
but,
did
but
like her up here though. I ain't gonna lie, but she was a little too far gone, a little loose. You know what I'm saying?
bitches, man. You see what I'm saying? So, you can be respectful in your dialogue. You can respectfully disagree, but
Right.
to call people bitches and dickheads and all kinds of shit, man.
Yeah.
Ain't that
It's actually a distraction. It's a
it?
distraction,
It is. Then I'm gonna look.
Cones and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right, like who sent you? You see what I'm saying? Like you don't come over here starting with that shit over here because we don't
No.
carry ourselves over here like that.
Yeah, and I'm not going to do it. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, I try to get people to understand that not cursing people out does not make you weak. Like, it's the opposite. Like, I'm not going to be on the internet cursing, doing all of those shenanigans over the internet. If I have a problem with you, you're going to find out another way.
Yeah, I mean seriously,
Like,
yeah, man. I'm from the Bronx, man. I mean, nothing. My mouth is disgusting, man. But I keep it here. I keep it in a certain way because it's like I don't want to disrespect the listening audience. I don't want to disrespect you. You see what I'm saying? The people on the panel, what have you? Because
Mm.
for real, I can go. I can get real. I can blank out, man. But the fact of the matter is that and I've learned also dealing with union representation, what have you, that I let people talk because the more you let people talk is the more you see them in their true light. You see where they're coming from. And if they're coming from a place of garbage, then you leave them in the dumpster.
Yeah, 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 exactly. Well, it's a lot of, I don't think Kat never been over here on this platform, so she may not know that we don't do the cursing and stuff over here or these kind of threats. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing she may not be aware of. And
But
Nah, yo. I'm not letting that
she,
slide no more, yo.
oh
No,
yeah,
yo,
you said
because I
no,
said
right?
that.
Yeah.
I just spoke to her, yo. Like I said, yo, I'm not that type of person, bro. Like I came over here with the morals and respect because that's what y'all was giving off. I don't agree with everything. Certain things I say will be somewhat proven somewhat down the line. But I'm not speaking that negative. I'm speaking on, of the point of what it is. Yeah.
Mhm.
I said to her, I say, yo, look, out of respect, she said she calls herself certain things. I refer to that when she acting like that because I didn't see her as a woman anyway. So we're not gonna give her a woman treatment when she identified. Y'all say y'all give people the right to identify, right? Which you identify as. Another thing, right? Sister Nanny, please come on back to the show, yo, because I be feeling you. You know what I'm saying? I knew you, and you ain't gotta talk about the jump. You feel me? Because she bring good content. She was cool too. She also said she liked
Yeah,
platforms like yours.
but
You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
exactly,
So that means she
exactly.
been paying
It's true.
attention. You know
but
what I'm
No,
saying?
but
yeah, exactly. It's
see,
true. I ain't got no issue with Sister Nandy,
I have,
and
Mhm.
I like her. I got a lot of respect
Mm.
for
I
Sister
do too.
Nandy, like a
And
whole lot of
I'm talking
respect.
about the girl Cat
Um,
said, but I know Nandy's a supporter. She shouts you out. You feel me all the time. Feel me?
Yeah, see now for another.
She more
yeah,
what I relate to because she keep it hood. Because look, sometimes I can't deal with certain things, but I understand. You can't be. I say you can't identify with everything, but you should appreciate what what's in front of you. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and it's it's just like because the thing is just that yeah, but in any case, I'm gonna let Sister Nandy come up and because the thing is that I don't want her to feel like somebody's allowed to come up and curse her out and say what and then just bounce and so but I just yeah, man, what can I say, man? You can't have it your way all the time. But at the end of this one, I'm just going to delete this whole part, that whole little segment, so it don't matter. you know they can get it out if they want to get it
no,
out. I understand.
But
You know what
see,
I'm saying?
one thing I can say about Sister Nundy is she's real, man.
No, I respect Sister.
And
She definitely real, man.
how real
Oh,
she is.
hold on. Oops, what the hell did I just do, man?
nah, and don't cut it, and don't even cut it out because this is a real learning example, right? Because now a 0x can't say nothing about. So what you say we preach is advocate, right? Righteous advocate, right? You doing for people who are being victimized. Well, we just came here. She just came here. A new lady came here, victimized, disrespected, even insulted women. So what we do hold ourselves to a standard, right? To prove that we're the type of people that want to keep our character uplifted. So you wouldn't have to cut this out because yeah, here and see what we're promoting here because it's yeah, we say so. Yeah, I'm gonna say some shit because I'm nigga. What they do here, that Kemet stuff, and I'm doing what we know as niggas here in America. So I'm identify what I feel like what we doing here, as my type of people. But I'm respectful. So yeah, we gonna keep
Yeah,
this thing in check because
nah,
we don't hurt children here. We don't hurt women. We don't like to hurt the type of niggas we talk about. We don't do each other wrong. We work
I
together and
try
build
to.
things.
Yeah, exactly. And I try to get people at least to see that, yo, we don't, that it's not a sign of strength. It's not a sign of strength. All of this open, just the cursing, it's just not a sign of strength. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? And it's like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's not some nuances there. Somebody might say something as a part of speech. You know what I'm saying? But it just can't be like all out there because it gets out of control. It changes the whole vibe. It stops the communication and turns into a fight. Fighting is not the same as a conversation. You know what I mean? And whatever the differences are, I think it's great if they can reach a mutual understanding or any type of understanding if they can reach it through communicating. But if it's just going to be all out fight, I don't want it to be the place here. You know what I mean? Like for that kind of thing. And I also don't want to teach people, man. I'm not up for it. I'm not up for it. So I don't want to be a place where people come and curse because me myself, I'm just telling you, man, I'm not gonna curse back at you. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
curse back at you. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
I'm
you
not gonna
you
do
like
none of
that.
that. I know where I'm from, and if you know where I'm from, you should understand that I might feel a certain way when I catch up with you. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be playing no game over the internet with all of this stuff. Like, you know, it's
Yeah.
too
So
much.
yeah, and I'm gonna
It's-
get this out. I'm gonna end this on a joke. But Cat, look, but
Hey, Negro Ralph.
what's going on, Miss Andre? Look, I wanted to say this to her. I do want you to come back, and I understand you just got to tone it down just a little bit. You hear me, bitch? Uh,
Oh,
Yo,
uh,
Ralph, hold
hold
on
on,
now.
hold on, stop. Till you did it again. She said she identified as that. Now y'all gonna take it away from her? Or you gonna take her right from her?
that's how she self-identifies.
That's what she said, and I didn't mean it in a bad way because I'm not saying it violently towards her. So that's why I say I understand. I don't mind if a white person uses the N word because I'm gonna talk racist slurs back, but I'm gonna use it in a way where we can still laugh. Maybe find a friendship out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, look, he ain't bothering nobody.
Hey, can I?
Yeah, Andrea, you there?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, me and Negro Ralph, we talk about men and women relationships all the time, and we don't never get out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse for what happened. None. I had to stop listening because I got tired of hearing the name calling to our brothers who weren't coming at her like that.
Right.
There's no reason for that. You know, I mean, there can be civil discussion without all of that. I enjoy when me and him disagree. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
we don't have to do that. We don't have to resort to name calling or a condescending tone or
Yeah.
any of that. All that is not necessary.
And
Not when even if she doesn't know you, her just coming to your panel,
right,
she needs to be respectful because she doesn't know you. And even if we do know you, we know where the boundaries and limitations are.
right.
We're fully grown up human beings who should be able to come on this panel and have a civil discussion without all that other stuff. That is so ridiculous. You can do whatever you want on your panel, but come and respect other people's panels. Don't just flip off at the lip. When you know people, you can do your panel however you want to, BB. That's your call, you know. But for somebody to just come in and bogart and say the shit they were, I had to stop listening. I couldn't keep listening. It was making my ears hurt, you know.
Yeah, and I don't like to I mean, I blocked people for for other things, not even curse, because some people are harmful even without cursing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but I'm
Like,
not even talking. Yeah, it's
eh,
not even about the cursing. It's just the name
yeah,
calling. I mean, all the
the
condescending
name calling, right? It's
names.
like,
There was no need for that.
And
I
she's
mean, these are
disrespectful.
brothers that have been coming on your panel for a minute. They're not new to this. She may be, and that's fine. She's new to your panel and all that stuff, but still, that doesn't give her the right to think she can come in here and bogart and have the conversation she was having and the way she was having it.
yeah, because
It
I
just
try to be fair to
And
everybody,
you
you know.
did, and you can tell you're an advocate because nobody else would have let that stuff
Hell
slide.
no. but
You
but
know, I'm just saying. So
but and also she's like disrespectful and condescending to African Americans, man. And you can tell
all of that.
her tone and everything is
mm,
disgusting. So
yeah.
so that's why I was saying, oh, you want to call black folks here watered down?
mm,
Let's check your genetics. Let's let
Mm.
and that's why I hit you with that information I hit you with, man, because there's nobody who has 56 generations of intermixed with Eurasians is gonna tell me anything. And I don't give a fuck if I look like George Washington. You see what I'm saying? So
Why y'all hit her with the Dave Chappelle? With the white black supremacist. Show me your face. I'll show you
Yeah,
my
yeah,
face.
yeah.
Why you think? 'Cause I bet you she ain't had to show her face.
But
You know what I'm saying?
And then not only that, VB, when she was trying to say what Beverly had to be identified as, I've
yeah,
been told I'm not black enough because I speak quote unquote proper English.
how about that?
Both
Uh
my parents are black. My
okay,
huh.
Kat, you
grandparents are
back?
black.
You good?
So I'm just
I
saying,
am back and I've been listening. It's funny when I was
Okay.
up here, you weren't
Yeah.
saying all that shit.
I
Oh,
wasn't.
yes, we were.
No,
Because
you
I
can
was
Okay,
say
saying,
hold
you
on, hold
were.
on, hold on, hold on.
I
Everybody,
was.
just
Yeah, you
stop,
can
just
say
who's
stop,
you
she
just
might
stop,
talking?
be.
You
just stop.
talking to
Yeah,
me?
you
Hold on,
can. One at a
everybody, hold on,
time.
hold
One
on,
at a
hold on.
You're,
Just
time.
stop,
Yeah.
stop, Cat.
you're
Hold on,
talking to
wait, wait,
me?
wait, wait.
Whoever
Just
wants to go
whatever.
first.
Okay, just no cursing. There's no cursing, no attacking, no. Just don't turn into a fight. Y'all
Yeah,
can
let's
talk it
go.
out. You
All
can
right.
just
No,
communicate.
I'm just
all right?
saying. My point was, you don't have to be disrespectful. I don't think anybody came at you like that. I was trying to listen, but it was hard. I've been coming on Penance Panel for a
So,
while, and just
okay.
out of respect, don't cut me off. I wouldn't. That's why I wasn't coming on. I was letting you try to get your voice out. Okay, so I decided to come on here.
Mm.
But at the same time, it's his panel. You shouldn't come out here and disrespect like that. You just shouldn't.
How
I'm
was
just
I? How was
saying,
I disrespectful?
by calling people names and saying and just
Because
not
I
letting
said
people
bitch.
talk.
Because
No, you said a whole. You said some
no.
other
I
stuff.
was listening
You,
to everyone talk, sweetheart. I've been on here for
yeah,
hours.
and so
Yes,
have
and
I. And
I
I've been
was
trying to come and
listening. If
go
you
and
have a
come and
problem with
go.
me having a
And
voice,
I don't have a
I
problem
had
with
a
you. No, I
voice,
don't.
sweetheart, and I
I
let them have a
don't.
voice too.
I don't have a problem with that. And that's the thing is I don't.
Okay, well, you could have come up here when I was up here.
No, I couldn't because I'm at home
Okay.
taking care of some business over here. I was trying to, but I tried to listen.
Come up here when
But
I'm
don't
gone.
see. But
Hold on.
this is what you're
Hey,
doing.
look, hold on.
You're
She
not
gotta
giving.
get
And
a
I
mute,
will,
y'all.
because I don't
You're
Mute
not
that,
giving
come
John,
me
y'all.
up here when
Mute
time
the
Cat.
fuck I'm
to
gone.
say.
Yeah, mute Cat,
Okay.
Okay,
man.
no,
All right.
nobody's talking about you in no derogatory way. We were just commenting. I didn't call you any names, anything like that. I'm just
I don't
commenting on what I've
care, little
heard so
lady. You
far.
can be all the ladies
From what I heard so far,
on.
that's
What
all
are
I
you muting me
commented on.
for?
Because we
Excuse
got
me.
more respect for Miss Andrea. She shows so
I
much
know, no, you
respect.
can go
Hold on,
fuck
no.
yourself.
What
Okay,
We
you're
know
did? What
we
did you
don't care.
say?
Listen, she shows respect for us as men up here. You can hop
Don't.
down
Yeah.
gracefully.
Don't.
We don't know you, but we would like to have
Everybody
you
got
here
to talk.
respectfully.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
everybody got to talk one at a time. Just
Yeah, go
one
finish
at a
Yeah.
out, Miss
time.
Andrea. Go ahead,
You know,
finish
Yeah.
out.
because
No, I'm just saying. I don't have no problem with her speaking. I don't. I don't have no problem with her defending herself. That's fine. But you don't have to do it when you're being derogatory towards other people. You just don't. So you can say what you want to say. You can say what you want to say about me and call me what you want to. That's fine. I didn't call you any names. I'm just telling you from my observations of what I've heard so far. And you don't have a right to come on B Bennett's panel and take over and say the things that you were saying. Period. It's just that simple. So I'm gonna step down because I don't have time for the feedback. I like I said, I try to come out here and just from my observation, just speaking from what I saw, and that's what I saw from the stuff and heard from what I was being out here. So I'm gonna
yeah,
step down because
because
I don't have time for the comment. I don't.
Before you step down, I want to say thank you as a strong woman. You know what I'm saying? And having respect and value in us and men and in character. I want to say thank you for that because, a lot of women, they fold when it comes to that girl power stuff, out of ignorance. I really appreciate that, Miss Andrea.
Yeah, you're welcome. Like I said, we have you not one time tried to stop her from speaking. Not one time, VB. Not one time. But
I try
a
not
lot of
to.
what I heard was very
But
derogatory,
I
and that
have
was
to be
not
able to
necessary.
moderate. Yeah, I got to be able
Yes.
to moderate. And so
Yeah.
that means folks got to let me moderate. So when I start talking, they have to kind of listen, even if you're excited and want to say something, because I know what I'm doing. It's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a mission I wanted to accomplish. And that's why I invited her today. And actually, the conversation was very, very useful. I'm not talking about when it got to the fighting, but overall, the conversation was useful. And that was the point. That's why I don't like to see it just go down and this kind of thing. It's unfortunate. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. But you know
Yeah, because
what?
we can all be respectful. I mean, it's not that hard. That doesn't shut
Right.
her voice off because you're being respectful. He did not one time. He wasn't trying to cut you off or do anything like that. Like I said, it's V Bennett's panel, and he is not that kind of guy. He just isn't. We're not new to his panel. You're not that kind of guy that would say, well, because she's a woman, she can't speak. No, you're not that guy. And
Nah,
so, I mean,
I want to hear. I want to hear the perspective,
exactly.
from
So that's
everybody.
what I'm saying. Nobody was trying to cut you off. You cut yourself off by being so disrespectful. So I'm out, BB.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Andrea, thanks for coming up, and I'm sorry about that. I mean, yeah, but there's this thing out there where it exists right now. There's platforms where people are out there just cursing at each other, and that's what we've been talking about for a minute. Like, to some of this shenanigans is just wrong. It's not useful to none of us when we just put this aggression out there towards each other. And to be honest with you, my whole view of it is that over the internet is cowardice. I'm not talking about Cat per se. I just mean just in general, all the cursing, all of this stuff that it's like I don't roll like that at all. If you can't say it to my face, I don't consider you serious at all, you know? And that's just for anybody, like anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You know, and I don't understand why it's gone that way. I don't know if it's a generation now, a new generation, or it's my age. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never, I'm not up for it. I never had that situation where I had somebody in my face cursing me out like that, where it's been normal. You know, I came up in a generation where people get killed for cursing each other out suddenly like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't come up to another black person with that kind of aggression verbally, you know what I mean? And without it be, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm from a different generation. Yo, Nandy, what's up? Yeah, let me catch my
What's
breath.
good, Andy?
I'm like,
Bennett.
yeah, there you go, Nandy. Oh, my
Hey,
Hi,
goodness.
Divinely. Hi, everybody on the panel.
So
hey,
you got Sinetta on the run?
So I never got myself in a lot of trouble.
Bitch, you better
Let me, let
flame
me,
this
let
bitch
me
up.
address
Flame this
something.
bitch up.
Let me address something else first. I know what you're saying about certain stuff when it comes to cursing and everything, be Bennett. But you know what? Some of our people need harshness. We can't deal with passive aggressive. And the reason why I came in your chat is because this girl has met someone off of YouTube that meant a whole lot to me, Lady Snoop, Queen's Throne, and a lot of other people, and she has been accused out of her own mouth admitting to unaliving this person by stabbing. It's a lot behind this young lady. All I did was come over here to warn you because we can stop a lot of this stuff if people start stepping up to the plate, informing each other about individuals that are randomly coming to your panels and has a trail, a serious paper trail behind them. She tricked that brother over there to where she was. She went live on the air with the video that I sent you while actually committing said crime. We have not seen this brother in like 2 or 3 years. It's so many people that have outed this woman. She's been on Judah's panel. She's been on Sinetta's panel. And I'm just warning people, like I always do, to beware of certain toxicities that's roaming around YouTube. But I think that people need to start paying attention. We need to start doing research. Stop sitting with everybody. You notice I don't let anybody on my panel anymore because a lot of these people have been affiliates of each other. They backstabbers. They're not going to do nothing but lie, manipulate, and continuously shift from panel to panel that's doing something productive, like what you were doing today. I've been in the cloud since you've been live, enjoying the information and taking notes. Then the brothers up here are being totally disrespected when there was a great build going on. So a lot of things I think we need to start paying attention to. And for those that curse, I'm gonna say this: shout out to Tupac. Anybody who's offended by my cursing, you can't be no more offended by the things that's going on YouTube, in our communities, and also just in the surrounding areas. So if you're not cursing at this point, then there must be some level of comfortableness when we're dealing with poverty, when we're dealing with issues, oppression, and all of that. And I'm gonna close with this. This is one reason why a lot of people can't reach the youth. See, it's not about cursing or being overindulgent in what you all would consider to be gangsterism, because a lot of people ain't never been to the trenches or been a gangster with an A to know what it is. So a lot of people just formulate their opinions. But this is one reason why you can't deal with the youth, because they don't want to hear the passive aggressive. They don't want to hear Bible scripture, and they need people that are hip to what's going on. This is why Malcolm and the Black Panther Party and all of those people that was from the ages of 15 to 25 got more recognition than some of these house niggas around here that's in their 50s. So I just wanted to come up here and clear this up. This has absolutely nothing to do with Sinetta. This is a very close friend of mine that has been missing and allegedly dead at the hands of this woman. And I'm not the only one that's going after her. And I'm just warning you because she met this brother. He was from New York. He had a show called One Community. She got him to come over there. Said she was in love. She been traveling and doing stuff, and we never seen him again. But she went live with a knife with blood on it, saying out of her own mouth she killed the man drunk.
Oh
So
God.
look, and Miss
So
Mandy,
I get
Cincinnati,
the video. His
Cincinnati, check this out. She said to me on the panel, right? This is the craziest thing, right? She labeled me as from New York. Then she turned around and said she would stab me. After I
think
said I would call the police, I said I'm gonna call the police. And she said, "No, I would stab you."
See, listen. She be drunk and she be high. That's
That's what
her.
I'm saying.
That's
She
her
on them, she
latching
on them
out.
perks.
Now listen, that's her latching out. And I've been watching the show, so you all wouldn't think that I was regurgitating something. I put the
Hmm.
video in the chat where she
I
Mm-hmm.
was
saw. I
live
got
doing
it.
all of this, where Lady Snoop actually put her out there. So that's like her talking out of her head. Uda was from New York. Uda was over there with her,
Incriminating herself.
and he was stabbed. Now think about what she just said. That's why she
See,
got mad when I put it in the chat because y'all don't know her. I'm not gonna let none of y'all, the people
Right. We
I
don't
fuck
know.
with,
see
I'm
divine,
not
see
gonna let
divine
none of
spirit. This is what
y'all
I be
talk.
talking about.
Exactly, and
Hmm.
that's the only reason I said something. I don't want to be, I try to respect this show, but I fucks with you,
Yeah,
B,
I feel you.
and I fucks with Shaka, Divinely, all of these people. I'm not letting another brother come in contact with this sister and get caught up. That's why I came in
Hmm.
there.
Oh,
And
I
out of respect
appreciate
for
it.
your show, I was not going to hit the link while she up here because someone who's guilty reacts the way that she did, and I'm not going to even have a conversation with her.
I appreciate it, Nandy, and and I understand, you did the right thing. Now here's, just to let you know, like what I mean by cursing. Don't get me wrong, I'm not no Puritan at all. You know what I'm saying? Like I go to a lot of people's shows that curse and listen. It's a lot that, and I always value the content. It's about what they're saying. I'm a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the cursing, but it's this one particular thing with me about I don't want no, like me, I'm not going to come at you, and I wouldn't expect you to think that if I come at you and start calling you a b ass hoe or woman or anything like that, I I would expect you to think it's violence. You see what I'm saying? Like I would, so that's why I don't go that way with people, because for me, if somebody comes and starts directing words at me, it is going to send me somewhere. You see, it's like I'm not playing any type of games with anybody about. So I don't want nobody coming over here cursing at me, coming at me like that, and thinking, and don't think it's in real life or anything. Like I'm going to hit the roof. It's going to be a very quick reaction. I don't take aggression like it's a joke. You know what I mean? I may not even think. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't like those kind of words, man. I've seen bad things happen when people pop off at the mouth
I
like
want to
that.
say
You
this.
see?
I
And
play a
but I
different
hear what
game.
you're saying.
I play a different game of chess, right? And this is YouTube, and everybody that you got beefs with, you can't always get to them. Like with Sandetta, that's why I laced his ass the way that I did, because some people feel like they can continuously tell lies and defame people's character and get away with fuckery unless we address it in certain ways. So I'm gonna say that. And dealing with certain individuals sometimes, because I learned this even dealing with the trenches, when you push a person and you know how to talk to people and you make them demons come out their ass. Look how she just went ape shit. She was up here being real calm, cool, collective, but being sneak dissing towards the brothers or saying derogatory stuff. Not until she made that comment about New York and stabbing did it trigger some shit in me after she done stabbed my friend, because she said it. So we not gonna say allegedly. I gave you the proof, and
Mm.
we have not seen him anymore. So it
Cincinnati.
triggered something, and even respectfully, I put it in the chat. I did not curse. I did not put any words in there to disrespect your show because I have respect for you. But since she wanted it out there, Lady Snoop has exposed her, Queen's Throne has exposed her, the Beef Sector done exposed her, Wack done exposed her, Judah done exposed her for unaliving this man. No, I was not going to let her sit up here and keep talking to y'all on this panel.
Look,
Hmm.
look. I
I hear
said
you.
something to her earlier, right? I said, how many men you punched in the face, and it slid over their head. I'm like, this is. Then they try to say I had a love connection with her, right? I was like, nah, she too masculine. You know what I'm saying? Say like, you know what I'm saying? Like she hurt people and stuff like that. After I called the police. But I want y'all to understand the Negro spirit is real. Y'all can't be saying that it ain't here because you gotta know what type of energy you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? If you got some people don't have they have so much of religious indoctrination, but they don't have a real spirit to see what's going on around. I felt this woman was negative from the start. And I felt like I combated her for that reason because like she was bringing too much disrespect. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I never heard you once really wanted to kick her off for that, but I understand that you would. I didn't want to hear you go through that though, B Bennett, or any one of us being called any type of name, especially when she. If y'all gonna hold us to a standard like respecting women, and I'm not gonna keep getting disrespected, so I'm gonna have to call her as what she identifies as or what she act like.
And
Right.
some
I didn't
people,
want.
I'm real. I call names. I tell people exactly what they need to do. So I'm never going to disagree with people reacting. You can't tell a person how to react to certain situations if they're involved in it. But when you are outright coming on a panel with three brothers that I have been watching since the show started with a very great build that I'm over here taking notes. She shouldn't have came up here with that type of disrespect. And then to come out here and to latch out on some things and say something that I knew one could trigger something going on with your channel because she's been outed in other places and still at this point under investigation because Uda is still missing at this point. So in a professional manner, that's why I warned you in that chat. Don't You need to go do your research. Don't take my
Mhm.
advice. Here's one
Yeah,
video
I hear you.
you can, that's why I put it in there. Here's one video that you can go and do your research on, but it's going to lead you to hundreds of videos about her. And that's covering the brothers that I feel shouldn't be coming in contact with toxic ass women that possibly could unalive you if she ever get in contact with you. So that was my only mission. And
I
I'm,
hear you.
like I said, I'm still traveling. I want to speak on this shit with Sinetta. Yeah,
And
I
you
put
ain't come up here and curse nobody out.
on.
You didn't come up here and curse nobody out. You said
And
all of that without cursing nobody out. So
I'm gonna say this because you did ask me that, and I don't want anybody. A lot of folks deflect from answering questions. Yes, I did put a lot of documents on Sinetta, and what Sinetta does is play chess games with a lot of people. When he came up there and admitted what he did to 90, I have been waiting for Sinetta because one, when you're standing on business and truth, you don't have to worry about certain things. He's never brought out a tape recording on me, but he's had them on everybody else. Never brought out a text message. I've provided several text messages. If you go back in my video from the things Sinetta was saying about Nepal, the things that me and Sinetta discussed, I've spoken to Miss Cynthia, and everything that I put out about Sinetta eventually came to pass. So, yes, I sued Sinetta. I told you all that. Him as well as the Arena Uncensored for $50 million for defamation of character, lost wages, a whole lot of other shit that I put on there. And I had to report why, because the fact that he's in New York, when you're in New York and there's a jurisdiction situation, you also would have to involve the federal government. So he put himself in that position. You sitting up here on this damn CIA tube talking shit, and I warned him, don't do that. I took law 6.5 years, and I play a deadly game of chess. I try to give everybody the information, but they don't want to go that far because they all got something to hide. You cannot expose, nor can you manipulate someone like myself into falling in the trap of a lie when you ain't got shit to hide. So, however, I got to get it out through federal courts, the attorney general that I not contacted, and I put all my paperwork out. It doesn't make a difference. That's what I don't get. How can in one breath everybody want to take down Malachi Z. York, everybody want to take out Polite and all of that, but when it comes to Sinetta, oh, I'm Nundy playing police games, or I'm dry snitching. I ain't dry snitching on nobody because I heard that comment being made. How I'm dry snitching when he been up here talking about himself for the last 6 to 7
and,
I got
and
a question for you.
exactly, and
Cincinnati,
everybody else.
I got a question for you, right? So say with this Leo X, the president of Bookie T, from Harlem Heat, looking at things by her calling us homosexuals and things like that. And couldn't there be a last on her doing the same kind of way?
Wait, can you ask me that question again? I'm sorry, I
Well,
had to take
yeah,
that call.
Yeah, I was talking to a person about this of Neo X defaming my character, trying to say I'm homosexual and don't like women or something like that, and talking about my private parts, you know. So I want to know if that could possibly be like a lawsuit as well, the same way you're going about it.
Let me say this. This is why I run my shows the way that I do. Anything that people put out that's in social media or anywhere, just say anywhere, that is not able to be proven. You understand what I'm saying? People can say what they want, but if they don't have proof that you have actually been in certain activities or certain things about your private areas and stuff, that is fully a case of defamation of character. And then when you put it on other channels and they are allowing those things to happen, that's when it turns into coercion and conspiracy. See, I'm going after everything when it comes to Sinetta because that's straight up a RICO charge. Then they making money off of it because they actually strategically sending one person to this channel, one person to that channel, and everybody dragging your name all the way around YouTube, which actually deteriorates the value of who you are, your channel and brand, and your credibility. And this is why he gonna get that business messing with nothing. Also, when they saying things like that, I could be somebody potentially interested in you. I could be trying to date you. So just say if I'm potentially interested and I hear Neo X saying some things like that, or I'm a potential donator that I want to support your show, but some kind of way, some of the things she said I don't agree with, and you're allegedly involved in, that becomes a defamation of character case. And as many people
Mm,
that stood with them, and they put all this, they put it all on everybody panel. Nundy had AIDS. Nundy had cancer. Nundy was this. Then Sinetta started the lie. She wanted to sleep with Sinetta. Look at what Cat just did. You see what I'm saying? But B. Bennett handled his business. Now, now Sinetta admitted he told a lie. And you have to look at how he moved. He ain't never admitted he told a lie like he did with me. He was not playing with me. He know what time it is with that paperwork. Everybody else, he done played in their face. He been back on their panel. He's still over there doxing. He still sneak dissing. He already know what time it is. That's why I told him, and he still have yet to dispute that he's under investigation because the nigga been under investigation since before the polite shit started with that stuff with Kahootie. So it didn't take much for me to go ahead and get my lawsuit through there when he already been in the car with somebody allegedly with drugs and guns, and somebody was unalived on his watch. It's a lot that's hidden about Side Needle that a lot of these people know up here. So if they really wanted to go after Sinetta, all this stuff was done before Nundy came here. They could have. They pick and choose. So is it snitching or is it called cleaning up the community? You can't snitch on nobody talking about themselves.
that's
I
right.
just lined it up. That's just like Polite. If Polite had came up here, and I know B. Bennett, I know you divinely, and he had admitted right here he touched that baby, y'all would have been calling the feds and everybody too, because that's what he supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly. You crazy?
So
Like,
no
come
doubt.
on, you know?
Meta
It's
ain't
like,
no different because his platform has allowed all of these pedos and
Yeah,
scammers and
yeah.
manipulators to get to the community that we were safe in before his show to touch children and steal from our people and manipulate our people and defame people's characters.
So
He passed a RICO.
legally, he's a facilitator of that shit.
He
You
the
can,
mastermind, if you want to use the correct term that they would use in court. He's the mastermind because he's admitted without Sinetta, we wouldn't have known any of those people. Well, would those little girls have known them? Would polygamy have taken over? Would we have known Nepal with all of this stuff be going on, with the way that they came at us? And it's 100 of us that can stand firm on what they done did to us versus two of them who already got their hands dirty.
See, that's why I said earlier, it's the most conscious, unconscious community ever. It's so sleep because all of these places that promote it, California, New York, Florida, you know what I'm saying? Some parts of like DC or whatever, but it's not really like that. You know what I'm saying? All has that same type of conduct to it. And who you say got these videos on it? Sinetta. You know, he said I got hundreds of thousands of videos. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He got everything
Yeah,
documented.
Sonetta's
So she, you know
But
what
he
I'm
done
see,
saying?
snitched
It
on
tells you,
everything.
and like
He
Nanny
done
said, he
snitched on
tells you
everybody.
everything. I like listening to him because I know how bad he gonna tell himself, and he funny sometimes. He's disrespectful. You know, I laugh at his disrespect. It's funny, but I don't condone his actions on anything. Uh, yeah, man, I got a sense of humor, but yeah,
and let me,
they all
If you
tell on themselves.
I
raping
just
and
want to say
scamming the
one more
community,
thing because I
oh,
see
okay.
Cat trying to get back on, and
Well,
I'm
that well, cat, yeah, she wanted exactly. But
okay.
I did
So
say to her if she can
I'm
do
gonna
it
close
without
with
cursing,
you. I'm gonna
okay, go
close
ahead.
with you. Sinetta. Let me tell y'all this: if you look at Sinetta's platform, he's past a mastermind. Sarnetta premeditated every single thing that he did on his platform. He knew the individuals he was coming in contact with. He put all of these little play runs together. He collected majority of the funding. He benefited the profits and all the people. He been scamming, using people's names, putting stuff in their names and stuff like this. He was a blackmailer and an extortioner when he came in. Everybody like Garfield and all of them, he got files and shit on them for, and then he extorted them and blackmailed them into continuously putting on this fucking fluke that he has put out here in front of the people. Now he already been sued by the white people for the name the House of Consciousness. That's why he had to change it because it wasn't his name in the first place. Then when he changed it, everybody over there on drugs, some type of alcohol, or messing with children, or got some type of scamming going on, or ain't nobody never knowing none of their real names, plagiarizing books, and ain't none of their information really sufficient for them to be able to say they're leaders of the community. Now, with all of that going on, and he the only platform that ain't never been hit in years. When nothing come out and put it out there what's going on, this motherfucker hides his channel and then take it back out. That's so he can trap everybody else. Now I'm gonna drop the mic on that one. He ain't never hid none of his pages. But as soon as he got that documentation and came up there and admitted he lied on me, and I put that work in, now all of a sudden he pops it back out. But ain't a damn video up there when the Paul was talking about Nundy and no goddamn body else who name I informed them people he had been talking about up here on the YouTube streets. Now, I'm gonna go. Thank you
Put
very
in
much
work.
for
You
saying
did
it.
your thing, Nandy.
It'll be another
And listen,
update.
Andy. No,
Hmm.
I gotta say to you, you know, you. I mean, I
Mm,
really, I don't have to say I respect you. I do, you know that. But
of
I
course.
mean, for me, you remind me of like one of my aunts. You could be
Yeah.
one of my family members. You know, really. And I peeped your energy a long time ago. I don't know if you remember the first time we was on the same panel together, and I said everybody was waiting to speak, but in my mind, I said, you know what? I think I'm gonna let the sister speak first because just something told me I could feel something. I was like, she should speak first, and I knew it was a reason why that. And then so I just want to let you know that now I'm gonna let Kat back up here because obviously you said some things, right? So I
Oh,
know
that's
she's
fine.
gonna want to defend herself,
I'm
you
gonna
know.
release myself because I respect your show. I'm not gonna go back and forth with her. I got my own platform where I drag trailer trash. I'm not gonna do that here. And I appreciate you guys
Thank you.
having me. All I'm gonna say
Yeah.
again, just be very cautious about the type of individuals you come in contact with. And
Mhm.
the trill is because we pass real. I always recognize the trio. So just because we ain't around each other every day, don't mean we
Mhm.
don't fuck with each other the long way. So with that being said, V Bennett and Divinely and Negro, I love y'all, Bill, and I'll talk to y'all later. Peace and
All right,
power to
thank you,
all
Nandy.
my
Thank
strong brothers.
Yeah,
you.
peace to you,
Thank you.
power to you,
And
Nandy.
Andrea for being a
Now,
woman. Thank you, Miss
Let me
Andrea.
tell you, we say flame that bitch up, flame this bitch up, flame
Peace and
that
power,
whore.
my beautiful sister. It takes a firm backside whooping sometimes. Sometimes silence when you just drop down, that was the best thing you could have did, just like I'm finna do. Peace, y'all.
okay, so I'm gonna let Kat up. Kat told me she promised to not curse, you know, and so I understand she's gonna need to respond to some of the things that were said. You know, all I'm asking is just
VB,
please don't start cursing. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm dropping down too, man. I gotta get something to eat, man. It's been like 4.5 hours, bro.
Okay, sure. All right, no problem. Ralph, stay up here. Yeah, okay. All right, here I'm letting Cat back on. Here we go. Yo, Cat, you there? Cat, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm
Okay,
here.
okay.
I
So
actually
I
wish
know
you
you
would
want to
have.
respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually wish you would have stayed on so we can address the lies that she's been spreading about me for the last pretty much year and a half. Sister Nandi, okay, you just made some accusations that I unalived somebody. The same thing that you've been saying for at least the last year, okay, at the minimum. You are someone that can dox people, find out information, right? Supposedly you got feds on people. So why haven't you got the feds on me? If I supposedly murdered somebody, I'm just wondering, okay? The last time when you spearheaded some campaign to accuse me of killing one community, what happened? You forgot to tell them what happened after that, yeah? What happened is you contacted his family, and what did they say to you and Lady Snoop? He's absolutely fine. Mind your business. Isn't that what happened? Okay, so don't come around here lying on me, okay? I've told you, if you want to do something about it, if you believe I did something to that man, do something, okay? Put out a missing persons report. Contact the feds. Contact Interpol, okay? You know what my name is because you've been sniffing around my ass for the last year. I'm just wondering, why have you not been able to do anything about it? Why am I able to come up here on YouTube, show my face, and nothing's happened to me? If a man chooses not to be on YouTube anymore, he don't want to be on YouTube anymore, okay? And if we're not in a relationship anymore, mind your business, okay? It's not my fault that you had a thing for him and he didn't want you, okay? Don't forget, I used to be on the phone listening to your conversations when you would be calling one community every goddamn day, all right? You weren't a threat to me then, and you're not a threat to me today. If you want to do something about it, okay, do it, sweetheart, okay? You said you have a video with me with blood on a knife. Where? Where do you have a video with me and say that I killed him? Are you stupid? I would have said it. Listen, if I unalive somebody, I would have tell you to your goddamn face. I would say, yes, I did it. You know how I get down. I wouldn't give a goddamn what you think, okay? I don't give a shit. So stop it, Nandi, okay? You have nothing because you've called him. We were laughing at you, like when he came onto your panel and told you he don't F with you no more, and he's leaving YouTube because he don't like none of you. Yeah, he told you that to your face. Do you want me to show that? Do you know what? Next time, if you want to carry this on, I will find that when he said on your very stream, I'm leaving YouTube and I ain't coming back. Okay, you forgot that? Did you forget that? You know, you want to tell one side of the story, not the whole side, okay? Now, you're saying I unlike a man that I was with for 2 years. Are you okay? You know what? Because he don't want to talk to you no more, and he don't want to be on YouTube. Do you know what he's doing, sweetheart? He's building an empire. If you want to support this black man that you support so much from New York, go and support his business, okay? Don't hide the plug, baby. New era. Go and buy something over there, okay? If you want to talk to his brothers, you can find them on social media. If you want to ask if he's okay, why don't you do that? Okay? When Lady Snoop sniffed around when you were accusing me of unaliving that man, what happened? Nothing. That story died. And now you want to carry on this shit? Sorry. A year and a half
I mean,
later.
I don't mean that kind of cursing. I just mean directly at
No, I
somebody
don't know.
like
You know what? After this, I don't give a shit. But I I just don't understand it. Why are you still carrying on with the same narrative? Show one receipt. Okay, you're a doxer, right? You know his name. Find out where he is. Why haven't you done that? Why haven't you found out where he is? A year and a half later, well, if he's buried in my shed, darling, it's too late for him, right? So why haven't you done something about it? I don't get it. People want to accuse me of, listen, if I killed somebody, I would have told you. If I had purpose to kill anybody, and I haven't, that's what I said. But I said, if I did, I wouldn't give a fuck about saying it, okay? So stop playing with me, woman. Okay? You want to come up here acting like so prim and proper. Do you know the filth that comes out of this woman's mouth? Okay, maybe you don't know the sister Nandi that I know. Okay,
No. I mean,
swamp
I don't know what you
pussy.
mean.
Yeah, listen.
No. But
no,
listen,
that's what comes out of her mouth.
I know,
Her
but
mouth
that's
is,
not. But I
her mouth
understand that.
is
Don't get me
filthy. But
wrong.
that's
Don't
the
get me
sister
wrong.
Nandi you know.
No,
The
listen.
Nandi that I know, her mouth is like dirt. Okay. Maybe over here she tries to act all prim and proper, like
No, that's not what it is. I'm aware of her platform.
Nah.
And listen, hold on.
She's
Hold on, Kat.
trash. She
Just Kat,
lies
hold
on
on.
people,
I'm
and she has no
aware
right to
of
do it.
how Sister
Listen,
Nandi speaks.
I'm telling her, show the receipts, show some evidence, or shut your mouth. That's it. Okay? It's been a year and a half. If you have nothing after a year and a half to show, I
Donnie's like,
good.
So we going
friend
back
of
to we're going back to the
Hi,
topic that we
Donnie.
was doing.
Killer cat. It's I started using killer cat because I've been accused because
crazy.
her and Lady Snoop and some other people that didn't like me accused me of being a murderer. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay, there's a lot of things I am. Okay, you can call me rude, obnoxious, ignorant. I don't give a shit, right? But I don't unalike people. Okay, that's not part of my ammo. But
Kat,
Nandi,
can I ask you a question?
just show something. Just show anything. Yeah.
I myself, I don't really know any. The only thing I know is what was just said, right? That's all I know. But my thoughts is that, I mean, I wouldn't, if I did something to somebody, I would never go on the net and say it. You think that's what I do? I don't go on the net and tell people what I do. If I had to do something bad, criminal,
ask her to show where I
someone,
said that I killed one community. Where did I say that I killed one community? She said that
no, you said if you did
me.
No, but you said if you did, you would say so.
I said if
you know, I gotta hop down,
yo. I would say it. The thing about the knife thing, yes, did I threaten to cut someone's throat with? Yes, I did, but it wasn't him. It was somebody I didn't like online. Yes, that happened. Yes, did I apologize? Were me and that was a female, yeah, that I did that too. And were we cool afterwards? Absolutely. Did she still come to my channel after that? Absolutely. Right. So yeah, was I tripping and I threatened her? Yes, I did. I did do that on my channel, probably like a year and a half ago. I did absolutely do that. And
I'm gonna tell you something.
But the fact that she's saying that there was blood on a knife, what are you talking about?
But listen. The next time, it's just a suggestion. It's just a suggestion, right? I mean, and I know it's probably never going to happen, but the next time, this is one reason why I don't curse at people, like over the internet.
Oh my God.
But I'm not talking about you. It's a lot of people I say this about. I say this too. And the reason why I don't curse at people, I'm talking about, I might say a curse word, but not you this, you dirty that, you motherfucker this. I don't do that to people. And the reason why I don't do that is because I usually see them use that as an excuse. Like the conversation never goes where it could go because it always escalates and gets distracted. You know what I'm saying? So what I wish that could have happened is that I'm going to tell you, I really wish y'all could have really just spoke about it. Just with y'all, both of you guys.
She's not going to have a conversation with me. Listen.
No.
She's not going to have a conversation with me because everything that she says, I'm going to debunk, right? She lies about me like everyone else. Listen, I'm a 43-year-old woman. I don't need anyone to tell me how to speak. Really.
No,
Okay.
I'm not telling you how to
Listen.
speak. I'm just saying.
Listen.
I'm just talking about
I
here.
get around here. I go around in a lot of different spaces. If people don't like my language, exactly why I'm not going to come over here again. That's the thing. If you don't like it, the way I talk, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
Right?
because
We don't have to talk
no,
again.
no. What I'm saying
But
is
I'm
that
here to address her lies, and that's it.
yeah, as long as you can
Now I'm
do it
going to
without.
ask you, Nandi, if you have any receipts, show it. Otherwise, okay, it's out. And for you, V Bennett, I'm not going to be back over here. So enjoy Sister Nandi and her lies and do whatever you want.
No. See, this is what you got to
It's not
understand.
CC nothing.
No. Well, you don't have to understand it. You don't have to listen to me.
I don't. I'm not
But
going to tell someone to
if you want to hear what I have to say, I'm willing to say it, you know, because I don't think you know.
No, I don't.
There you go. All right. There you go. Well, in any case, the link is dropped, and yeah, there you have it. Yeah, you don't get. I don't always get my wish. Obviously, I don't. You know, but yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is, and we can move on from there. Yeah, Jay, you want to hop up? They go to link, man. Different strokes for different folks. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I don't want to comment on what was just said. I have my own views about what was just said, and like I also have my own views about, you know, I would have liked to say something, to express something to Kat. I didn't get a chance to do that, but you know, me, I don't like being lumped in a bunch in a group. I like people to give me the chance to just say, you know what, sometimes V Bennett comes with some stuff I didn't expect. So at least let me give the brother a chance to say something to me, because maybe it's not what I expect. And so that's what I would have liked to have the chance to do, but I see that's not going to happen right now. And but for me, I like indifference. I don't mind indifference. Um, and my whole thing about the cursing, I don't try to tell people how they can talk. I just mean over here, I noticed that sometimes the cursing can be a big distraction for a lot of people. Instead of them talking about what could be talked about, it gets distracted because the anger, you know, you can't control how people respond to being cursed out or anything. So I just try to avoid all of that. But I don't try to tell people how to talk. I go to plenty of people's platforms that curse. I do, and I listen, and I don't confuse them all as being the same, you know. But I also, you're not going to hear me coming out of my mouth cursing somebody out, cursing their family out, cursing their kids out. And I said this a million times, because for me, you're entering in another world right there when you start doing these things, and you don't know always who you're dealing with. You know, some of the most vicious people don't have to curse at all, which is why I don't do it. I'm not under any illusion about it. So I just try to just bypass as much of it as I can to just have the discussions that need to be had and deal with that in a respectful way, you know. Now, the moment I start disrespecting somebody, hey, you do what you got to do. But I prefer people, even if they don't like each other, come on, let's communicate like we serious with each other, you know. Nobody have to let somebody else walk down the street. We let each other walk down the street because we respect each other. You see what I mean? That's the world I come from. I'm alive today because I treat people with respect. I know how to give a little respect, you know, and I get some respect back. That's why I'm alive. It's not one way, it's mutual. You see what I mean? So sometimes when I see people, you know, not understanding that, it just makes me wonder a little bit. But again, I'm not mixing up everybody into a bunch. Sister Nandy know how I feel about her. And she, you know, like I said, she could be like one of my family members. I feel her energy. I know where she's coming from. And she got me spot on. She knows my psychology. And I feel like I understand her too. Like she said it plenty of times. She don't have to be over here to recognize real. And it's the same thing. I'm not always over on Sister Nanny's platform. I'm not always in her chat, but I understand how she does things and sees things and operates, and I respect that. You see what I mean? 100%. I respect it. Period. You know what I mean? And that puts her in a certain kind of class that I like to deal with. You see what I mean? And it's not just her, you know. But let me see something here. V Bennett, our brother Shaka and Dugu blocked for Judah Nazareth, but it's all good. I guess he thinks Judah is someone. Maybe, bro. I don't think so. But I don't know. We can talk to Shaka about that. I'm gonna find out, man, because I didn't know what. Maybe you was in the chat or something like that, or was you up on the panel? I missed that one, man. But yeah, you know, y'all gonna work it out, man. I agree, man. Judah. I mean, to this extent, I don't know Judah. Um, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes this conscious community, people were going back and forth, and you never really know what the deal is, you know, all the time. So, but I would say you cool, you solid. So, I'm sure that's whatever that is that can be worked out. Let me see something. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Here go, Nanny. Thank y'all for having me. Oh, Nanny, you know that's all good. Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate you for coming over here and you know, showing some love and everything. And I meant everything that I said straight up. Is that's just how it is, you know. But I did want to give Kat an opportunity to come up and respond to what was being said. And I did tell her, you didn't come over here cursing. And I would appreciate if she could respond the same way, at least. And that's what she did. She did. So for me, it's all good. Now, I don't expect everybody to take my advice, um, you know, but I mean, I'm 53 years old and I've seen a lot of things and I know a lot of people and I'm a people person. I had to deal with a lot of people and I've seen a lot of things because I'm a trustworthy dude and a lot of cats stand on that with me. You know what I'm saying? So I've been able to learn a lot of things and witness a lot of things everybody's maybe not able to. So on that note, I'm gonna leave it right there. And yeah, and you know, you just things going to continue that way. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Let me see here. That's what's up. Yeah, but let me see what happened to Jay, man. Where Jay? Where the hell Jay at, man? Jay, you was coming up. You dropped the channel link. Okay, well he ain't. Jay didn't pop up. All right, y'all. So listen, before before things went left, we did get a little bit some other things accomplished, you know. Oh, hold on, let me see something here. And she overseas, so trust it. I mean, I'm like, I'm just like, you know, I'm going to try. I don't see how I need to say anything because you know, it is what it is. And it's not me for me uh to respond to nothing, and it's not for me to claim to know anything, but I could tell you that's a hell of a the accusation of offing somebody or having somebody offed or anything like that. I just hope it's not true. But if it is true, you know, I don't play. That's not something I would, you know, want to be on anybody. You know, people. I had a friend of mine, by the way. He was young, and but basically at a young age, he got into some problems. Very young age, very very young. I'm talking juvenile young, and because of that, he had some issues later on. You know, having to go on with that. You see what I mean? And so you know, I don't even. It's not a light issue. So I just hope that's not the case. But if it is the case, you know, only the people that was involved know about that. You know, they know the truth. Hit the like button. They know the truth. You know, it happened overseas. Now, yeah, I hear you. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And Yeah, man, it's wild. You know, it's a wild world out here. But on that note, I appreciate everybody coming out, y'all, and I appreciate everybody that's been rocking and gets the point, you know, and comes over here and shares their time and their energy, because we actually had a good conversation that I think a lot of people could get down with when we were talking about what it is to be black and who can be black, and you know, those kind of nuances, you know, and we discussed about how, you know, in a lot of our sectors, and you know, no matter what ethnicity of African people, we all have this little element there of some problem, you know, where we either don't like the other African, don't like the other one from the other ethnicity, that, you know, we have always have this issue. And um and I think it's been firmly established today that that's an issue that we all struggling with. And so it's not one over the other. It's we all been colonized. You see what I mean? And the effects of colonization, you know, don't become aware to everybody at the same time. But that seems to be like one of them. And we also could were able to talk about how the laws aren't the same in every country. The laws don't work the same, y'all. They just simply don't. Some country it works in one way with this thing about hate crimes and identity, even acknowledging a group's identity. And then in other countries, some of them struggling with even acknowledging that as identity. Um, you know, ethnicity, for those that want to know, it is now black is now beginning to be also accepted as an ethnicity too. It's being dropped as a race and being adopted as ethnicity, because let's give you this example of when you're in Africa, it was said this often: when you're in Africa, black's not special. But when you leave, all of a sudden, blackness becomes something because it's special then. And it makes people come together for reasons that maybe they would have never even met each other for before. Discrimination can do that. Once you all, you know, discrimination can make all kinds of people that never used to walk together suddenly and establish a bond. You see what I mean? And through time, it becomes something. Then there's other dynamics where terms can be adopted to just allow people to fit in an easier way where where they can't fit in with the other group. So there's terms that are created that allow somebody to be one. Like over here in Denmark, they adopted this term Afro-Dane. Everybody doesn't fit under the term. Everybody doesn't feel like they're Afro-Dane, but there are people that feel like they are, feel like they're what they know about life, their whole experience. Their parents were African, or their parents might come from another country in the Western world or in the world. But the fact that they grew up here, they know this place more than any place else. So their experience really is a Black Danish experience, an identity, and so identity can change depending on your circumstances, you know? And so we kind of talked about that a little bit. And I hope that I'm the kind of host that brings people together and not one that divides our people, because I wouldn't definitely be ashamed and I don't intend on dividing people. You know, I intend on bringing us together, you know, because I think we stronger together. We don't need to accept no coons. We don't need to accept no pedophiles. We don't need to accept no scammers. I'm not talking about being together with them. You know, I'm talking about everybody else with some goddamn common sense can get together about this experience, this common experience. And I'm going to tell you, it is common, because you got African Americans, Black Americans coming over here and saying, damn, I didn't even know there was racism here. And they find out it is. It might be a little more subtle, but there is. It shouldn't shock nobody. It's everywhere in the world. You have people coming from the continent come here. They never didn't know racism the same way. And then they come here, and for the first time, they finding out, damn, people see me as something else, and I never seen myself that way. So life can change how you see things, and we got to make room for some of those nuances and some of those progressions to occur. So that's why I asked, I try to highlight at least the importance on self identity versus trying to tell somebody else what they are, and how telling somebody else what they are doesn't rate as high as you knowing who you are and being firm in that. And for me, I see Black and African as counterparts, or if not counterparts, that they can also be at times seen the same too, which is why I say Black is more like ethnicity. African can also be ethnicity. It depends on how you see it, but it doesn't have to be your own, the only intersection. It being African doesn't stop you from being Nigerian. Being African doesn't stop you from being Black. Being American doesn't stop you from being Black. It doesn't stop you from being a lot of other things that might be part of your identity too. But as I've always stated, if you can be a victim of anti-Black racism, then why would I challenge your Blackness? Yeah, and I'm gonna leave on that one. Yeah, I'm gonna leave on that one. Appreciate it. Let me see. Great show, VB. Yeah, exactly. VB. Black in America different than other places for us. If you're African and African descent, you're Black. Yep. And facts, that's what I was saying. Judah was supporting Polite after he got arrested and was on Shaka's platform as if he's against pedo. Judah got some questions to answer, bro. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, hey, Rue, what's up, bro?
V
You
Bennett, V
made it.
Bennett, bro.
Where you been, man? Where you been, man? Damn.
What you got going on, bro? You got too much going on, my boy. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
I've
ready
been
to.
busy handling business, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I be like, that's why I be just stepping back like V Bennett there, boy. Y'all crazy out here,
Oh
man.
my God, man. Sometimes I'm like, what I get myself
Hold
into?
on.
But that's
Yeah,
part of
hold on
life.
1 second.
Yeah. You gotta take things as they come, you know what I'm saying? So I think it was a good build, and even the thing, the side moment, you know, hey, that happens sometimes. I don't think it stopped anything, but yeah, it's all about how
Yeah.
you handle it though.
Yeah,
So
but yeah, be careful with that real talk guy too, because I think Shaka blocked him earlier.
yeah,
But
Shaka blocked. That's what he told me. That's what he said, man.
yeah,
He said Shaka blocked him, man.
yeah, he was. I don't know what's going on. I
But
don't know
if
who
you know
he is.
Shaka could block you in that. He
Yeah,
can
yeah.
block.
But yeah, I was just looking at summer because I was running around, working and everything. But
Yeah,
I saw
yeah.
I was on the Shaka channel earlier too, you know what I'm saying? But
Oh, I
yeah, man,
missed it, man.
I saw what happened. I just run into your show and I'm like, from the time I saw what was going on, you know what I'm saying? Since the other day with that girl, I already see she's a mess, you know what I'm saying? Just
Mm.
the things she was saying out her mouth, you know what I'm saying? Anytime you see somebody so self-centered and so entitled and think they somebody and the world revolve around them, something wrong with them. Especially when they speak on have no kind of facts to it. You see what I'm saying? And the other day I heard her say something about Bob Marley. I was like, bro, I ain't even coming on, bro, because if I have to give these people a piece of my mind, then it's gonna be something else. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, bro, you know what I mean?
I feel you, my boy.
Yeah, it's just pathetic and it's sickening, man. And how I just saw your show how this woman disrespect was talking to all you the last couple shows and disrespecting Andrea tonight and carrying on. I just see all kind of things come out you know what I mean, out the blue, like what? Accused of what and this and Nandy. And I'm like, what the hell going on here tonight? You see what I'm saying? And I saw you were still live. I'm like, let me come on real quick, man. But yeah, man, the way she like, you know what I mean? Like, who the hell is you to say who is black and who is not? And you know what I'm saying? Even you from Africa, where they're not supposed to be calling each other black. You said that. But then you trying to tell people who is black and who is not. And you know what I'm saying? Is she's She show a lot of xenophobia, you know what I'm saying, as well. It's sickening. And
Mm.
to talk about Bob Marley, like, who are you? You are nobody. Bob Marley would be blacker than you could ever be. What he done for black people, you could never measure up to. And that's one thing I tell people: when you ever hear people talk about another person, tell them do it better. Tell them walk in that man's shoes. They wouldn't make it a mile. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's so
Mhm.
pathetic, bro. Like, Bob Marley wear blackness on his hat, on his shoulder. You see what I'm saying? He
Mhm.
died for that. Like, but you know what I mean? So it's sickening when I hear people talk about people that's actually legends, actually loved by millions, and they on YouTube talking down on them like they somebody, talking about who is black and who is not.
How
Like,
good and
and
pleasant it would
yeah,
be
it just become,
before God and man to
yeah,
see
tell
the
me about it. You know what I'm
unification of
saying?
the
His songs all in
Africa.
my playlist, man. It's all in my playlist.
Hmm.
As I turn my car on, he come on. But yeah, man. So
Hmm.
I already see the road. You know what I mean? It would be heading down to with this individual just because of her character and her, you know what I mean, her loud and, you know what I mean, disobedient, and you know what I'm saying, like, she don't, I don't have
People don't
time to,
always, 'cause people don't always see their own reflection, brother.
yeah, I
Sometimes
don't
it's
have time to be
revelation, you know.
going back and forth. Anytime somebody can stop and listen, and it's a rah rah rah, and you know what I mean. So when I saw what happened tonight, I wasn't even surprised. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, like, you got to be careful with these people, man. It's crazy, like,
Yeah,
and
man.
then they want to feel like somebody is not letting them in, but all they do is attack and be a smart ass and be, you know what I mean, and think it's fun. Like, people don't catch on. You can't just, like, where's your morals? Where's your principles? Where's your respect?
Yeah, most people know that. I'm trying to I want to hear people's perspective,
Yeah, Shaka,
flat
what
out.
you doing up,
So,
Shaka?
yeah, Shaka, what you doing, man? Come on now. Yo,
You
you
should be
block real
sleeping.
talk, man. Real talk
Yeah,
is
peace, brothers. Can you hear me?
yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
block real
yeah.
talk on accident or what?
Yeah. No, no, not by accident. No, no, I did that, on purpose. And let me say peace to my brother, Young Hero. But like I said in the chat, we have the right to disagree. And, you go about things a certain way, I go about things a certain way. And
Yeah, yeah,
there's other
yeah.
people who disagree with the way I do things. But when I
Uh-huh.
call Filthy Frankie Sanetta, I don't do that privately. I do that publicly. And
Why
I
you
cursed him
bringing
out.
this here, man? You really want me to go in on you?
No, no, I mean, you're free to do what you want, my
No,
brother.
all
I
I'm
respect you.
saying,
I appreciate
Shaka,
you, brother.
yeah, but
You know.
at the end of the day, you gotta see people point of view. You know what I'm saying? If you want
Yeah,
it to
I
go
do. I
both
do.
ways. All right,
I do. But check
then.
this out.
Well, if I hold you to something and I tell you don't do that no more, you should take heed to it and say, you know what, the brother is right on that one. What's wrong with that too? That's
But
what
check
we
this out, my
doing,
brother.
right?
Check this out, my brother. I appreciate you telling me how you feel, even if you disagree with me, and please continue to do so. But other people, they feel, differently about all the things that I do or say. You see, so I cannot listen to everybody. I cannot, I'm listening to what people say, but I cannot do as everybody says.
Well,
So,
okay, you could say that, but don't get mad when people criticize you or call you a hypocrite because of it. You just
but
gotta
are you
understand
calling me a
that part.
hypocrite, brother?
I'm saying to a certain extent, because if you don't want to listen to what I have to say and
So if
keep
I disagree with
saying,
you, then I'm a hypocrite.
huh?
So if I disagree with
If
you, then I'm a
no,
hypocrite.
no, it's not about disagreeing with me. It's about disagreeing with me if I'm right.
Well, you're saying you're right, but I
And I'm
don't think it's
Hold
a
on,
pretty
what
matter of
y'all
sure,
being
talking
right or
about,
wrong.
man? Hold on, what
man,
are y'all
forget
talking
about
about?
it.
Be-
We'll talk
What
about
y'all
it
talking about?
another time, bro. Go
yeah, if
ahead
you want
because,
to, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But
because like,
peace to you, young Heru. Well, it's very simple. I just call Sanada and
yeah,
ask
yeah,
him if
yeah.
he's
I'm
under
just
investigation.
saying,
But I
like,
cursed him
bro,
out. I
this is
used
my point
profanity.
of
I
view.
insulted
You
him.
want to see my point of view, Shaka? This is it, bro.
Yeah, feel free.
We in this fight because of actual victims, reality, trauma, scamming, things that harm people, which is not a joke, which is not a game. I don't give a goddamn nigga disrespect my mama once. I ain't got shit to say to him, whether it's real life
Mhm.
or on the phone. You see what? That's just how I am. So I'm telling you my point of view in real life. Like, And I done been through a lot. I know what's going on in the streets. I used to be there, but I ain't no more. But I'm saying, if you doing stuff like that and somebody's your enemy, bro, it's over with. This is like that's just how I look at things. You know what I mean?
I hear
Like
you, but I'm
this
clowning
guy is
him, brother.
hold on. Guy is a piece of shit. You clowning him 100 times. No, I like
And
as
I will
far as
continue.
exactly, but
Yeah, I don't think
as
Shaka
far
gonna
as
stop that.
as far as calling him, as no, you don't do that. You just don't call a nigga like what? What the fuck
I
would I
will
want to
continue,
call
my
that
brother,
nigga
and
for?
I thank you for
I'm
telling me
just
how you
saying,
feel.
bro.
I am not mad at you at all, brother. You know, I appreciate
Well,
you because you're a
that's
solid brother. But I will
that's why
clown
I keeping it solid right
this
there.
punk. I will clown Sandera. I
Yeah,
will
I don't
continue to
have no
clown him.
problem with that,
Yeah,
bro. I'm saying
yeah.
about calling him and shit like that. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm talking
every now and
about.
then, if I feel like it, I
But
will.
I'm saying
You know.
it make it you look weak when you do that.
Well,
And
you can say
that's
that,
all
but
I
I
could.
told him that
Ain't
he's
me
weak, and I
alone that's
insulted
saying
him.
that.
Now, you know, remember, young hero, when you told me to flag 0x channel and other people's channel, and I told you I don't get down like that, right? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we will disagree, but that being said, real talk. Yes, I did block him. He's anonymous and unidentified. Judah Nasra is not. He was on the panel. Judah Nasra apologized for the mess up thing he said before. Yes, we've seen the tape when he was making excuses regarding polite. And he said that's because he didn't have the paperwork. Once he had the paperwork, he changed. Now,
Oh, wait a
anybody that's
second.
against, yes, go ahead.
Shaka, he I think he might have a misunderstanding here. He sees you as befriending Judah Nazareth. I don't see it that way. But
Well, I want to call him friendship, but he was on my panel indeed. Anybody that goes
exactly.
against rapists and child molesters, see, Judah Nasra, to my knowledge, doesn't have any child molestation or rape or anything like that. Now, Tahakabe does. I don't hear real talk going in on Tahakabe. Why? Why don't you go in on Tahakabe? Why don't you go in on the
That's
Pashada?
interesting.
Why don't you
Yeah.
go in on Sanetta? You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Judah Nasra is against Sanetta. So far, he's against rapists and child molesters. Anybody that's against rapists and child molesters, he's cool with me. That's what I'm saying. And Real Talk mate said, now, no disrespect to you, Real Talk. I'm not lying on you. I'm not calling you names. I'm not using profanity. Many times you said some non-factual things, and I'm gonna be tired of that. You know what I'm saying? So feel free. You have the right to disagree with me, Real
Yeah,
Talk.
but
It's
real
all
talk.
good.
Hold on, where Ralph go? But real talk. It's a lot of people that are anonymous and unidentified. But the problem is that the people that are not anonymous and unidentified, they can only take what you saying with a grain of salt, because it's like, and I'm not just talking about you. I just mean anybody. It's like it means like you're not standing on your word 100%, because if you did, you would not be anonymous and unidentified. See, people whose identities are known, they have to be held. They're held accountable for what they do, some way, shape, or form. When you're anonymous and what they say, but when you're an anonymous and identified, you're not held accountable for what you say. You see what I'm saying?
Check this out, V Bennett. Check this out. I'm sorry, V Bennett. Real Talk. Why don't you go in on Tahaka Bay? He has sex offender on his paperwork. Why don't you go in on Tahaka Bay? Do you mind typing? Why don't you go in on him? See, that's the thing. It's very simple. Now, on another note, Uncle Shu came on my panel. He was in the chat, and I told him that he's being fake.
Oh, he
I
came
told
on
him
your
that.
panel?
Oh yeah, he was in the chat.
Oh,
He
I
didn't
missed
even
a
get in
whole
on
lot.
panel. I shared the link.
Oh,
Yeah, I shared the link. You know what I'm
okay.
saying? And I told him he's a fake one to his face because he didn't even hit the panel. You know, he was
Mhm.
making excuses. You know what I'm saying? I addressed, another lady, who accused us of making threats, which is a
That
lie.
was
She
just
lied
today?
publicly.
That was
Yeah,
just now?
just
While I was doing my
the
live?
yes, indeed.
Oh,
Because
wow. Okay.
for those who don't know, Napashada, the broke Wi-Fi wife, went live on Filthy Frankie Sanetta's panel and dissed Chris MVP Harris, called him names using profanity, right? That's why I went live. Now it was deleted, but other people heard it, and also they saw the title. So Chris Harris, this sucker, he just went back over there a few days ago, made peace with Sanetta, and his wife disrespected him live on air. You see, so Uncle Shu came through, and then what we said is what we said. But I did not call him names. I did not use profanity. I did not lie on him. But I did tell him that he was fake, and he was fake in the funk, because he said he doesn't care what Neo Zero X said about us. The Zero X called us gays, even though we are not gays. We are heterosexual. She called us boyfriends, and we are not boyfriends. We never even met. We don't even live in the same country. And I played the clip when Sanetta insulted my mother and my children, and she told him, you have every right. So he doesn't care about that fine. He doesn't care about her being on the phone with Sanetta privately for 8 months straight. And he sent her some money. And I told him that he got played by 0x. If he doesn't want to admit it, it's okay. It is what it is. And on another note, brother, I read in the chat that Kat said she unsubscribed. What's up? What happened?
Yeah. She did say that. She had I think. Okay, what happened is that, I guess her and a lot of other conscious community people, or whatever you want to call it, right? People have some history together, and apparently there's an allegation going around, many different ones back and forth between different people. But one of the allegations that came up is that Sister Nandy is saying, I forget her exact words, but suggesting that Kat might have something to do with the death of somebody she knows, a friend, a dude from New York that went to the UK to maybe visit her or something. Don't get me wrong. I'm
I
not saying
heard
it
some of
exact,
that. I was looking
but
at some of the
something
clip.
like that. So I don't want nobody saying
I ain't gonna repeat it
you
though,
lying, V
because
Bennett, because I'm not claiming to remember exactly what was said. But the gist of it is that somebody died and that she somehow implicated in it, a stabbing, that she got a video with blood on a knife, saying something like, she stabbed somebody, and apparently people haven't seen this guy's in a while, and they wondering where he is. That's the implication, man. And
other
Kat
than
responded to
disrespecting
that.
everybody on the panel
Yeah. Oh,
too.
yeah. Well, she was also over here cursing, but I just thought like maybe she wasn't familiar with the fact that that's not really what we're doing over here. We're not cursing like that, especially not at people. Like, everybody curses. Now, don't get me wrong. I might say shit or I might say motherfuckers here and there, but I'm not calling you that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
calling a person on the panel MF. I'm not. I don't even do that. Look, for me, you start addressing people that way, you should be ready to fight or
Yeah, I
die.
swear I
Well,
heard her
well,
Like,
tell
so
Andrea go F herself and all kind of
so
craziness.
dang.
I don't
What?
talk that way to people. I don't talk that way
Mm,
to people. And if I don't,
mm,
I'm not going to talk that way to people because there's one reason why, because I don't want nobody talking to me like that. You see
yeah.
what I mean?
Treat
And so I'm
people how
not
you want
going
to
to,
be treated, like you say
yeah,
many times.
exactly. So I'm not going to be playing no games about that on the net, in real. I don't play no games in real life with that. And I'm not going to be playing it on the net because, see, I might hold a little grudge against somebody, and later I might be petty about it. You see what I mean? And so I just like to avoid all of that stuff because, I mean, really, man, life is funny, and sometimes it does make you want to kick somebody in the nuts. You wanted to
But
say
you
that to
know,
me over the net, so if I catch
mm,
you in real life, maybe I should just kick you in the nuts to see how you
okay.
like
Well,
it, or throw you in a trash can and see how
mm,
you like it, and just laugh and
yeah.
walk away.
Well,
So
well,
I don't know.
mm,
I don't curse
what I
at
want.
people. That's the long and short of it. I don't do that over the net. So
Mm. Well, what I want to say, I want to give a big shout out to Sister Nandy because I saw that she was in the chat. I even saw that you gave her a wrench. Sister
yeah.
Nandy kept it solid. You know what I'm saying? She had some
Mhm.
disagreement with us in the past, but she always kept it real. She's saying, how she feels, what I'm saying, with
True.
situations.
True.
That being said, what I can say regarding the Sister Cat is that yesterday I was quite surprised because people know that for a long time I was against xenophobia. I do not like when some people speak down or
Yeah, I'm
bad
against it
about
too. I don't like
Africans
it.
and Caribbeans. And
Exactly.
now to hear her, the way she was talking about Black Americans, you know, it
Hmm.
sounded like xenophobia. She at one point she was even asking, like, how many scholars do they have? There's no Black American scholars. At
Yep.
one point, even, I think it was yesterday, right? At one point, she even said she almost told you shut the F up, you know. So I don't know
Oh,
if,
you mean
maybe
me?
she, yes, she almost said it. She said shut the, and then she stopped herself.
Oh
You know.
yeah, yeah.
So the xenophobia, I disagree with that. I don't agree. You cannot judge people because of their geographic location. There's good and bad everywhere. There's good and bad people in Europe. There's good and bad people in America. There's good and bad people in Africa. People should not be criticized only because of where they were born or where they are residing. You know what I'm saying? So that really surprised me when I heard her. You know, but besides that, you know, I guess that's all I have to say. Now, what did Real Talk write? Chaka?
Yeah,
What?
he
It's too
wrote
many
some
messages.
comments there. Yeah,
Yeah,
he wrote a
yeah,
few messages while you were speaking.
yeah. But you know,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, Real Talk. V Bennett allows people to get on the panel if they don't come up. So if you want to get on the panel, feel free. We can talk. It'll be
True.
quicker. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
that's
You
true.
know,
Yeah,
it'll be
yeah.
quicker. But people have
That's
the
what
right
I
to disagree
advise.
with me. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, true. And everybody don't always agree 100%. It's not necessary. So, you know, that's how I do it. It's not necessary for me to agree with everybody, a comrade 100% of the time, or a friend or anybody. Shit, man. You know, what is that about? You can't have a disagreement, and some disagreements are going to confuse people suddenly. Shit, I don't know. I don't roll like that. Some of my closest homies, might have a few little disagreements about certain things here and there, but that don't matter. What the hell? The real shit is what we about anyway. The real shit, the important shit, going to get done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. People never agree on everything. You know, whether they are friends, whether they are colleagues, whether they are family members. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, speak to you, Sister Nandy. I appreciate you. You know, because the Sister Nandy a while back she had some words toward us, and you know I documented it, and I did not call her names, did not lie on her, and later on she kept it real when she addressed Zero X. You know what I'm saying? She said we never did anything to anybody. To this day, I did not use profanity towards Zero X. I never lied on Zero X. That lady not only called us gays and boyfriends, she even used profanity towards us, called us B-A-double-S-N words and many other profanity. You know what I'm saying? And she did that for months. And then in return, she gets
Yes,
cash
she
out,
did.
knowing that she's been on the phone with Sanetta for 8 months straight. I mean, at the end of
That,
the day,
that
it
that
is what
just
it
show
is.
you their character. When you see that, you know who stands for what, and that's just it, bro. They ain't shit like I told you on your channel earlier. Like I told you what this guy does. You feel me?
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
now
Young Harry said that
you
he
know
flew
this.
a drone.
Yeah. So
Young,
the expectation with these people is over. You know what they are now. But go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
speak on it if you want to.
yeah, yeah. Young Harry said that Uncle Shoot flew a drone above that. Is
Well,
it what
not
Kwame
him.
Brown?
He has somebody doing it and reporting
Okay,
to him.
okay. I mean, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, he's free
Threw
to
a
do what
drone
he
over
wants.
where? Threw a drone
So
where?
that is it Kwame Brown, Young Hero?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I
over
saw that. I
Kwame
saw
Brown house.
that.
Yeah, he be
That's true. I
speaking
saw that.
everything about the man, anything the guy do, and his business, his children, his family. Like, bro,
They have some beef with each other.
and
What's
then
the
he
beef?
talking
Where did it
about
start?
Shaka crying. He was just on his panel
Oh
crying
yeah.
about this one and that one, and you see what I'm saying? He crying about
Yeah.
people doing him that, talking about his family, but that's all he do to everybody. Like,
He
make it make sense,
apologized to
bro.
Napasha publicly. Recently, he made a public apology to Napasha. Napasha has been with Sanada and she's still with Sanada now. And Sanada has disrespected people's mothers, people's children. But he's free to do what he wants. You know what I'm saying? More power to him at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I'm not lying on him. I'm not calling him names. He's free to do whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? He's free to do whatever he wants, you know. But I just feel like he's not keeping it real, you know. Like, check this
It's a
out.
thin
What
line
what if
between fries and shakes.
what if somebody insults him, right? For months, and I'm giving that person some cash out. What if somebody's insulting V Bennett for months and I'm sending that person a cash out? What if somebody's insulting Young Hero for months and I'm sending that person a cash out? What if somebody's insulting Sister Nandy for months and I'm sending that person a cash out? You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? Speaking of that, I want to give my biggest supporter, well, not big, I won't say that, but financial supporter, a little bit of dap today. That is Brother Ralph. Brother
What's up,
Ralph,
Ralph?
Brother Ralph hit a brother up. What is it called? A super chat, a $50 super chat. Where the hell is that super chat at? Can I find that? Wait, I'm gonna put it back up on the screen for everybody. Go ahead, continue. I just wanted to acknowledge Ralph. Yeah, me and Ralph, we be chopping it up sometimes, and for
So
some
real
reason
talk.
he felt generous. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Real
well,
talk. You're
listen.
not getting on the panel. Why don't you get on the panel, brother?
Yeah, why don't you get
You
on
have
the
so much
panel,
to
man?
say in the
I
chat.
think
You
it's
you
better.
don't need to come up. You have the right to disagree with me. It's fine. I really have no issue with people disagreeing with me, but I have to make choices. I have to make choices. Judah Nazareth said some foul stuff before, and I brought that to him when he talked about the dude's family and wish that somebody gets raped. He apologized for that. You know what I'm saying? So as far as I'm concerned, he's going in on Frankie. He's going in on Tahaka Bay. You know what I'm saying? And basically, the people who have sex offender on their paperwork, people who have molestation or rape on their paperwork. He's going against that.
Yeah,
When I let him know about the mighty Hebrew, he talked on that. Go ahead, young hero.
no, I was just gonna say I ain't trying to speak for nobody, you know what I'm saying? Regardless of what it was wrong, but it was at the heat of the moment and Sonetta been disrespecting these people for so long, calling out their name and their families and all of that. And it's not like the guy go around call doing that to everybody like Sonetta, disrespecting women and models over and over again. You see what I'm saying? So he did it in the
Mhm.
heat of the moment and he apologized for it. You see what I'm saying? And he ain't supporting no child molesters and all of that extra stuff. You see what I'm saying? So regardless of what you feel about it, you know what I mean? The man admit he made a mistake. And that's what everybody need to do, man. Like humble down when you wrong. You know what I mean? Take heed, take criticism, and when you wrong, say you made a mistake and you apologize. And that's what it is, you know what I mean? And that's what everybody need to do. And when people don't, you got monsters like, Frankie. Because
Mhm.
go ahead.
Mhm. Yeah.
For the record, Frankie did not deny being under investigation. I shared the video in my timeline. I asked him, "Are you under investigation? Yes or no?" He said, "None of your business." So I laughed and I said, "You see, he's not denying." Then I called him names. I use profanity, and then I hang up. But go ahead, Vibene, feel free.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's he didn't deny it, and I mean, hey, that's telling. But with this kind of situation, I think we was talking about this last year. We were saying give it a few months. Polite, he got his place to rest. He got an address once he's been incarcerated, and after a little bit of time, it's likely that there will be some other things popping off in terms of Polite. It's likely because of all of those, the wiring of money, state to state, bank transfers, wire transfers, payments. All of that stuff is federal stuff, and when you get involved with that, you're opening up a whole new type of criminal case. You see what I mean? It's very easy. Then he's separated from his ladies. You don't know. They've been in. Some of them apparently have been involved. They've been accused of being involved. Those are criminal acts. You see what I mean? So, and you know, usually
Oh,
people that face
brother.
the time don't the easiest way to get out of it. A lot of times they be snitching on each other, man. You trying to do how many years you trying to do? You got kids. If you're a lady, you want to go to jail? You want to be separated from your kid? What choice do you have do you have a choice? You see what I mean? And that's how they roll. So yeah, it's not a lot of time gone by. It's only been a few months, bro. It's February. No, it's March now. That's 4 months, right? That's about
Yeah.
4 months. That timing is about right.
Can I
You
say
see?
something? Just a
Yeah.
side note.
Mm-hmm,
Cat,
mm-hmm,
on Judah Nasser panel,
mm-hmm.
you said that you will release or you were considering releasing the videos and messages that you have from the past. Why don't you do it? You said that you hate her. Why are
Yeah,
you
I was
holding it?
thinking the same thing.
What?
Just true.
So you heard it as well. Why are you
Yeah, I
holding
heard
it?
it. Uh,
If
I would.
you hate her, now I heard. I
I
mean,
think she mentioned it today. I think she
what?
mentioned it today too.
So why are you holding? Because I was told that she insulted who, Andrea or Nandy? Who did she insult?
Yeah, it was a little insulting, man. It's true.
Okay,
It's true.
So if you hate Napasha Da, Why don't you just go in and release the stuff? You know what I'm saying? I mean, my email address is in my description box. Is in the description of all my videos. You know what I'm saying? Why are you holding? You know what I'm saying? But you know,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you're free to do what you want,
Kat, she
Kat.
coming back up, man. She's here. There
Okay,
she
well,
go.
that's what's up. Okay,
Yeah.
what's up, Kat? How you
Hey, what's
doing?
going on? Yeah, what was your question, Shaka?
You said on a piece to you. You said on Judah Nasser panel that you are considering or you will release the video and the messages that you have from Nepal. Then why don't you do it if you hate her?
Why don't I do it?
Yes, you don't want to talk about this on the air.
When I want to release them, I will.
Well, but you hate her. Do you hate her or not?
I don't hate her. I don't like her. Yeah.
So
yeah, I have messages from her and videos of her. Yeah. And
yeah,
when
well,
I
you know,
choose to release them, I will. What's that got to do with you?
well, you talked about it publicly. That's what it has to do with
I
me.
do,
It was public.
and I keep them very close to my chest because it's a personal thing between me and her. I'm not gonna do it to appease anybody.
Well, I only brought it up because you talked about it publicly. So if you hate her, if you dislike her, you might as well just do it.
That's not the only time I've talked about it. I've talked about it before, and I do have, because
so you talked about it several times.
And I've talked to Nepal privately because we used to have a private, friendship. So if I want to talk about it, I will. But I'm waiting for her to respond to what I said, and if she chooses to respond, then I will do it. If she doesn't, then maybe I won't.
She will not respond. They never respond to anything.
Because she knows that I have what I have, and this is why she won't respond. You got to play your cards close to your chest. And you, young Haru, can I address something that you said about something about me being xenophobic or something like that? Is that what you were talking about?
I think that was Shaka. Shaka said,
yes, you sounded xenophobic. You were criticizing Black Americans solely because they are Black Americans. Well, yes, yesterday you even asked what scholars do they have? Didn't you ask that?
Yesterday?
Wasn't it yesterday, V. Bennett, that we spoke?
I think it was 2 days ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 days ago.
On your panel? Okay, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Didn't you ask which scholars do they have?
Okay.
It's true. She did. I didn't get a chance to respond.
So that makes me xenophobic.
Well, if you are asking if they have scholars, that's absolutely wrong. Of course, there are Black scholars in America.
Of course, I know that. But listen, Shaka, you don't know me that well. Okay, when I have conversations, I want to see the information that they know and the different ways I get to get that information out of them. You want to act like you know how I conduct myself around here.
No, I'm relying on what you said, sister.
So
I'm not lying on you.
No, but if I have a conversation with someone, I ask somebody, of course I know there are Black scholars, Black American scholars. I don't think
so you were wrong for asking that question then.
Well, was the question answered?
So
exactly.
Do they have hold on? Do they have Black scholars or not in America? Do they have Black scholars or not?
I ain't taking it back.
Did I ask a question in order to get an answer?
Okay. My question to you, Sister Kat, my question to you is simple.
Listen, I'm
do they have Black scholars in America? Yes or no?
Of course they do.
So why do you ask a question then?
Oh my God, are you okay?
I am fine, sister.
I said it in order to see if he would answer the question.
Who was the question directed to?
That I was asking. I can't even remember who it was.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, shit.
Right. Of course, I know that Black.
We got Black scholars.
Listen, of course, listen.
We all have Black scholars.
But listen,
but I think
young Curry, you were saying something about Bob Marley and how dare I?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Bob Marley.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Yeah,
why can't I question Bob Marley?
How dare you question anybody? Because who are you?
I can.
No, you can't. Because they could do the same thing to you. You look lighter than me. What are you talking about? Okay then.
What's
So
that
what are
got to
you
do with
talking about? What
anything?
that have to do with
What is
anything
that got
about
to do with the
anybody?
question that I had to say about Bob Marley?
It
That
ain't
is
just
half
Bob Marley.
white,
It
that
is
has a
not just
white
Bob Marley.
daddy.
Hold on,
I
let
can
me
say
speak. It's
whatever
not
I
just,
want. If I
yeah,
was
that's
saying it
your
in the context
problem.
of
You
him
think you
being
could say
biracial,
anything.
I can bring it up. And
Man,
there's no one that's gonna
having a
stop me saying what
conversation
I
with
want to
you doesn't
say. I
make
don't
any
care.
sense
Don't act like because I'm a
because your
woman I
mind
can't
is somewhere else.
question
You in the
things.
cloud
I can
somewhere.
question things
Okay,
any
You in
time
you
the
I
wanted to
want.
cloud.
ask
You're
You
him.
not
have
gonna
no
ever stop
common
me,
Okay,
sense.
darling.
Cat,
Ever in
Cat,
your
you
life.
wanted to ask him why he
You're
Mute
not
said
gonna
that,
her,
right?
stop
man.
me.
Mute her because she can't
Cat,
even let me
Cat,
speak.
You
Cat,
ain't
That's
gonna
why I
stop
don't
me
come
from
here.
Hold on,
That's
talking.
why I don't
Hold on,
come
hold
here,
on.
V Bennett.
Hold on,
It's
Yes.
a
listen,
waste of
listen,
time, bro.
Yeah, mute
listen. Hold on,
me.
hold on, hold
You
Mute
on.
messing
Listen,
with
me.
Cat,
Yeah,
characters.
mute me
yo,
again. That's
You a
exactly
Cat,
what the reason
character.
why I
You a
asked you to
yo,
go
fool.
Cat,
to.
yo,
You a
Cat.
fool. You
Listen
don't
to
even
me.
listen to
You're
yourself
a
Hold on.
speak.
All right.
fool.
Fucking ridiculous.
Hey,
Get this
hey,
girl
Rue.
out of
Hold
Yeah,
here,
on, hold
you're
on,
bro.
hold on, hold on.
fucking
Because I'll
Cat,
ridiculous.
drop off. I ain't
yo,
got
You
Cat,
time for that
weirdo.
bullshit.
Cat,
Answer the
That's
Cat.
why I don't
question.
come on your panel when you
Hold on.
got
Okay,
Hey,
these
Rue.
you wanted to
characters.
talk
Hold on.
shit when I
Y'all
wasn't
don't
here
want me
though,
to
right?
come, bro. Trust
Oh
me. Because
man,
these
I don't
people is
get this, man.
characters.
Listen, hold on. Listen. Just go ahead and
Fuck out of
answer
here.
the question. Hey, Rue. You was answering
I
the
can't
question, and then
I
she was
know
started
I ain't
talking.
saying shit because she can't answer the question because she's ignorant. And you keep letting her ignorance show about why are we doing this? Wasting time. Like I told
Yeah,
y'all,
but
I'm not playing this game, bro. This
Hold
woman is
on, I have a
speaking.
question after
Hold
when
on,
finish,
hold
young
on,
Harry.
hold on, hold on. This woman speak like she have authority to speak about people. Everything she say
This is
is
an incel that don't
oh,
like women's voice. You don't like women
what are you
talking with
talking about?
authority.
What are you
listen,
talking
You
Cat,
don't like
about?
Cat.
women having a
Listen,
This have
Cat,
voice,
nothing to
darling.
do
I
with
can
Cat.
have a
women.
voice wherever the hell I
Andrea
want,
been here
darling,
for months.
darling.
We
You're
don't
gonna
never talk
drop
to each
off
other
before
like
I
this.
do. You're
Girl,
not
you
gonna talk
pathetic.
over me and try and
Mute her,
disrespect
man.
me like your voice is
Yo,
I
more
ain't
important
finished
than
look,
speech.
mine. All
look,
right.
You don't even know your
nobody
I
place.
don't. You
listen,
don't know.
listen,
Yeah.
hold
Oh,
on,
I don't
stop,
know my
stop,
place. You
stop,
don't know your
Yeah.
stop, just
goddamn
stop,
place.
Who
just
are you?
stop, stop,
Who
stop,
are
just stop.
you,
Yo,
motherfucker?
shut,
Don't talk.
yo. Anyway, I'm out of here,
Yeah,
man. Because
drop all or I'm
you
gone.
know,
That's
No,
why
it's nothing to
I
do with
said
gender.
that
That's all I
you
wanted to say.
can't be cursing at somebody like that. Just stop. You know, that's what
who
I mean.
cursing? Who
I can't
cursing?
do
I
it.
ain't
No,
curse
No,
yet.
no,
no,
no.
she's
She's
just
talking about
cursing
cat.
you.
She's talking about cat.
Bro,
Yeah, she said
that's what
mother
I'm
effer.
talking about.
Yeah,
The
But
woman
yeah.
have no respect, bro. What
and
kind of
listen,
woman is this? You
sometimes I
should
don't
be
mind.
embarrassed of yourself.
Look, I don't mind people dialoguing, even arguing a little bit. I don't mind that, but just that direct
You
cursing at
know why
somebody,
she
I
mad?
cannot
Because
do. I
everything
can't
I
do it.
saying is facts. Everything I'm
But
saying is
but
is
what I
truth.
wanted to ask her was what her issue was with Bob Marley,
Ain't
because
got nothing
Well,
to do with Bob Marley, bro. This woman
what,
has
what,
no
what?
respect. She has a mental issue. I told you from
Mm.
when I came on here, you could smell them. Once you
No,
see
no.
the character,
Mm.
I saw it way back on Shaka Show when she started
she
talking
said I
about
didn't hear her. She wrote in
who
the
is
back chat. She
black
said
and
I didn't hear
man.
you curse at her.
You could keep playing them games,
No,
B Bennett.
I
I'm
don't
out,
think you
bro.
curse at her.
I'm done.
But
I'm
No,
but
done. I'm
but
done.
young
Go
Harold,
ahead.
hold on. What did she say about Bob Marley?
yeah. What exactly? What she say? She
He's
was
not
talking
black
about his
because
father.
his father was white
Like,
and all kind of bro. I don't
So
care.
so
It
so
don't have nothing
biracial
to
people
do.
are not black according to her.
Okay then, and
yeah,
it's
I
not
think
just
so.
Bob Marley. It's black people in general. She talked down on people. Don't y'all like? What are we doing here? I know my art. I know righteous. I don't know
Mm.
what y'all know, but I see when people are disrespectful. They um you know what I mean, condescending, they verbal attack people. Everything, every conversation I see this woman have is the same thing. And she did it to Andrea and other people on the panel tonight. That's what I'm speaking of. And she know it.
Mm.
That's why it hurts. I'm touching her soul. Because
But you know
something,
what?
hold on, one more thing. And women been on this panel for months. I don't never go at them like this. I don't never talk to them because they don't never disrespect people. They know how to hold a conversation with respect and principles and morals and character. And you have none. So whoever want to let you on their panel again, they need to check themselves. And if that's what we doing here, I don't need to be
Mm.
here because I don't
Mm.
do this and I ain't got time for it.
Mm.
Go ahead.
But young Harold,
Yeah.
I hear you, but But sometimes people, like you heard, they're going to dialogue and they're going to disagree. But I want to state for the record that Young Hero has nothing against women. We don't have nothing against women. We don't base our views and opinion based on gender. Like young Harold said, there's some sisters who've been down with us for a long time. Kat, you are wrong when you're accusing young Harold that is because of your gender or because you are a woman. Young Harold is not what misogynistic. He's not
I,
against women. He never been against women.
man,
He
please,
would agree
women
and
love
disagree
me.
with me earlier. He disagreed with me.
Women
I'm a
love
man.
me, Shaka. I
So
got
so
mother,
so
I got sisters. I'm a father of
yeah.
a little girl since she was 3. Like, get out
And
of here. You
he's
have
a
no
single
idea who you
father
talking
indeed
to.
of a young girl. You know what I'm saying? And um, well, she's not there, so I'm not going to say too much. But on that one, I will say that you are wrong, Kat. Yeah, he said your place, but it's nothing to do with you being a woman. I mean, oh, people cannot see that, but she's typing that in the private
Yeah,
chat. So
she just wrote
yeah,
that in the chat. Yeah.
yeah.
So, but listen, it's also can't be no tit for tat. I also say that all the time. Look, everybody's responsible for what they say, and to some degree, you got to stop saying it's because somebody else said something to me. Look, we talk about this all the time. Somebody can curse at me all they want. Curse at me. Go ahead. Just try it. But the thing is that if I catch up with you in real life and I just so happens to feel a certain kind of way about it, that it's going to be real different. You see what I mean? I'm going to take it personally because even if I don't curse back at you on the internet, I'm going to take it personally. I'm going to remember. You
And
see what I'm saying?
you know what crazy about it, V
So
Bennett?
that's why I'm just trying to, I don't have to curse at nobody back because they curse at me, man.
V Bennett,
You
you
know
know what's so
exactly.
crazy about it? What you just
Yeah,
say, I feel the same way, right? But I ain't even gonna say it. That's how dangerous I am. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead.
exactly. What the hell, man? That's what I'm trying to say, man. I'm not up for that. And I'm not trying to teach nobody's kids that all this cursing is really where it's at. Nah, it ain't where it's at, man. It's not where it's at. It's not showing nothing. It's a distraction to real dialogue. You know what I mean? And so I wanted to know about Bob Marley. The issue about Bob Marley and the MFer thing is the reason why I can't find out now. You see what I mean? So, and that's all it is. It's like
Anyway,
I'm not going
man.
to use no excuse. If I curse at somebody, it's because I felt like it. I'm not going to be saying it's because they said this to me. No, I'm responsible for me. You responsible for you. Period. That's how it works in real life. You know what I'm saying? And I just mean with everybody. It's like that, man. Come on, we gotta try to enjoy ourselves, enjoy our time together. But we don't have to just keep distracting to this
So
kind of cursing
anyway,
and stuff,
man.
man.
Yeah,
I love Bob
yeah.
Marley. He wrote a great song. How good a many great song. How
Me,
good and a pleasant it would be
So
before
so
God and
millions.
so
man
well, actually,
to see the
did she criticize?
unification of the African. He's talking about all of us. You know what I'm saying?
Did she criticize Bob Marley simply because he's biracial?
Well,
I mean, you
that's
cannot
the
help
extent
being
that it went to.
biracial. That's the way
Hey,
you are born.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
man.
I'm gonna let y'all have it, bro, because I'm gonna go have myself a good night. You know what I'm saying? Trust you,
Yeah.
believe me. No,
Yeah.
no, none of these nonsense don't move me. I'm a real life kind of person. You
Oh,
have
I'm not
no idea.
moved. I'm
But
just just talking.
yeah, I'm gonna just tell the truth though. That's one thing about me. That's why I, these kind of people they can't even be in my circle because I don't stand for none of that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Real
And like
talk.
I said, Bob Marley fight for black people way more than you would ever have. You are nothing, and it ain't got nothing to do with the cursing. I made the in less than 2 minutes. I made 100 points, and people could go check it. Listen to the woman. Listen. If y'all don't have ears, something is wrong. Anyway, it's all good. It's all love between me and Vanity Chaka, whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is
Peace to
like
you, young
Oh, we
Haru.
one.
solid, bro.
You're my
We all
brother.
good,
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
we're
Shit.
solid.
yeah.
We're solid.
I gotta wake up and deal with my daughter. You know what I'm saying? That's what the most important. That's what we stand for. The victims. That's the whole thing. So everybody with this, we could have dialogue about biblical this and that, but we don't criticize people. We don't show hate. You know what I'm saying? We don't disrespect. We don't talk like we better than nobody. So
And
when
we
you
don't lie
see
on
the
people.
exactly. And you know what I mean? That's And if you don't have these characteristics in you, then you have no morals and principles, and you will never join this train. Like Bob Marley said, this train right here, it going to Zion. You know what I'm saying? And no heathens can be on the train.
Zion train is coming our
Tell it.
way.
Okay then.
But
I
you
that's
know,
all I got. That's all I gotta
yeah,
say,
People,
y'all.
yeah.
Peace.
Peace to
better
you,
get
brother, young
on
hero.
board. Yeah,
And
yeah.
let me tell Cat. You see, Cat. You know, it looks like we are disagreeing about several topics, but we don't have to become enemies because of that. And by all means, feel free if you disagree. Maybe you could chill on the profanity, and maybe if we are on the same page going against the HOK, particularly Sanetta, then we might as well do that. You may know some other people who are against Filthy Frankie and his panel that promotes and defends rapists and child molesters. So you can tell them, okay, we can get on point on that. There was a time when I had a negative nickname towards Judah Nasrallah because of what I heard him say. But like I said earlier, he apologized for that. So he's going against him. So if at least we can agree on that, we might as well deal with that. But it would be good also for us to talk about other topics, you see. But in the private chat, she wrote that V. Bennett is misogynistic, you see. No, I mean, okay, let me take that back. You know, she wrote, "You are misogynistic, keeping me in the back." So obviously, she's talking about V. Bennett. No, V. Bennett is not misogynistic. This has nothing to do with gender. Now, maybe you are a feminist, but if you are,
I,
don't be a
I
feminist
said
gone
plenty
bad.
of times, stop cursing up here. And see, the thing about it is like, don't be trying to disrespect me, man. How many
Yeah, but
times do I have to say, stop the cursing around me? Just stop it. And I don't never have no problem. It's very rare I have a problem with anybody cursing around me. It's very
yeah,
rarely.
yeah.
People having a good time.
I must say one more thing, bro. Like I told y'all, it's up to y'all if y'all wanna, you know what I mean, continue to sympathize with whoever. But when people show me their character, I know what it is, bro. That's what it is. That's
Mm,
what it's always gonna be. They might try
mm,
to change face, like two face, like the coin. But trust me, but if that's what you want to do, that's on y'all. But me, I have no part with that one again, and that's what I'm gonna call her because I don't know her, and that's it. And if she ever come on your panel and talk about me or disrespect me, I'm done, bro. I'll just
No,
chill in the back.
we ain't gonna let that happen, brother young hero.
But
mm. Yeah,
that's
hey.
just how I feel about it, bro. Because like I
We ain't
said,
gonna let people disrespect you when you're not
is
there.
is one thing when y'all don't know or when I haven't said what I said, and I said what I
Mhm,
said tonight. And whoever wanna go back and listen to it, listen to what I said. And that's it about her. I ain't say shit no more.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. There you go. All right, no worries, man. I understand you, bro. Let me see here. What if she call hey Rue MFA? I'm like, man, no, I'm just like, yo, don't call people that around me. Don't be around me doing that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. You know, I have a
I
panel
was very wrong, Cat.
and I have a
Can
purpose.
you
Yeah.
admit that in the chat?
So,
I'm sorry, Viben. I'm sorry you were talking, but
no,
can
I
you
just
admit
have
that
a
in the chat, Cat? Go ahead, Viben. Sorry, brother.
no. I have a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I have a purpose with my panel in the channel, and I just don't like people feeling like assuming I don't have a purpose. So when I say I don't want the cursing, I expect everybody to understand that's it. I'm not stopping anybody from communicating. That it doesn't stop. All you got to do is choose other words. That's it. You know what I mean? Just like I'm not over here calling some woman a B word. I'm not up here doing all of those things. I just want everybody to respect that I'm not doing that and I don't want it here. Now, I didn't say people can't argue. I didn't even say that people won't be offended. Some people are going to be offended by certain things, but come on. If I'm running around calling women the B word, I could probably guess they would be offended. Just like I could probably guess somebody would be offended if I call them an MFer. Come on, why should a woman talk to me again if I call her a B? Just continue the conversation? Why should anybody talk to you if you calling them an MFer? Why should they continue a dialogue? And that's what I've been saying the whole time. It distracts from the dialogue, the real dialogue. And that's it, man. I don't want to keep saying it to people. Most people understand it. I rock with Young Hebrew. I feel his energy. Yeah, man. I mean, he's got his way of doing things, and I respect him. I ain't never had no problem with him. We've been solid for a long time. He keeps it solid. So, but Shaka, listen, man.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, I missed your program, but I'm gonna go over and check it, man, tonight and see what happened. But I appreciate you coming over, and to everybody that's listening now, you get a good chance to know. Like, everybody's welcome to come up. By the way, real talk, you don't have to put the camera on over here. That's not. I don't always ask people to do that, but I ask people sometimes to do it before I let them go on live. It doesn't mean they have to show everybody else their face, but if you come up here, I do have the right to ask anybody to show me their face before they go on the panel, because I have to be responsible for some kind of outburst that they might make. You see what I mean? So I don't want certain kind of outbursts. So if a person hasn't been up here before, I usually ask them to just show me their face, so I kind of get an idea of what the person look like that's about to go out and say stuff on the panel. Otherwise, I don't really, expect people to show their face to everybody else. But yeah, I just need to know, because you never know who's out here, and these, just the text alone is not enough. But sometimes the voice can be enough, but sometimes the voice can be tricky too, man. You end up finding out you got some KKK person up here that sounds like a black person, same vernacular, and then you find out, well, damn, that's not the case. Wasn't even a black person at all, and they done got all kinds of words off on the panel. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah. But listen, man, I hope you and Shaka work it out. I don't have any issue with you, real talk. Me and Shaka know we buddies, so he knows
I have no beef
have
with real talk. I
agree
have no
all
beef,
the time, and
Hmm.
he does what he do. I don't tell Shaka what to do. Shaka does what he do. You know what I mean? And so, if y'all want to work it out, y'all do that. If y'all got to
Yeah,
talk,
I have no beef
do
with
that.
him, but I'm being cautious. Like I said many times, I always prioritize the people who are on the panel. So those people on the panel are not anonymous and unidentified. But at the end of the day, I'm saying, more power to you, real talk. More power to you. You have the right to disagree with me. Everybody have the right to disagree with me. But one thing I think everybody can agree with is that I don't lie on people. So peace to everybody.
Yo, peace to everybody, and I appreciate everybody that came up on the panel today. It was generally good. It was, and we did get some strong things done. Every day is not going to, you're not always going to get exactly what I'm not always going to get exactly what I prefer. That's part of being a man. That's part of hopefully being a woman too, right? Or being a grown up. You live in a world where everything ain't going to go your way all the time, but you should appreciate that you get a lot of good blessings also, even when sometimes you don't get your way 100% of the time. We got to be willing to deal with each other with just getting less than 100% of what you want. Sometimes just do a little trade-off. You get this, I get this. I didn't get this, you didn't get that, but hey, we all got something. That's how we got to approach this thing. And I think we can get a lot done if we do it that way. But in any case, I appreciate everybody that stepped up. Um, Difference of opinion creates dialogue that the listeners can hear and learn something from. So if we don't talk about our differences, we risk not ever progressing past them. Number one, when we talk about our differences respectfully, a lot of times you find out sometimes somebody might change their opinion. You see what I mean? Just based on how you explain things to them. You see what I mean? And so that's what I intend on doing. I intend on treating everybody in a civil manner. And I'm not the toughest dude on earth, and so that's one of the reasons why I try to treat people civilly, because I want people to treat me civilly. I know what it's like to walk on this earth. And so the least we could do is kind of show some respect for each other. You know what I mean? We've earned that. If we talk about all the crap we have to deal with in this world, I mean, don't you think we can respect each other at least? You know what I'm saying? A
Yes,
little
we can
bit.
respect each other. We can.
Yeah. Even with indifference, can it be worse than the slave plantation? Can it be worse than Jim Crow? We still live is things like that. Can we be worse than the people we claim, oppressed our ancestors or oppress us today, economically control us
Yeah,
today, or all
we've
those
known
things?
worse as a people indeed.
Right. So we should be able to talk to each other that way, like we're a little bit better than the
Yeah.
enemies. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? So yeah, Shaka, I appreciate you too, brother. Thank you, man. You're a solid dude, man. And everybody else out there, Jade, Andrea, Sister Andrea, thank you. My big sister Andrea, Sister Nandy, thank you. Also, thank you to Kat for coming up and sharing her opinions. There was some good dialogue there. And then
Like
Divinely
and share,
Inspired,
people. Like and share and subscribe to V Bennett.
of course. Let me see here. Who else was up? Who else popped up in this joint? Wab Funk. Wab Funk was here today. Oh, and how could I forget? Oh man, Negro Ralph. Yeah, he just bought some lunch for me and my son. Thank you, Ralph. I'm gonna make sure he enjoys that. And myself. Here we go. Y'all see this? Where's this at? Let me pin this up right here. It says, can y'all see it? How do I pin?
Not
Here
yet.
it is.
Not
Can you
yet.
see that one? Did it pin?
Not yet. No, it's
Is
not
it pinned
showing.
now?
It's
It's
not
not
showing,
showing?
brother.
Don't
No.
worry. Forget it. But it's there, man. Yeah, I
It's
appreciate
like
that.
the comments, like when you get a super chat or super sticker. Is it a super chat or super sticker? Oh, there
Boom.
it is. We see it now.
There it is, Ralph. There you go. B Buccaneer was here. KZ was here. David. Yo, David, it's a long time. You got to hop up the next time you get a minute, Dave. Yeah. Who else was in here? I think, was that everybody? Nah, Donnie, man. Come on, man. Donnie was here. Whoa. MF Dreadson was here. He came up on the panel. Yeah, he had some great words too, as usual. And let me see who else. There was a lot of people in here today. Passport R was here. Yeah. Aru Moon was here. A new Moon was here. Yeah, a new Moon. Thank you for showing up and subscribing. Angela Reddick was here early. She was here early today also. And who else? Let me see. If I missed anybody, let me know. But I appreciate everybody. Shea Butter was here also. Yeah, everybody, y'all have a good evening. And we're going to do this again. I'm going to set up the next live stream. I appreciate it. And I see y'all when I see y'all. Peace.
For all the times that I was in the trenches, hustling alive in the midst of war. Bobby got a pimp them all. Die now, I'm killing y'all. Every single nigga fall. Now the nigga getting up. Nigga what? Right now, spill a cup. Right now, give it up. Nigga, this is us. Right now, live it up. Had to be a nigga down to be a nigga living it up. This is for my niggas. And for my niggas that be stuck in the hood. All day in a bucket for a buck in the hood. Nigga had the bust in the hood. You gotta be one to the do it to the do it to the and you gotta one to the do it to the